whole point is that when there are so many players and then there are so many millions of other vehicles which are already running on the road. So the question is, what is the business viability of these vehicles? So is it make more sense to launch a totally new vehicle, and then it takes time to develop a new vehicle. It requires a lot of designing, a lot of new technologies to be brought in into the vehicle platform. And also then once the vehicle is ready, then you have to apply for the transport authority approval, because eventually your vehicle will have to run on the roads which are government roads. So you have to apply for the feasibility license as well as safety licenses and different kinds of government approvals before you can start manufacturing. Once you get these approvals, then you have to get into manufacturing, and then you build your supply chain. So the vehicles which are already up and running in the on the road, which are the petrol or diesel driven engine vehicles, and there are large players uh, with the supply chain already established. So is it a viable business, considering that the electric vehicle manufacturing companies don't have the kind of muscle that is required to build the vehicular supply chain? At the same time, the technologies that they are bringing is not suitable for every uh, aspect of the society. It is not a multi-feature vehicle. It is a vehicle which is point-to-point transport vehicle, and it is a low-cost vehicle. No nonsense. There are advantages: less polluting. You don't need to service your vehicle for next 2 to 3 years. The cost of running is very very low. So there are a lot of advantages of shifting from petrol vehicle to electric vehicle. But we are discussing whether this whole business model of producing electric vehicle is viable. So I will say that it is not very viable, simply because the Achilles heel of the electric vehicle is the battery, and the battery is where the power ratio is not very power density is not very good when it comes to storing the power. If you compare the battery, it is very very less efficient as compared to the internal combustion engine. So internal combustion engine has more power, and battery has an efficiency of only 2%. So even the latest batteries, which are lithium ion batteries, are not as efficient as the internal combustion engine. So that is where the problem is. Uh, they have a lot of weight. They add a lot of weight to your vehicle, but they don't last very long, and they don't have the power to weight ratio is not very good. So what we need is a totally different kind of power. If we want to make the electric vehicle more successful and viable, we need different kind of power. So that is one problem which we need to solve. We don't have a solution yet. So if we don't have that comparative solution as compared to the petroleum based engines, then obviously this is not a win-win solution for the consumer and for the manufacturing units, simply because it is a half-cooked technology, half-baked technology. um, and electric motor technology is already at the peak. Electric motors are around for last so many hundreds of years, many centuries, more than a century now, and they have already reached the height of their development. And electromagnetism is a very well understood science. What we need is a power pack to drive the electric motor, and that will make it more efficient. So I think, from my point of view, electric vehicle as we see them today are not a very viable business proposition, simply because the shelf life of these products is very limited, for two reasons. There are two main reasons simply. One is, if the battery technology changes, which will bring more juicy battery to the fray, then the technology for propagating your vehicle will also change. That means the people who are already manufacturing the internal combustion vehicles, like all these big brands like Toyota, Maruti, Tata. In US, it's General Motors. In Europe, it's Ford, Volkswagen. it is very simple for them to shift immediately from electric motor vehicle to from internal combustion engine to electric motor, because they have the supply chain already in place. So it's very simple for them to shift from petrol or diesel engines to electric motor engine, if the battery life and the juice in the battery is available. So I think it is makes more sense for the existing car manufacturers to get into that space rather than the electric vehicle players to acquire that position. So it is not going to move like this, that all these big corporations will die because they did not change, and leaving behind the place for the smaller players to come and fill in those shoes. So I think that is something which is a misnomer, and I feel that electric vehicle manufacturing units which are now trying to do business must watch out for this threat, because I think the Achilles heel again is a battery, and if the viable battery is launched by Tesla or somebody else, the first mover will be these large manufacturers, and they will shift from petroleum vehicles to electric vehicle in an instant. And that is where the problem is, that having spent so much money in establishing your electric vehicle plants, you will still lose out on terms of scale with a large corporation. So that is threat number one. Threat number two, which I perceive, is that because of this issue of battery not having enough power, and the petroleum is going to get more expensive as we go from here, because we are the quantity of petroleum being pumped out is going to reduce from now on. It's not going to increase. So there is a need for a totally different kind of propulsion system. And I'm sure there are a lot of scientists who are working across the world trying to see if there are electromagnetic direct drives which can eliminate the use of motors itself. You can directly use the electricity and magnetism properties to move across the atmosphere, and move across your move across without a need of a motor or a battery. I mean, you would need a battery. If you have enough battery, you don't need to have a motor, a rotatory motor anymore. So I think that is a next wave of technology. If that comes, then all of this will become immediately obsolete, and I see that happening in next 2 to 3 years. So if we basically invest a lot of money in electric vehicle industry, setting up and trying to create the supply chain for those, the chances are that if there is a new sort of propulsion which is introduced in the market, then all of this will become obsolete immediately. So I think that is a very big threat, and this threat number two. And threat number three is also very relevant, because now we are going through a pandemic situation where there is a social distancing, and those norms are active, and they are going to be there for some more time, at least 1 or 2 years. We will not be There will be no need to travel extensively as we see today, and more usage of uh, applications are going online. So you don't have to go out to your bank, you don't have to go out to buy things. So you can do it from your home. You can have your access to your banking, your credit cards, even payment receiving and paying, running as a business. Communication is all moving on the digital platform. It's already moved to a certain extent, and it is becoming a norm. So as people say that what is a new normal, so this is a new normal in our society. So unlike earlier, where for a drop of a hat, you say, hey, I want to meet you, and then you drive down, brave the traffic, go there, meet him, give presentation, and come back. So all those things will become a thing of the past, and that is why it's a very important aspect of our society, where the need for travel will not be so much as we saw it in 2019 and before that. So I think these are the three major factor which are which says that a fresh investment in electric vehicle arena may be not a very wise decision to get into that business, simply because um, I think the business scenario has changed. And also at the same time, battery technology is Achilles heel. So I think if at all you want to invest money in electric vehicle or electric propulsion system, I think more important thing to do is to put money in research and development of the battery or a power source. So this is what I feel, friends. Do engage with me, write your comments, and based on your comments we will include you live on our show in the next episode. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye to you for today.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show. Today, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been quite closely associated with radio broadcasting. So, without wasting any moment, welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's great to see you again after so many days. And I think people are free from their festivities and the focus on the work brings them back. And that's a very interesting day. How have you been?
Yeah,
I see you full of winter clothing.
yes, actually, I am towards northern India, and it's chilling, and that's why I'm wearing woolen clothes, and I'm coping up with the northern winter, which is very popular, especially somebody who's coming from Hyderabad.
Yes, yes. But at least I can safely say that Kanchan is completely chilled out at this time.
Yes, truly. And though I really love winters because I love this weather, and I'm enjoying. Uh, So
Yes.
it's good. So
Yeah, yeah. Winter brings back good memories from North India. The green vegetables availability in the markets, the fresh vegetables, green vegetables, and eating those spicy stuff in the winter. Wow! And the steam coming out of the cup of tea and coffee, it adds to the ambience. It must be great. And I once I want to celebrate the winters in the Himalayas.
yes, very truly put forward. I am really enjoying this winter. And today we have a topic of discussion about the White Revolution. You know, India celebrates National Milk Day on 26th November in the memory of Dr. Verghese Kurian, fondly known as father of White Revolution. And you know, Sitesh, that in 2014, all the dairy majors of country, along with the Indian Dairy Association, resolved to observe Dr. Kurian's birth anniversary, which is on 26th November, as a National Milk Day, which is day after tomorrow.
Oh, really? That's very interesting. And Dr. Kurian has always been my inspiration and motivation from my childhood days. And I read one his biography or autobiography many years back when I was growing up in college, and I have kept wondering about Dr. Kurian Kanchan, that the man who could have gone out and taken any plum job in India or outside India. He stayed back on a request from our first Prime Minister, Pandit Nehru, and he gave himself and his life for bringing the white revolution, as you said, and he literally became the milkman of India. And Amul is a proof of it. Amul as his baby is a proof of it. And countless generations have grown up on the love of Dr. Kurian, which is known as Amul, isn't it?
Yes, and you know, in 1965, then Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri asked Korean to replicate the dairy Anand's pattern nationwide, for which National Dairy Development Board was founded under Kurian on his condition that there will be this will be independent of government control, and that will be set up at Anand, away from the capital and closer to farmers. So, Dr. Kurian, Anand pattern of dairy cooperative was based on using suitable top-down and bottom-up approach. So that
That's interesting, and it is actually very interesting to see that India, which was always known as the country where the milk flows freely, to quote in Hindi, "दूध की नदियां बहती थीं," uh, to see that in the modern India, if it was not for Dr. Kurian, probably we would have not seen that old saying or mythological saying in reality. That's what I feel.
yes, yeah, he has been a great contribution when it comes to self-reliant among the farmers, as well as surplus supply of milk. The Operation Flood started the White Revolution in India and made our country self-sufficient in milk, and that is a great achievement.
That it indeed is a great achievement, and I think that needs to be celebrated by drinking healthy milk. We remember countless number of advertisements, doodh, and I know all those advertisements of early Doordarshan days. We need to donate milk to undernourished children. We need to donate the milk into the charities, and in fact, United Nations has a World Milk Day on June 1. And I think it is also important to remember Dr. Kurian not only for bringing Amul to life, but creating an industry single-handedly. I mean, if we can think that he can be considered as the father of Indian dairy industry, which now has seen as NDDB, as you said, and then we come before Amul. If you remember, we used to have Paulson butter, and people were very fond of it. And Amul came and changed the whole game plan. It gave it into the farmer's control, and over the years, the quality, the control, there is Nestle, there is Go, there are some other dairy products in this country. And I think people nowadays, I hear that some entrepreneurs are trying to get into dairy business, dairy entrepreneurship. I mean, thanks, unlimited thanks to Dr. Kurian, who saw or who made it possible for all of us.
Yes, today, Sitesh, around 12 million farmers in more than 22 states across India owns 250 dairy plants and handling about 20 million items of milk a day, 20 million liter of milk of day. So it was achieved not merely by mass production, Sitesh, but by production by the masses. And that is a great contribution, putting everything at one place, syncing commerce and production together. And we are really thankful for the kind of white revolution we initiated.
Yes, Kanchan. And I remember in 2011 Economic Times Excellence Award, where he was conferred the award along with other luminaries of his time. And he made some of those statements, which I remember very, very fondly. And these are, one statement he says that India's place in the sun would come from the partnership between the wisdom of its rural people and the skill of its professionals. He said this, Dr. Kurian said this while he accepted the Lifetime Achievement Award in that year. The second statement that he made was even more iconic. The milk of India is produced by millions of small and marginal farmers and landless laborers. It is on their behalf and on their name that I accept this high honor. These were the profound words of a man who shunned all the glamour and glitz of his times in the corporate world or in the government sector. And he chose to lead this kind of a life. And then he also said, India needs to show an honest face, a kind face, a human face, and not an arrogant face as the powerful nations of today. So Dr. Kurian kind of a people were the product of the socialist India. And I think we need them more. We need Dr. Kurian kind of people more and more in this country when we are moving towards a consumerist and capitalist society. Isn't that correct?
Yes, definitely. And due to this white revolution, dairy farming has become made India the largest self-sustainable rural employment generator. And Operation Flood, also, we called this white revolution as Operation Flood also, which was launched in on 13th January 1970 and was the world's largest dairy development program and landmark project of India's National Dairy Development Board. You know that it transformed India into a from milk deficient to a world's largest milk producer, surpassing American milk production also.
That is truly inspiring, especially for the kids today who think that milk comes from the shopping malls. I remember asking some children while I was in Japan, do you know where does the milk come from? And they said it comes from the nearest shopping mall. And as parents, we all got worried. We took them to a dairy farm to showcase how a milk is taken out and how it is packaged and how it reaches our homes. And it is also important, Kanchan, to understand when Amul was taking shape under the guidance of Dr. Kurian. Many people would remember filmmaker Shyam Benegal. He made a movie called Manthan, which is nothing but a churning of milk ocean in Hindu mythology. And this story is loosely based on the Amul story. And it became a huge success of its time. And Dr. Kurian got another idea with that. He basically would tour to the other parts of the country, and he would try to work with bring up other cooperatives. And there are many cooperatives in the country today. In Bangalore, we see Nandini Milk. I'm sure Hyderabad has got one such cooperative, and in Bombay we have RA Milk. So I think it all became a cascading effect of Dr. Kurian's personality. And I wonder, Kanchan, how do you develop such kind of a personality? How do you develop, how can you leave away the trappings of this modern capitalist and consumerist world and become the personality that Dr. Kurian was?
Yes, I'm sure because I have read that it was a huge task as it was this whole revolution was implemented in three phases. In first phase from 1970 to 1980 was financed by the sales of skimmed milk powder and butter oil. And this during this phase, Operation Flood linked 18 of India's premier milk shed with the consumer in India's major metropolitan cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, Chennai, established their mother dairy in four metros. And Sitesh, in phase second, Operation Flood was from 1981 to 1985, increased the number of milk sheds from 18 to 136. The urban market also expanded the outlet of milk from small to 290. By the end of 1985, the self-sufficient system of 43,000 villages cooperative with 4 lakhs something to produce producers were covered. Now in phase 3, from 1985 to 1996 enabled dairy cooperative to expand and strengthen the infrastructure required to procure and market increasing volume of milk, and veterinary first aid healthcare services field were also extended. So I think this is an overall structure which was planned and implemented, and right from a down towards up, because veterinary services were also included so that animal also don't suffer and became a part of it. And again, all farmers and cooperatives are interlinked. It's a huge task.
Yes, it is. The work that Dr. Kurian started is far from being over, and because the kind of work which he inspired, it needs continuous motivations, because it is still not an easy task. It is not yet industrialized like in other big nations, and therefore the the work that he started, it needs to be joined by more such people. They need to be celebrated, they need to be brought out. I mean, you may not have a personality like Dr. Kurian all the time to tackle the politicians, tackle the regional leaders, or the regional milkman or the businessman, and therefore, but we can always have a guiding principle, a guiding governmental authority and consultation. And to tell you the fact that Dr. Kurian in his later years, he wanted to do other great things beyond Amul, and he started something which we know as IRMA, which is IRMA, Indian Rural Management Association, and there was a college as well for rural management, and he was the founding chairman of it. And so there has been his life and his times should be seen from a person who was clean, and his integrity could not have been questioned. And that is these kind of people, they bring transformational change in any country, and therefore it is important for all of us to go back and have a cup of milk, and tell our children that the cup of milk that we hold in our hand has been made possible by a great man, and how it was problematic back then and how easy it has become today.
Yes, very true. And during that time, during this white revolution, a national milk grid was also created, which was linked with the producers throughout India to consumer near around 700 towns and cities, and reducing seasonal and regional prices variation while ensuring that producers get a major share of profit by eliminating middlemen. So, Sitesh, the middleman elimination is not a new concept. It was always there in India, but people have actually relied more on middlemen, isn't it? So now nobody likes to have middlemen. I think it's a part of nationalism, and I think people should rise above their petty differences, come out and contribute to the national growth by taking up any idea. There's so many help is required from rural sector to middle, even middle class also required. Many innovations should come out in the market.
That's right, and as I said, there are some milk entrepreneurs in the country who have started the business around the dairy, and there are at least 5 or 6 organic milk startups in India, and it is very gratifying to see that investors are interested in dairy farming. Interest we when it comes to entrepreneurship in India, more or less we always think about information technology, but I'm so happy to see the milk entrepreneurs. I'm so happy to see leather entrepreneurs, the VCs, the venture capitalists, and the angel investors putting the money where they say they want to put it, at least in the public forums. And it is great to see that Dr. Kurian has been instrumental. See, I can tell you, Kanchan, that the milk cooperative movement in India did not begin with Varghese Kurian, because as we know that India was a milk country. Milk used to flow here. There were other earlier partnerships and cooperatives we always had. What Dr. Kurian did, and what means to be a Dr. Kurian, is to consolidate the farmers, the agriculturists, the dairy, the production, the distribution, the supply, the branding. That was Dr. Kurian. That was his body of work. And therefore, sometimes I feel that why Dr. Kurian was not considered for our highest civilian award, Bharat Ratna. And that pains me, but I will leave that for our some other day political discussions, Kanchan.
Yeah, so and in the end, I just like to say that it's a big salute to Dr. Kurian, and it was nice talking to you, Siddesh, today on this subject. Till next time we meet, you take care. Bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week, I am honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, good morning.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. I hope you're alive and well and looking forward to what's left of Thursday.
That's right, Naval. In fact, one very, big question is running in my mind is a lot of people are coming on the social media. There are a lot of videos like we are doing it, but we have been doing it for quite some time. Uh, but when people come on social media, they talk about subjects without realizing how they're getting perceived. And the whole point is that whoever is watching is their client. So does you know your client, and whatever you're speaking is relevant. So I think I would like to ask you, what is your opinion on this subject?
Well, it's an interesting subject because, there's been a rush towards the digital arena. But the rush has caused a lot of people to run before they can walk. And just let's take, for instance, the very simple piece about social media. I can see your background. It says Akulmach. Well, now I know immediately that you are there representing Akulmach. You've thought about it. It's part of your bio, because there's this word bio. It's only a small word, 3 letters, and it's short for biography. Okay, so your biography, if you look at your biography on Twitter, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, does it reflect you? Are they consistent? Do they say the same thing to slightly different audiences? Because your audience on Twitter isn't likely to be exactly the same as Facebook and LinkedIn. And on LinkedIn, as you know, CK, Akulmach has got a company page, hasn't it? Because everyone rushes, because LinkedIn say you need to create a company page. So everyone rushes and puts a company page there. But does it reflect who you are? Because a lot of companies are one-man bands, small businesses. Does it reflect who your team are? Is your LinkedIn profile got the same purpose as the company profile on LinkedIn? These are really simple questions, and we all need to look at them and answer them, because sometimes our bio changes. I have almost like a personal bio on Facebook. Don't really use it for business per se, and I'm there, fundamentally because people say, "Have you got a Facebook profile?" Well, no, I haven't, but now I have. Your Passport to Grow has got a company page on Facebook. Your Passport to Grow UK has got a company page on Facebook, because they're it's two different audiences. They're in two different parts of the world. So really, people buy from people, and it's your bio that they see first. So when they look at you on Twitter, so for instance, Andy Murray, very famous tennis player. For anyone that's in the tennis world, they will know who Andy Murray is. What do you think it says on his bio? Does he say Wimbledon champion? Does it say Grand Slam champion? Does it say what do you think it might say?
Well, if he has this company page, then he should talk about that he is a Wimbledon player and Grand Slam winner. But on his own page, because heart of the heart, he's a tennis player, so he should talk more about the techniques of tennis or something about tennis, because that is where he's coming as a professional.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've rationalized it as to what he should be portraying. Well, he's obviously got someone very good at marketing, because he's got 3 words, and that's his bio. There's a picture of him above the 3 words, and it says, "I play tennis."
Fantastic.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And he's got 3.5 million followers to boot, because they know who Andy Murray is. So he's going to be talking, his Twitter feed will be talking about tennis and the tournaments and maybe a few techniques. Especially during lockdown, he did some tennis in his garden, playing with his wife, who isn't really a well-known tennis player. His mother's a well-known coach, but his wife isn't a well-known tennis player. But it just goes to show that you could do things actively as a couple in your back garden. And it was absolutely brilliant. So let's take another one. What about Iron Man? What do you think? Everyone knows who Iron Man is, don't they?
If I
Marvel Comics. What do you think his bio says?
Well, Neville, to be very frank, if I'm inspired by the Avenger movies, then he should simply say, "I'm Iron Man," because that's what he says. With an F word, he say, "What the F?" And he says, "I'm Iron Man." So he's not like hiding his daytime and nighttime personification, separate personification. He's coming out as one entity, as Iron Man.
Well, in some respects, he's gone one step further, and I think it's brilliant. And I hope it's still the same. You may change it on a daily basis. I don't know, because I've only just looked. It says, "You know who I am." So in other words, if you land on my Twitter page, you're here for a reason, So I'm going to help you with that reason. And if you're not here for that reason, then go away. You're not going to be interested in what I say. So it's really filtering out people that are not interested, which is, to me, it's really good. To be honest with you, I probably need to have a good look at my bio, having seen some of the creative ways people get out there. But if you're really going to get into this arena, just think about who you are, what you do, and who you do it for. We're not going to have the accolades of, a world-class tennis player, or indeed Iron Man, where we all sort of know from the Marvel comics who he is. But if you're going to put yourself out there, just think a little bit about who you are. And say it. Tell people who you are, what you do, why you do it. And you'll attract the audience that you deserve, frankly. It's as simple as that. Does that make sense?
Yes, and even in fact, let me share what I was doing with my profile on LinkedIn. Um, I had my name, I had my picture because that is what I want to project, that I am so and so, and my photo is I look like this. To whoever comes and visit my profile, they will know exactly how Chandrakant looks like. But in the banner, I had put a picture of a conference where I had attended. It's basically a Gartner conference. So there, the message I'm trying to give to the person who visit my profile is that I am such a great guy. I wine and dine with the CIOs and CEOs and all that because I go to such events. But then, to be very frank with you, I changed it about 8 months back or 8 or 9 months back. And the same question which you are asking, I had to ask myself. And I said, look, I'm doing Akulmach. Akulmach is a new kid on the block. And my profile has to add to Akulmach. And it should not happen that my profile sort of overshadow the company itself. So I changed my profile in LinkedIn, and I brought the Akulmach uh, trademark trademark as a banner. So I am sort of merging them together. So I think that's also important because if you are a CEO of Merrill Lynch, then you can say, hey, I do finance, let's say. Like Andy Murray is saying, I play tennis. Iron Man is saying, I'm Iron Man. And the CEO of Merrill Lynch will say, I do finance. But if you're a startup and a new entity, I think your profile has to depict what your company is doing. That is my 2 cents on the subject.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's called Marketing 101. It's everything. It's what we should be taught in when you look at branding in any arena. We should be teaching this to 14, 15 and 16-year-olds because at that age, they sort of know who they are. They may not be able to express it in the ways that, when you get a little bit older, but knowing who you are and what you do is key to actually getting this right. And as you say, what is Akulmach? The question that most people say is, who is Akulmach? And they will see you. And if they see you and Akulmach says, well, this is what we do, and they see you and this is what you do, and there's no connection, actually they're going to say, well, I don't really understand what Akulmach is then, because it's not you. And this is where I think we all make mistakes, frankly. I mean, some people that profess to know me really don't know me at all because they don't have any idea what context I'm working in and why I'm doing certain things unless they ask. But if your bio reflects the things that you do, then perhaps it helps them, think a little bit about what you do in your arena, why you do it in that particular way, how you say things, why are you saying it. So we all rush to put a digital bio out there. We all rush to put a business card that says CEO, I do everything, or I do everything no one else does. But you don't see a business card that says that, do you? It's the persona of who you are, and it sort of gets you through a door. But like anything else, this is who people see. And in the digital world, you can't hide. No, you're there forever. So good on Andy Murray saying I play tennis, because yeah, he does. And now I know everything that I see on that particular Twitter feed is going to be about tennis. I'm not going to ask him to find out what he says about Trump or Boris, or anyone like that. It's not what he's talking about. Typically, it's I play tennis. An Iron Man, you know who I am. So it's just that it's going to be an interesting thing, is because I think the advice I would give to people today is go and have a look at other people's bios. Look at the famous people, because they probably spent a lot of money with some very big marketing companies to come up with that bio. So take a leaf out of their book, and just take a look around.
Yes, Naval. In fact, it's a very good advice that you're giving. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that to build your organization and to build your company, it requires a lot of thinking, lot of thinking out of the box, uh, positioning in the market, lot of branding tricks are required. So this is just one of them that we are discussing. If you want to know more about it, how to take this forward, how to build your brand using the digital platforms or physical, do write to us and we will have Naval Gant respond to you. So thank you very much, Naval.
Pleasure. Not as though I'm always going to get it right, because I'll probably get it wrong more than I get it right. But the point is, we'll have a conversation. We'll get you to think and take you into a completely different arena sometimes and coach you into what's right for you, because that's the most important. If you are not living what you do, you either stop it or you change what you're saying, because it's not who you are. Simple as that, really.
Thank you for your good words, Naval. It will help our viewers to at least make a little bit change, small changes, and we will come back to them with more tricks and techniques and tips in the future episodes. So goodbye for today, Naval. We will meet up tomorrow again. You have a nice day.
Have a nice day, CK. Good luck, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to our show Nations. Today, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training, is closely associated with radio, and he loves talking and meeting people. So, how are you, Sitesh, today?
I'm well, Kanchan. It's been long that we have spoken, and I look forward for talking to you. How has life been with you?
Yeah, fine, great. We are also meeting new people, doing our daily routine shows, and eating a lot.
Great,
That is the
great.
best part of staying at home, because there's no time. We are our own boss.
Yes, 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 yes.
So,
Well, what are we discussing today?
yes, we just celebrated 150th birth anniversary of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and he was a great leader. His contribution is not less than Mahatma Gandhi. But everybody knows about Jallianwala Bagh, how General Dyer massacred the innocent Indian. But you would not know about a bigger massacre in India than Jallianwala Bagh. On 25th September 1945, 76 years ago, there was a Neelganj massacre where 2,300 soldiers of Azad Hind Fauj were gunned down by British soldiers. So I thought today on this Subhash Chandra, it was on 23rd of January, but we are still celebrating 25th birth anniversary of Subhash Chandra Bose. So I think it is a great topic to let our viewers know that there's a greater massacre than Jallianwala Bagh, which is hidden, which is not being talked about. So do you know about this massacre?
Kanchan, this is interesting and strange. In post-independent India, the one of the sad part is that our history was moderated to so much uh, into easy way of writing without any nationalistic connotations, without any facts giving there. It was something which was just a piece that needed to be written, it was written, and many of the facts were hidden. And this is what we have been taught, and even today it is being taught in the schools. And Neelganj massacre was also an eye opener for me, which I also got to know only recently in 2021 when we were celebrating Netaji's birth. And it filled me with lot of anger, or towards why have we not written, or why have we not told this is information, this piece of history, which is much more gruesome as it appears than Jallianwala Bagh, which happened in 1919. The greater irritation is that this happened in 1945, as you just said, with less than 2 years of our independence. And that is something which has given me a kind of a lot of goosebumps, that 2 years before independence, when it was at the height of Second World War, in 1945, this kind of massacre happens in India, on Indian soil, the British Indian soil. And there were no reports about it. It was not just, even in those days, the reports are not seen in the national newspapers, or it was not talked about by the leaders. Forget, paying any kind of remorse. And that is something which suddenly makes me think that whatever I have learned as a history, the Indian history, the modern Indian history, do I need to relearn it? Do I need to relearn it from various authors and really question what was taught in NCERT and CBSC and ICSC? And why is it so? And therefore, Neelganj massacre, 2,300 people and no news. This is a pity on the modern Indian politics, which Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose has been meted out with in independent India. And despite his fan following, despite the unquestionable integrity that he carried with him, despite the rare personality that he was, in those days when there was no information flowing like today, and he could travel from his house arrest in Kolkata to Germany, and from Germany to Japan, and then from Japan to Singapore, and then finally coming up to Nagaland border, Kohima. And this is an incredible journey that needs to be told. The fact needs to be pulled out from fiction. All the declassified files in whichever country they are around Netaji's life should be declassified. If not now, then when? What do you feel?
Yes, I think there's no account of Indian, no account is given of INA contribution in the Indian independence movement. It totally, political leaders totally ignored this NIA movement, which is very, very crucial. But Sitesh, there are many things which has to be declassified, like first election of independent India. Like I was just reading yesterday in one of the test book, the war between Rana Pratap and Akbar. Actually, it is said when you go to Rajasthan that Rana Pratap never defeated by Akbar, and in fact, I heard, I'm not sure, but somebody told me that Akbar tried to give whole of Sultanate in exchange of Chittor, but Rana said no. And yesterday I was reading that Rana was defeated by Akbar. But that last war, according to the history and some of the historian, was a draw between Rana Pratap and Akbar. But in textbook, it is written that in last war, Akbar defeated Rana Pratap. So I think few aspect of history has to be changed, is to be told as they are. And the history and the contribution of INA is one of them. And when I'm talking about Neelganj massacre, it is really sad that this kind of incident being uh, covered up or maybe hidden by Indians, and it is doesn't have any mention in the textbook. And I think that time has come that all which is hidden should come out, as you said, should be declassified. We have all right to know each and everything about our own country, about our own people. We have right. And I think time has come that people should think about it, and they should work towards it, to really give information to
Correct.
Indians about Indians. You know that
Correct.
when this INA was emerging, it is more crucial to India, though the impact, the shadow of INA was there when we talk about Japan and when we go to Singapore, and he even met Hitler also. So you can really visualize the uh, height of this leader, the impression of this leader. And no a small leader can do or act like this. He was one of the bravest freedom fighter we ever had. I'm talking about Subhash Chandra Bose.
Yeah, yeah, Kanchan. So probably I think that he was way ahead of his times. He was able to see the future. If you listen to what he said while he was Congress president, where he had apparent conflict with Mr. Gandhi, and then when he moved out and then he formed his forward bloc, his speeches, he was a person who was actually in a world of history. All that I can say, that he was caught on the wrong side of the history, because he went and he had the, that conviction about himself and his thought that he met Hitler, and from there he was directed to go and the Japanese political setup, and he ended up meeting the Japanese emperor, where he asked for the help. And therefore, after the Second World War became decisive, after the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan pulled out. And that's where, Netaji, he actually found the biggest setback of his life. He was so close to victory, he was so close to success, he was so close to becoming our de facto leader. But a fate, chain of events, and then the stories that were created around that mishap, the Saigon, the accident. And I have also keenly followed about the wealth that INA had, Indian National Army, as well as the provincial government of India, which was created in Singapore. The wealth of the Asia Pacific Indians diaspora people, that wealth which was for the Indian government, that was created in exile. I have seen some documentaries, Kanchan. That value of that money in today's term could be somewhere around 6 billion US dollars, and no one knows where all that wealth has gone. So it is high time that the declassification should happen from India, from Russia, from Germany, and all the places that Netaji visited, and all the people with whom he was in touch. His daughter, Anita, I think I'm saying correct name, she is in Germany. She has access to some of the documentation available with the German government, and all of that. It is important. It's high time. It's 75 years, and And while I was in Japan, I must tell you, in Tokyo, there is a Renkoji temple which claims to have ashes of Subhash Chandra Bose, which was found from the wreckage of the plane on that fateful day. And that ashes are kept in a Renkoji temple, and the Renkoji temple is open throughout the year. But on 18th of August, when this incident happened, on that day, a diary or a visitor book is kept at the table where outside of this temple, where people can go and write their comments about Netaji's Bose. And I'm told that there are comments from Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee and multiple of other leaders from India who believe that they are Netaji's ashes. But the secrecy which is surrounded around Netaji's disappearance, therefore, and many of the, especially our Bengali brothers and sisters, they still don't believe that Netaji passed away in that crash. So it's high time that we need to come out from the government perspective, so that once for all, this story around Netaji can be settled. And I think all other rumors about Gumnami Baba and other people who were kind of, they were supposed to be Netaji living in exile in India post independence, those all can be put to rest. And I have been to Renkoji temple in Tokyo, where they believe that one day Indian community, Bengali community, would take the ashes from them, and then the circle of life for Netaji would be complete. So I think whether Netaji passed on that day or he passed out later from a Russian prison, and whatever happened, and then the Neelganj massacre that we are talking about, this all needs to be brought out, debate needs to be done, and it has to have a national presence of discussions, and a closure should be given. And I think I heard that government is also planning for a statue of Netaji somewhere in Kolkata or near Kolkata, which would be as comparable to Sardar's statue in Gujarat.
Yes, and there's no doubt that INA and Netaji Subhash Chandra holds a status of patriot and revolutionists. So, and it is really sad that INA, they have suffered a lot in the process of Indian independence movement. And when we are talking about Neelganj massacre, it has to be put forward for other children and Indian at large to know that there was a massacre which was being covered up or maybe not told by historians, and somebody who has written Indian modern history, they somehow missed it. So now it's time to really claim and uh, tell our new generation that freedom is not free. It costs soldiers, it costs people who have sacrificed their life for independence, and we have to care for this freedom which we are enjoying. And it's very, very essential to really come together and work for the progressive India.
Well, that's absolutely right. You could not have been more apt, Kanchan. And I wish that we should take up this to tell our youngsters and about Netaji's legacy. As much as we talk about other legacies, it is more and more important to talk about the legacy of our patriots, and Netaji stands right at the top.
So it was good to talk to you, Siddesh. We'll discuss some other interesting topic, informative topic in our next episode. Till then, bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Bye.
friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technology and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate teaching, and he has been teaching marketing professional and IT professional in various sectors. And I would like to welcome today Sitesh to the show Top Brass Nation, but today is a double welcome because I'm welcoming him in the show and as well as to the motherland India, because he has just returned from Johannesburg to India. So how are things, Sitesh? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. It is always wonderful to be back to the land where we call it our home, our motherland. And as soon as the plane lands the Indian soil, there is a different kind of a thrill that goes through, and it feels wonderful. It definitely feels wonderful to be back. And this trip has been a very memorable trip, and at the same time it has been a serious trip to travel in these pandemic times. At the same time, it is also very reassuring to see everybody's help, support from the ground staff to the travel agencies, to the authorities, to the airport staff. And I must say that despite whatever we read and see and hear in the sensational news and reporting, I am impressed, and I am thankful to everyone who made these memorable, numerous trips possible, one of which was mine.
Yes, actually, I know that you have been trying to come India to your home for a few months. And then there's also a mission, Vande Bharat mission, which is organized by government. And till now, it's around 9.5 lakh people have taken the advantage of this and returned home from abroad. So how you felt? What are our challenges, if any, and how all this materialized for you? Because I know not only Air India, but Indian government also take help to other airlines also, so that Indians should come back if they want to under this mission.
Anjan, this has been a truly, as I said, remarkable time for everyone who was actually, or who is still actually mentally stuck away from their motherlands. And therefore, when this Vande Bharat was announced, Vande Bharat mission was announced, it brought a very specific joy to everyone who is at this point of time depressed, distressed, rather than to come back to India. And the Vande Bharat mission was a very welcome move, an initiative by Indian government. And the planning for it, the starting of it, the approvals for it, of course, the people who wanted to travel in this scenario, their apprehensions about the safety and the hygiene part of the travel, the ticketing part of the travel, who will get the first entry into those flights. People carry different kind of visas, different kind of visa status, or their visas are expired or they are about to expire, and so many things. To design this kind of a mission is something which is a mammoth task undertaken by the Indian government. And though for each aspect in a democracy, there are probably more number of negative sentiments rather than the positive ones, I am all for it, and I appreciate this Vande Bharat mission. And wherever the Vande Bharat mission couldn't reach, Kanchan, their Indian government or Indian consulates, I thank all the Indian consulates and Indian embassies across the world who actually ensured that they are in touch with other arrangements, other commercial airlines. They had to get permissions from the Indian airspace, the DGCA, to land in India. And it is a two-way mission. It is not only bringing Indians back from the other countries, it is also the other foreigners stuck in India to take them to their countries. So this mission in a totality, I would say, is a very, very commendable, and it should be remembered for a very long time, the commitment of the Indian government to bring its citizens. And when I say citizens, Kanchan, initially I heard it is about Indian citizens stuck outside India. Later on, there were certain arguments about the people who are overseas citizens of India, OCI card holders, or people of Indian descent. We call them in South Africa, we call them South African Indians. In America, we call them Indian Americans, and therefore every country. Then when government included all of these categories, then it was a truly, a world, a humanity bringing together what Indian government showed in this Vande Bharat mission. Yes.
Vande Bharat mission started on May 7th, and on 1st August it entered into 5th phase. So would you like to discuss what is the process and what is the procedure you go through before coming back to India?
Yes, Kanchan, it is started with one basic premise of Indians who have compelling reasons to come back to India, and those compelling reasons were categorized, or they are categorized in certain of the segmentation. There is an emergency in the family, there is a death in the family, there is a job loss, which is a very common phenomena at this point of time. So people had those compelling reasons where they could actually reach out to the nearest Indian High Commission or Indian embassies or Indian consulates and register themselves. And to tell you the fact, this started much before the approvals of the flights started coming in. You know, Kanchan, that there are certain countries in many parts of the world where our Air India does not reach, or some commercial flights, we do not have direct flights from those countries. There were, in some cases, the ships also which reached to the nearest ports, where some of the landlocked countries in Africa, where we do not have regular flights. So it starts with someone registering at the nearest Indian High Commission or Indian Embassy or Indian Consulate, and from there Indian High Commission or Indian authorities take that list, look for the compelling reasons, look for all the undertakings that the traveler wishes to undertake, and then if Air India reaches, then it is up to Air India to get the ticket bookings and all other procedural formalities of the travel. If it is a commercial airlines, then there is a travel agent involved, and that travel agent with the commercial airlines, with the DGCA approval in India to land, and this all coordination takes a lot of time, not only with the Indian authorities, but also with the people on the other side, the travelers, the travel agents, the hospitals, which suddenly see a lot of testing happening before the travel. Nowadays, in the new policies, the traveler needs to do a COVID testing, and a negative certificate of that is only permissible to take the craft. And therefore, a lot of agencies are involved in all of this, and then only it is successful. So with my example that happened very recently, last week, I had to travel 24 hours, 3 different flights, and 3 different international airports. It has been an experience, and I could see the numerous procedures, numerous confusions. Some people, travelers on the paranoid side of the spectrum, some people completely careless on the side, and some people somewhere in between, which in generally we call snobbishness. The flights were full. There was no real social distancing inside the flight. But then it was equally important to see the travelers, the fear in their faces, the duty-free shops empty, people not buying anything, which gave a reflection of the economy, as well as uh, when landed in India, the authorities' apprehension about the documentation, about the reports, about our health, and then allowing them to leave to do the 14 days quarantine at home or go to the hotel, an institutional quarantine. So this experience has been a very, very long time experience. It is not just a regular travel that has been Kanchan, and it will remain with me, which I will keep telling.
So what are the medical procedure you undergone while traveling this, particularly this flight, coming back to home?
Right. So, Kanchan, I traveled just last week, and the last week the policies from the Indian government and the traveling from South Africa, they were changed, which said that any traveler has to go for a set of testing laboratories, go and get the COVID testing done. The rule is 96 hours before the travel. That means 4 days. 4 days before the travel, that test needs to be done. That test only shows that on 96 hours before the travel, a traveler tests negative. But that doesn't mean that the person will not get it during the travel. So that test was the very first important thing. And I must tell you, in this lockdown, everybody has been, trying to be as safe as possible. And therefore, just to go to the hospital for testing brought a lot of anxieties. Going to a hospital in a normal times, if there is no need for a travel, Kanchan, there's no need to go to a hospital if there are no symptoms. But because of the travel, I had to go to a hospital. I had to get myself tested. That experience itself is quite makes person anxious. You are getting exposed, and then luckily the test results are available in 24 hours to 72 hours. But then you have to go and collect the hard copy again. So you need to go to the hospital once more. So 2 times the same anxiety. And then now you realize that one has to travel, and therefore a lot of anxiety of travel. How will things happen from the day you start? Depending on how long the flight is, how long the waiting periods are, all of this exposes us to the environment, different environment. So people had different, some people tried to motivate, like some friends motivated, some family motivated. Some people were very, very realistic. People have different ways of motivating people. And so people said, coming from this airport has its challenges, rather than go from that airport. Then somebody said, last 1 week, the cases have spiked from so and so route. Be careful. Then somebody said, from the starting, put on the whole PPE kit, feel like an mini astronaut, go. And then, but again, people were all telling, authorities were all telling, So there is a certain set of policies. Then there is a certain perception. Third is our own inhibition to take all those. And then when we do all of these three things, the fourth thing is belief in the Almighty. Now let it happen. Whatever is supposed to happen, it will happen. And therefore, I must say, any traveler in these times needs to keep their mind engaged, in a happy mood, and important to see and help other passengers, help the authorities. It is very important, Kanchan. I realized that at each of the airport that I came through, the airport authorities are equally distressed and probably scared about their situation because they have to be there on the airport every day. As a traveler, I made my one travel. I don't know when I will travel again. But the airport authorities, they have to come to the airport and they are getting exposed to people coming from different geographies in a same day. So a few appreciation words for these authorities makes a lot of things happier for the passenger as well as the authority himself.
Yeah, so we have a great respect for COVID warriors, and they are really helping us out. I also want to know what are the procedures you went through, like when going inside the aircraft, you must have face mask. So any other thing you have taken care while traveling?
So from a procedural point, Kanchan, the health certificate was the most crucial, important document that needs to be achieved. After achieving it, it is important to fill up in the New Delhi airport websites for an exemption. So there are two forms. One is the exemption form, where you give the details, the passenger gives the details and says, here is my negative report, and therefore I want an exemption from the 14 days quarantine. After that exemption form, it needs to be submitted. There is something self-declaration form that needs to be filled on newdelhiairport.in, if I'm correct, that website. So it is called Air Suvidha. After those, within few hours, the exemption report comes back as an approved with a number. So a passenger gets exemption approved number. The other is the self-declaration, which says that when you reach at your destination Indian airport, you will have to show your document. So that is the most important piece, and the advisable is to do it beforehand so that you have it in your email, and best is to have their hard copies in these times. The other thing is that the procedures that one needs to follow once the person enters the aircraft or the airport. So in our case, we were taken 6 hours before the actual journey in Johannesburg. We were taken to some hotel where we were done the basic paperwork, basic temperature check, and the airline authorities were there to do the basic work. Then it was 6 hours before the actual craft. Then at the airport, the interesting point, Kanchan, at the airport, all the luggage was kept on the main road. It was not allowed to take inside the luggage in a normal situation. And because the airport was closed. The airport was closed, and it is only applicable or allowed to open when these are Vande Bharat missions or any rescue missions are in progress. The luggage was kept outside, and there were sniffer dogs put on the luggage. So my curious mind thought, the sniffer dogs can also sniff out the virus? I don't know. So
They can't because they also have an inoculation for COVID. So
Correct.
maybe they all are maybe injected by COVID injections, so they are immune. And I think they may be trained for that to find out that virus. Somehow, I have to really dig
Exactly.
more about that.
Exactly. Once for the check-in purposes and all, they had to see our original documents. Original document was shown. For one time, the mask had to be taken out to show the face, so that that can be matched with the face on the passport. And then we were allowed during the security check. Again, those some of those security stuff are the normal things. Once inside the flight, the mask has to be on inside the flight. That is mandatory. Mask. And then people can do something else, like some people put on the gloves, some people put on the facial shield, and one or two of them were on the PPE kit. But the crew members were completely in the PPE kit, which was reassuring. So that was the 8 hours of journey. But again, despite having all the negative certificate, I witnessed a passenger who felt real sickness inside the flight, and that was very scary. And as I told you earlier, the flight was jam-packed, and so we were knowing that we are all 250 people sitting inside one craft, and we are traveling for 8 hours, and a lot of anxiety, about the food being served. Most of the people had brought the food from home. I mean, we remember the days of Indian Railways journey when we used to carry food. The same thing was in the flight. But this anxiety and the way the crew members behaved, the way the passengers listened to them, the instructions, I think it was a cool journey, a nice journey, despite one passenger falling very sick. Then, we crossed the South African airspace. While we landed in Dubai, we were now part of the Dubai jurisdiction. And then 5 hours of wait in Dubai. And then I realized that, Dubai, the gold shining city of the Gulf, has almost, I found almost like 50-60% of the airport was in the dark. The shops, the duty free, which is so famed duty free, the jewelry shops, the liquor shops, others, they all are closed. It was not a good sight to see and assess the economy of Dubai going through in this rough patch. And from Dubai, now the India leg of the journey, that was more stricter, because in the India side, we know the cases have spiked a lot. So from Dubai to India, it was more stricter. We had to go through gloves, face shields, the mask. We all looked like the mini Star Trek zombies inside. Only 100 ml of sanitizer allowed in our pockets. I can tell you the hands were bursting. They were all alcoholized hands. It was that leg of journey was more concerning by seeing the amount of preparations we had to take. And while landing in Delhi, one more interesting thing that I want to share is that between Dubai and Delhi, they didn't allow the entertainment, in-flight entertainment, because in-flight entertainment actually allows you to touch the screen. So they wanted not to touch. So once part of the touch as experience was lost, and Kanchan, how much we enjoy the in-flight entertainment in our international flights. We catch up on so many things that we generally don't get time for. And so in-flight entertainment was not there. Landing in Delhi, we all had those, expectations on our India side. We know the procedures and process and the people handling. But I must tell you, Kanchan, I was really pleasantly surprised at Delhi airport about the officers and the authorities handling the situations. The people who had connecting flights, they were segregated, their papers were checked. There was no chaos at the airport. There was no confusion among the authorities, what is possible, what is not possible. And only as a passenger, my only added contribution was to say 2 good words about each person whom I met on the way. That made my life easier, that made their life easy. Because everybody is in this tense mood, okay? And again, from Delhi, there was a waiting period because a situation we didn't know how much time we will take to clear all of those. And then from Delhi, I had to fly to Bangalore. And so again, in the Bangalore airport, the stamp in the hand, the stamp on both hands, all of these things, suddenly make you feel like those Amitabh Bachchan Diwar dialogue. I don't want to say that here, but we all remember. So that stamp was really a reminder of those days. And lucky, I was allowed to, go for a home quarantine, 14 days at home. And that's what I'm doing. And I must tell you, there's nothing to worry about for any future travelers, recent travelers. I know many travelers are coming this weekend. As long as we are careful, and as long as we are careful for the community that we are moving in, I think things would be fine. Our paperwork has to be clear. Government has given enough time to get the paperwork done online. And the other interesting thing that I want to say is that while we keep so many things on email, Kanchan, many times, the emails that are there on our phones, they are not readable by the barcode readers in the airports. So if it is an attachment which is coming in from the email, then it is readable. If it is a screenshot, I found that all the readers are not able to read it. So it is important to have the attachment from the email. It acts as a proof, and therefore it helps. Each and every small step of document verification helps to the our thinking and mental part that, okay, now we are over from this step. Now I have to go to the next step.
Now, this crucial time, we are discussing about the stamping on the hand, and you have taken a lighter side, remembering the picture of Amitabh Bachchan. There was a stamp on his arm. But I also want to tell you, and you may be knowing it, Vande Bharat is the evacuation mission which is largest sustainable operation till now. So in the last of this show, I would like to ask you, what are the guidelines or what is the message you would like to give to the people who are still waiting to come back home from different countries?
Yes, Kanchan, it is very important to answer that question, and I appreciate that you asked. The people who are waiting at various geographical locations, they have to trust the Indian consulate. They have to trust our Indian embassies. They have to trust the communication which is coming out of our Ministry of External Affairs, various websites, Twitter handles, Facebook sessions, Facebook messages, and various other official notifications. It is important to understand the gravity, not only from the traveler's point, from our own point. We have to understand it from a government logistical arrangements point. So trust in the authorities. Keep your papers ready. Get your health checkup done on time. If there are more than one people traveling in a group like family, please keep separate files for each of those members so that it is easier to showcase and bring it out at the airport or at the port of entry, so that you don't mess up things. Travel light as much as possible. Though I know within 10 months I was not able to travel light, which is another lighter side challenge of the Indian travelers. So we need to travel light as much as possible so that we are free in our hand to show the papers, the documents. Follow the procedures. Don't break the procedures at different airports. If you are getting an opportunity to do that, please don't do it, because the enemy is the silent and the hidden one. We really don't know. So please follow it as much as possible. Food wise, keep yourself with a light food. I would suggest in a long haul flights, 8 hours, 10 hours waiting at the airports. Don't distrust the restaurants at the airport, because the restaurants are sanitized. A McDonald's at an airport is sanitized. So don't distrust, because distrust has no ending, Kanchan. We don't know where will it end, and it always takes us inside the drain. So trust the authorities from the port of entry to the port of transit to the port of exit. Please trust and keep the cheers up with yourself. If there is a compelling situation, like people have emergency situation, people have, some people have lost their lives, some of their family members are in hospitals. Yes, that adds up to our mental being, Kanchan. But then during the travel time, we have to be bold enough, we have to be bearing enough to carry those things so that we reach safely, not only ourselves, but the whole aircraft, the whole people, the authorities, everybody is there to help. And I would suggest that please trust, and that is the only thing with the passengers. Wherever you are starting, most of the airports are not allowing people to drive to the airport, so there are buses which go. So in those buses there are distances maintained, but in flights don't expect to maintain a distance, especially in the economy class. So there are no distances generally, but people are aware. People are aware, and it is found, Kanchan, that it is perfectly okay to tell your co-passenger, to put on a mask before talking. It is not anymore something insulting. So it is okay to say that. But when we say that, we also need to do it. So the mask to become a part of our body. And I think this is going to be the new normal of our living. Yes, we will lose the half of the expressions, Kanchan, but then this half should be able to deliver it, I believe.
Yes, Sitesh, you have given us very right and very useful inputs for overseas people and of course for our viewers also. So as usual, it's wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and have a safe stay in India and be safe, be healthy. So till next time we meet, bye-bye, take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. All the travelers, keep up the hope. We all will meet in our motherland soon.
Bye-bye, Sitesh.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And as you know, the entire world is under lockdown in certain degrees or the other. Some are under a bigger lockdown, some people are under a moderate lockdown, and some people are under total lockdown. But we are under lockdown. So today is day 22nd of the lockdown in India. What are the learnings from this lockdown? So I like to share my understanding of the lockdown and what I understood, what did I learn from this 21 days of lockdown. Number one, the healthcare workers are more valuable than any other person on the face of the earth. You know, we value our cricketers, we value our footballers, we value our business people, business tycoons, but now we realize that the health workers, doctors, nurses, the staff is more valuable than anybody else on the face of the earth. Number two, since we are not driving around, the value of petroleum is hardly anything. We don't need it. It is something that we do not require. Any petroleum-based product like diesel, gasoline, these are no longer considered as black gold as the situation before the lockdown. So now we know the reality. The petroleum products are no longer black gold. Number three, now we really know or understand the perspective from the point of view of animals who are surviving a good life in a zoo, but they are in the cages. So we are similar to that. So I think the mankind should be able to visualize how the animals in the zoo perceive their life. We are similar to that. I think we can all empathize with the feelings the animal has when they are inside the cages in the zoo. Number four, let's talk about nature. Nature is so powerful. If you just leave it alone, it will replenish itself. Now, many of us are hearing birds chirping in our balconies, in our verandas, and open courtyards. We see so many animals. I can hear the eagle flying high in the sky. Uh, I hear sometimes peacock, and so I have not ventured out. I'm just sharing my experience of what I know from my house. But I'm sure the non-interference of human right now across the world gives a chance to Mother Nature to replenish itself. Number five, you know, there was a big assumption that work from home is a bad practice, but now it is very clear work from home is the only option, and it is very much doable. Work from home is very practical. You can actually achieve much more positive results while working from home. So it's very, very practical. Number six, we can all survive without junk food, without our pizzas, burgers, and any kind of junk food. You know, we don't need junk food to survive. We don't have to go to malls to order from various junk food super specialty outlets. We can jolly well survive without junk food. Number seven, but we cannot survive without internet. During this lockdown, we understand the value of the internet. It is, in fact, it is equal to our survival today. So the importance of internet is for the first time known to all of us. Number eight, the importance of personal hygiene is realized for the first time for everyone. You know, the personal hygiene is so important to keep ourselves away from all these pandemics, any kind of ailment. So I think we have realized how important it is to maintain our personal hygiene. So that is a good learning of lockdown. Number nine, I think it's a revelation for every man in the world that they can also cook. They can share the workload at home. They can de-stress by doing menial jobs at home. So most importantly, men can cook is another revelation that during the lockdown, all of us have learned. Number 10, we very wary of the fake news. There are lot of fake news websites which are coming along, and we need to basically cut the clutter and understand what is real and what is fake, and call out these fake news guys. Don't believe the fake news. So these are the 10 learnings I thought I will share with all of you. And before I say goodbye to you, I appeal to all Indians to download Arogya Setu application, which will help Government of India and help you trace corona infection.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Class. Today we have a very distinguished guest, is Dr. Sabyasachi Rat, who has a wide experience and exposure to training, to education management and research. He has been a corporate trainer to few top corporates in India like Fiat, ONGC, Aditya Birla. So, without wasting any more time, I would like to welcome Dr. Sabyasachi Rat. Welcome to the show, Dr. Rat. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Kanchan. I am doing fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, perfectly fine. So, how this in COVID era, how things are with you, and how students are reacting to this
The
period?
students really seem to be confused. As I told in the last talk, they are confused. They are in a crossroads. In fact, everybody, the whole industry seems to be at crossroads.
Yes, I can understand this like dilemma for students, how to get
True.
study and shall we wait for good times to come and going and enjoying a college life or just stick to computer screen. But the thing is that this pandemic is leaving lot of deep scars in every sector. Now, when we comes to education, I think what kind of training is required actually to cope up with this kind of scene and how you see this future ahead?
I would suggest, see, in talent management, we talk about three different elements, very important elements. They are called attitude, skills, and knowledge. And there cannot be a better time to understand, follow, and practice this ask principle of talent management. So, what we need today is definitely skill set for the future job. At the same time, also you should have the desired competency level, which is again a combination of the attitude and the knowledge. So, the educational institutions, the educators, the faculty, the teachers at different levels must take into consideration that a student must be given orientation, teaching on these three aspects simultaneously. You don't need only hard skills, you also need soft skills. Soft skills cannot be ignored. That I will emphasize again and again. So, in addition to these functional skills, you must need soft skills for the future jobs to come.
Yeah, I think that the soft skill is no more a soft skill, it has become a hard skill. So it's very, very mandatory to teach soft skill in the way that enhance the personality and the overall characterism for getting a good job.
Right, right, very true. In fact, See, innovation, creativity, critical problem solving, these are going to be very, very crucial factors for taking your career forward, for any student for that matter. And people need digital literacy, digital competency to work in future. Now, when you say digital competency, you are talking about competency to handle this smart robots, smart machines, because we have instilled artificial intelligence in them. So we must know how to handle this artificial intelligence oriented robots and machines.
Yeah, so what is the way ahead? How that education institutions or school, which I think are trying very hard to cope up with this kind of situation. So, what are your suggestions so that all this comes seamlessly? What are the educational professionals should do to kind of pacify the conflict, if any, in this scene?
See, first and foremost, I'll tell you, the educational institutes must prepare their faculty member to confront with these upcoming changes, right? Because there is a fixed mindset with the faculty member, with the teachers, the teaching fraternity altogether. So you have to come out of that mindset and believe and practice in the concept of learn, unlearn, and relearn, right? In fact, Alvin Toffler's book talks about this thing only, that in the 20th century, the person who is literate must understand these concepts, not the person who can read and write. So the faculty member must understand that they must learn, unlearn, and relearn. Second thing, the education institute must also prepare their infrastructure to be ready to switch between in-person teaching and digital teaching, because it is not going to be fully digital. It is going to be a combination of in-person and digital teaching. That is why you call it physical environment with the digital technology. So you must have the required infrastructure, required skill set to switch over between these two, and faculty members must know that. And third, the methodology used by the faculty member and teachers, right, which was earlier based on certain competence level, now you must twin them or tweak them or tune them to the desired digital level. So these are the three basic things that must be done, Kanchan, to take this education or the training forward.
Yes, very well said. And I think that the era has come that we should uh, take up this digitization normally rather than waiting for good times. And I think it is very, very important to learn the digitization, how to be presentable on screen, how to be good, and how to give learning outcome through these channels. So I think that's
So,
very, very important. And we will be discussing, taking this discussion forward tomorrow. Today it is so lovely and good to talk to you, Dr. Rath. So till tomorrow, take care yourself well, and we'll meet tomorrow with this discussion. Bye bye.
thank, thank you so much, Kanchan. My pleasure.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmach. Today, we have a very distinguished personality joining us from UK. His name is Mike Bradley, and he is the Chief Strategy Officer of Scale Up Arena. So, we will learn about Scale Up Arena in a bit, but our discussion today would largely revolve around the gig economy. Why we have chosen this subject? Simply because it has been predicted by a lot of gurus and a lot of experts that in 2021 and onwards, almost 50% of the workforce will be part of the gig economy. So even if you are a very senior person like a CXO, you would still be billed by hours and you will not be employed full time. So without further ado, let me invite Mike. How was the weather in London, Mike?
Well, London, I don't know. I'm on the south coast, so I'm in Christchurch. I'm on the south coast in delightful Dorset, or delightfully digital Dorset, which is the nicest weather in the UK, the best beaches in the UK. I like London, but from a distance.
So it doesn't rain that much where you're located.
No, actually, we're in a bit of an igloo, so we have very good weather most of the time. Today is not raining, it's cloudy, but it's not raining. And we had a smattering of snow the other day, whereas the rest of the UK was blanketed in snow. So yeah, we're very fortunate. And in the summer, the weather quite often in the evenings we get a nice sunny evening, and the rest of the country can be in cloud. And if you go north of Birmingham, it's raining. So we're very fortunate.
So, Mike, thank you very much for coming on the show. And before we start, can you tell us a little bit about Scale Up Arena so that we can straight away dive into the gig economy and how Scale Up will fill the gap which exists today?
Sure. Yeah, sure. Scale Up Arena is an ecosystem which energizes and provides nutrients, the ability to survive and grow for emerge ups and scale ups. Emerge ups are the starting to get traction companies. They're bigger than startups, but not yet at the wonderful spot of being called a scale up with 3 years of 20% growth. We support them through 5 key pillars: funding, joint venturing and partnering, showcasing, training and tutoring, and also expert advisory. And it's a global platform, and it's spawning off other ones. We've got another one now called Insure Scale Up. We've got another one which is in launch, which will be for SMEs, SME IT, and enabling the great unwashed, about 80% of the traditional businesses who don't utilize tech in the way they could and should, and it's available for them. So, yeah.
Thank you for the brief, Mike. And as we progress into 2021, I think the message is very loud and clear that most of us would be working in the gig economy. That means we'll be individual, we'll be billed by the hour, and there will be deliverables which will be defined at the beginning of the contract, whether you are a senior person or a junior person. So that is how the shape of things that will evolve as we progress. And that is why platforms like Scale Up Arena plays a major role. Would you like to tell us how Scale Up Arena will help the Indians, and there are quite a bit of in numbers, how we can find out global opportunities using your platform called Scale Up Arena?
Sure. Well, as you rightly say, the gig economy is growing and is probably going to become, I don't know, quite the norm, I would suggest, particularly within that emerge up and scale up space, because for 2 reasons. One is the vast availability of gig workers. Those are workers who are independents, as you say. They are on a short-term contract basis, and there's a reason for that has grown so massively is, of course, our wonderful global pandemic has helped to put a lot of people out of work, unfortunately. But those people have got good skill sets, and therefore they're a ready pool of expertise, which is available to the emerging and scaling companies, the emerge ups and the scale ups. And the reason that the gig economy is useful for those sort of companies is because in many cases they can't afford to have a full-time chief marketing officer or a full-time chief strategy officer or a full-time chief technology officer. They need those skills, but they cannot afford them full-time. They probably don't even need them full-time. The vast majority, particularly of the emerging companies, the emerge ups, which could have a handful of people, can be supplying across the globe, but don't actually need to have the full-time staff and the cost, the overhead that goes with that. And of course, in the 21st century cottage industry that we now live in, where we're all working from home, which is what used to happen two centuries ago, we are now able to do these as we are, to discuss globally, support globally, develop globally. So there's massive opportunities because of the availability of gig workers and the demand for that sort of skill set within the scale up arena community.
So a lot of my industry colleagues are experimenting with CXO on demand services, or similar type of services. How Scale Up Arena will be able to help these people who are looking for jobs and can work on project basis? Is there a possibility, or is there an area where Scale Up Arena can help the gig workers?
100%. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of what I call, well, the term silver foxes and silver vixens, who've got lots of skills to offer into the young growing companies globally. I mean, there are a lot of companies through Scale Up Arena, which is global. We had a meeting the other day where we had people from India, we had people from Africa, we had people from Australia, China, UK, Europe, and also, well, it was a bit early when we had our gathering, but we also have people in the States that are engaging with us, but that not many of them turn up on the meetings. But the point is that there's the ability for these silver foxes and vixens to be listed on the Scale Up Arena in several ways, because maybe they're entrepreneurs and they've got their own businesses and they want to reach out to other parts of the globe and sell online to other parts of the world. Then there's the ability to utilize their local skills, go global and act local skills, because it's still preferable for a buyer to find a supplier who speaks and is part of their culture. So even if you're a global company, you will work through the local people. So if you're trying to enter that massive market in India, the best way to do that is to engage with people who know the Indian market and live there and are part of the culture. And so there's great opportunities for the Indian silver foxes and vixens to make themselves available. They can have a listing on Scale Up Arena. There's three ways they can list. They can list their company as a provider of services and solutions in the showcase. They could list their expertise as a mentor, advisor within the expert advisory micro consulting area, which is exactly the gig economy. And then there's the ability to have their expertise projected in terms of a training course, a webinar, a briefing that they create. And as they create a blog or they create an audio or video, they can also list that within the media cast area, all of which helps to gain their profile. The major challenge, of course, for the gig economy and gig worker is how do people find them? Because it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yes, we're listed on LinkedIn, but how do you raise your profile? And of course, on LinkedIn directly, you can post something, you might share it, other people might comment, you might connect with people, but there's no direct mechanism for promoting yourself. The benefit of being part of an ecosystem like Scale Up Arena or Insure Scale Up, or in the near future for SMEIT, means that by associating with these other brands, it's like an online supermarket. So an online marketplace, and people will come there to find other things. They can easily search. I say to people these days, don't bother trying to browse the site. Just do a search. When you're on the site, look for Chandrakant, and up you'll come with Akulmach, because they'll find you by searching your text and your entries. It's a much quicker way to find you. Someone might say, actually, I want to search somebody who is a cybersecurity expert, or a CXO for a SaaS provider, or I'm looking for a SaaS platform that can take me to 22 countries. We have all of those within the Scale Up Arena ecosystem.
Excellent, Mike. In fact, there could be instance where the Scale Up Arena will have like 10 resources available, and in those cases, how the Scale Up Arena will help viewers which person to engage with. Is there a facility of some sort of a rating available?
Well, no, there isn't. Well, there is and there isn't. I think ultimately, people have to make their own decision. We don't try and give them a preference, but what there is on each entry is the ability for the company to have use cases, to have client quotes. They can have little video clips. They could have the same on a webinar entry. They can have the same on their expert advisory mentoring listing. So there's the ability to have quotes there. And so, you can have client endorsements that way. The other way, of course, is to come along to various of the special interest group meetings or the virtual gatherings. People get to see the face, they hear your voice. It's a friendly, professional environment. We're all geared to the 5 C's, as I call it: connecting, communicating, cooperating, collaborating. And what we all want to do, particularly with that Indian culture, is closing. So, it's all geared to that. We're all geared to trying to support each other. It's a tough old world out there, and we have to differentiate. But the way you differentiate is by getting to know people. And the ecosystem is a great way for promoting your wares, social media engagement, but also for engaging with people face to face, online, reaching other parts of the world we wouldn't have reached before, the likes of Zoom and Teams and Hangouts, which now make the world a smaller place. So that, of course, we hear a lot about the negatives of social media, but there's actually far more benefit from a positive angle than a few unfortunate trolls who go around making a bad name for these things. I've worked in communications for many years, and I don't think there's ever been a better time to work together on a global basis, which is what we're doing with the ecosystems, with Scale Up Arena and Insure Scale Up. It's just we're making that world smaller, more engaged, more positive. It gives the other benefit, of course, is that we allow the gig economy workers. They've all got networks. They've all got people they know. They can get you into the Tata Comms or Tata Teleservices or BSNL or somebody, and those connections are very valuable to other service providers in the ecosystem. So the other benefit for a gig worker to be part of an ecosystem like Scale Up Arena or Insure Scale Up is their black book. And so part of what we do within Scale Up Arena is allow them to refer somebody from their network for a service that's on the site, or a mentor on the site. And again, because it's come through a third party, a large ecosystem and brand, it's much better than a cold call or just a standard sort of email. It's an endorsement in a way of saying, I will introduce this company. So it's a great way to monetize somebody's black book. So, and what we do with Scale Up Arena, if you become a member of the group and the ecosystem, we ask for 15% generally of your sale or your consultancy, and we then share that with the person who's referred you. So if you've got 50 great contacts and you can sell services to them, you can sell other people's services into your contacts, and you get a share of any success fees. So you can monetize your black book, and it's a virtual sales force.
When you talk about money, it's quite interesting. Always show me the money.
So closing, it's all about closing.
It's all about closing and then finally getting the money in your bank. So
there you go. That's the sixth C, isn't it? It's the cash.
So the Scale Up Arena has a mechanism to get paid, or is it outside the system?
No, at the moment, that's done separately outside the system. We are shortly going to be introducing the ability to do micro consulting through the platform. And what that means is you'll be able to say, I want 2 hours of a comms expert in Hyderabad. And you can find your expert online, say, I want an hour of their time, click the button and schedule a time, and or go straight into a conf call where you basically present your payment. So, your hour may cost, I don't know, quite a few rupees or a few pounds. And then you pay straight on and go straight into the conf call. So it'd be like a rather Uber-esque model, but for micro consulting, for gig economy work.
And do you have a timeline when this will be ready? Why I'm asking this, Mike? Simply because this is the Achilles heel of any network. Because let's say if you have LinkedIn, there is no surety of getting the number one, work done. Number two, after the work is done, surety of getting the payments. So if there is a platform which can ensure both sides, buyers and sellers, come together and exchange their work as well as get the payment done, that will be very good.
That's what's going to happen. I reckon that it will be 3 to 4 months when that's available. And like I say, for now, we do that as a back-end office resource, and we counter that up. But the model is definitely the Uber-esque model, as I call it, is you say, I want a chief strategy officer. I want that really great guy, Mike Bradley. They say nice things about him to go on to the global markets and do strategic development. So they say, yeah, I want 2 hours of Mike's time to talk about something. They come in, they pay their 2 hours worth. I do my 2 hours worth of consultancy, and then the back end divvies out the money, and everybody gets paid. Everybody's happy, and then hopefully they'll review me and say, I have my discussion, my consultancy project, my iteration with Mike. He was brilliant. He's helped me to get into lots of strategic partners, or pointed me in the direction of debt-based funding, and I would recommend him to other people. That goes against my profile, and then the next person can find that, and they will push me up the ratings for, go to Mike next time because he's a brilliant guy. He says modestly, not.
All right. I think this is all very exciting. But one last question I have, Mike, in case, when the matchmaking happens, when the buyer engages a gig worker for a matter of 2 hours, and then gig worker says that, hey, I have to deliver whatever you asked me to do it. There could be some communication gap, and after 2 hours, the buyer says, hey, you did not deliver up to the mark. So in those
Mhm.
cases, how Scale Up Arena will resolve these issues?
Well, of course, we hope that won't happen very often. It is going to happen, and when that happens, I think we will. We've got a support mechanism for the ecosystem. So there's an email that you can send to support at scaleuparena.com. If you had to make in that sense, a complaint about somebody, then I think that's how we would handle it. Obviously, these things have to be done properly, and I think if I was the consultant in that case, I would say, okay, you got your 2 hours. What do you want to achieve in 2 hours? Let's agree that at the front of the call. And then you might say, well, actually, this is going to take 6 hours, not going to take 3 hours or 2 hours. So then let's agree that before we go through what we're going to achieve today, and then have another session or whatever. So I think it's all about meeting expectations and exceeding expectations. So it would be, sensible to have a formalized approach. If you're a gig consultant, if you like, or an advisor, then I think you have to be very clear what you can deliver, and you've got to put that in your profile on Scale Up Arena to say, these are my deliverables. If you have 1 hour, maybe we'll just evaluate your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. If we have 2 hours, we might get into ideation. If we get into 3 hours, we might get into a bit of execution discussion. So I think it's all about how you frame your solution, because you don't want people reviewing you badly. So you've got to make sure your proposition is right, your value is right, and it would be wrong to say you can boil the ocean in 1 hour. I think also expectations on the part of the buyer are important. I think it was Bill Gates. I hope I'm quoting him right, but Bill Gates said that you can achieve a lot more in 10 years. You can achieve a lot in 10 years, but you can't achieve very much. You don't achieve quite so much in 1 year. So life is about stepping stones. So I think you have to look at what the stepping stones are, and both the acquirer of the consultancy and the supplier of the consultancy need to agree very clearly up front what is the stepping stones we're hoping to cover here, because we're not going to jump the river in 2 hours, but we may just get onto the next stepping stone and help you go somewhere.
I think
That
very
would be
well
my
said.
assessment.
Yes,
On
Mike, I
that
think
one.
you mentioned very well, because the billing can be in 1 hour, but the result that you want to achieve may take 1 week. So I think that is the way the gig economy will flourish and will kickstart, and more people start engaging with each other. So I think my last word would be that since we have just started 2021, I think more and more people who are watching this program can register themselves with Scale Up Arena. I think it's a global platform where a lot of people can get benefit. You can be based anywhere in South Africa, India, Singapore, UK, US, and you can
Correct.
then pool your knowledge together, find new client base online, and you can then leverage your years of experience by coming to Scale Up Arena. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Yes, Mike, you have any last words?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say the other thing I strongly recommend gig consultants to provide and to utilize on the ecosystem platforms that we have is the ability to run a briefing, because they can, that your service is applicable to somebody, but a lot of people don't recognize that they have a need for it. So it's an education process. And you can use the briefing area, the learning and development, tutoring and training areas, to actually put a briefing together about why your solution and how your solution can support people. And so very much complement your entry on the site. So don't overlook the soft sell opportunity to educate people on their why they need your service, and that can be
Absolutely.
done on Scale Up Arena as well.
Absolutely. I think this is a very comprehensive system that you're talking about, and it's a real help to business people who want to really, spread themselves beyond boundaries, beyond countries, and your client can come from anywhere, from any can trade with you in any currency. So with this,
Absolutely.
I like to say that thank you very much for coming onto this show, Mike, and telling us about how Scale Up Arena can help the gig workers of the future. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Been a pleasure as always, Chandra. Have a good day.
Thank you and bye bye.
Goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss something which is affecting all of us. And this is about transition from SEO world to the video marketing world. And before we start our discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, the world of digital. What's 10 years ago, there was all this ideas of search engine optimization, which is shortened as SEO, as we always like to do three-letter acronyms. Um, so we're in the SEO world, but now we're sort of transferring our effort, I think, more and more into video. It's not surprising, as we've seen YouTube change their policies and practices over the last 3 or 4 years. So let's just look at that for one moment, CK, and see what YouTube have done, which strengthens the fact that actually organizations should be looking more at the video world, the short video world, the animation world. What have YouTube, because you've been pretty close to advertising and putting promos up on YouTube over the last 4 or 5 years. What dramatic changes have happened on YouTube?
I think, Naval, the reason for going for SEO services was basically to get searched. That was the idea behind uh, going for the SEO services. That if you're selling some XYZ services, and if somebody is interested in that service, your name should pop up there. For example, your name can be say Xerox, and if somebody is looking for photocopying, so Xerox and photocopy are totally different things. It starts from P, the Xerox starts from X, but if you search for photocopy, Xerox should pop in. And that was the emergence of the SEO services, and there are a lot of technologies which were built in into doing a proper SEO. And the website ranking. This is all started by and leveraged by Google, because Google was the search engine. And if somebody is searching for something on Google, it is all based on keywords. And the SEO was great in demand, because Google said, "Hey, I've got these 5 to 6 algorithms, and if you follow these algorithms, your business will get searched, and you will be among the top pages." To reach there, the ranking played a major role. Now, what has happened is that your ranking is there, it is relevant. Somebody, when they search, their search should be on the first few pages of the Google search. However, the instant gratification of getting the client interested in you is happening more from the video platform. So in my opinion, what has changed is that the SEO is sort of a menace which is required for certain businesses, or in certain cases it could be mandatory. But if you want to reach out to your client instantly with instant gratification, without any rating, etc. required, video has become a very, very go-to platform today.
Yeah. I think not just a go-to platform, but at the same time, we've actually seen YouTube changing their structure, their philosophy in many respects. And just before Christmas, you were fortunate enough to be more recognized from YouTube because of the activity you've been putting on there. And I think they seem to be doing more and more in that promotion type of arena, where it's attracting more people to that particular platform. Not only YouTube, of course, but we've seen Vimeo, which is another interesting platform. And more organizations are realizing that, just like with TikTok, you can do a very quick little video, and we've seen how those little videos have gone viral. They've gone viral in the social context, but of course, a lot of people are selling in a social context. So we're actually seeing more personal animation. I mean, I think we've moved away, or certainly what I've seen, correct me if I'm wrong here, people have moved away from the animated arena, the scribble type arena, where it unfolds on the screen and it's someone else's hand doing it. And again, I've noticed that all of these type of organizations have drastically reduced their prices because of competition. And it's not competition from their own part of the industry, it's actually competition from the video side. What do you think of that? These are just my perceptions, by the way. I'm only looking at this from how I see it. I've not really delved into any in-depth document here, but as a user of this arena, this is what I've seen change over the last 3 or 4 years. What do you think?
I think your observation is absolutely on the dot, Neville. Uh, there was a time when people were not very comfortable with coming on in front of the camera, and they were shying away from making videos. Yet, video has emerged as a very good, very powerful tool. So there was an emergence of this scribbling software, or we also call them doodling. So these doodles, you don't have
Yep.
to face the camera, but you can draw it. You have concept in your mind, you can draw it, and there are different doodling softwares which will help you create these animation. And the idea was that you make 1 or 2 minutes messaging videos for your audience. But now you rightly pointed out, Neville, that the YouTube has also changed their algorithms, and now they are promoting a longer video. We were living in the era just 12 months back that if your video is like 5 minutes, it's too long, people will not watch. But now, if it is 5 minutes, it's too short. So you have to make a substantial duration. You have to incorporate substantial duration in your video, so that a meaningful dialogue can be maintained with your audience. So I think that is where the change that has happened, and these doodling softwares are now seeing the sunset. Um, but there is an emergence of AI-based software, which will do things automatically. For example, if I am talking something like some certain keywords, while recording, it will pop up that animation on the side of my face. So things like that are now coming up. There are a lot of innovation happening, which is the next level. And you can format your videos on the fly, and they look very professional, very beautiful.
You're absolutely right. They do look very professional. And so we've seen a huge transition over the last 4 or 5 years. And AI has really helped in this transition, because we are becoming more professional, even from a small type arena. And I think you're right also that people are now realizing that people buy from people. Remember this phrase that we keep saying from time to time, and people say, "What do you mean by that?" People buy from people. Of course they do. Well, we have to realize that it's the relationship why people buy from people. I'm not talking about commodities now, where you can go and Google it, and Amazon has got 15 providers all doing it within 2 rupees difference, So one can deliver it within the next 10 hours, and the other one you're going to get it tomorrow. So it's consumer choice. I'm not talking necessarily about that type of product arena, but I am talking about the service type arena where people really do buy from people because it's a service. It's not something that is going to be typically a one-off. You're going to have a relationship with someone for a period of time, whether that's a few days, a week, a month, maybe a year, 18 months. I mean, we all know when we renew our mobile phone contract, it's a commodity now because there are so many mobile phone providers out there. But in the first days, I was thinking, do I really want to have an O2 contract, or what's the coverage? What about Vodafone? What's the coverage there? What about Three? Three's coming in. So all of those things would come through my mind, and I would then talk to somebody, an informed person on a high street that's just to give me some advice. So people were buying from people still. Yes, it's moved into a commodity, and it's a lot easier to buy these things these days because we're probably more more learned, if you like. We've got more experience, more understanding. But it comes back to this word relationship. We talk about it all the time. And we also in the past have said from contact to contract is one simple letter, and that's the letter R. And again, R stands for relationship. So it's this relationship building that I think most people now are realizing we can do that quicker on a video. Do you think that is now becoming more the norm? People are realizing that they're having to build that relationship from a very personal standing, and that's why the scribble and the doodle is sort of, as you say, it's their sunset. I think they'll never fade away completely. I think they'll always be there because it's a nice little tool to have, but certainly it won't be the top marketing tool that people go to. But what do you think? It's about people are realizing now that it's their personality perhaps that needs to shine through.
Yes, especially in the arena of digital world, when 40 to 50% of the workforce would work like this going forward, the all the works are getting transitioned to the digital platform and work from home scenario. So it will be very, very important for people to sell themselves, and when they sell themselves by way of video, they reach out to the audience instantly. It's an instant gratification, as I said in the beginning. So you can reach out to the audience and you can appeal to them, you can connect with them without waiting for results of your advertising to come back to you. Because if you advertise on a in a magazine, you will probably realize the effect of it after 6 months. But here in video, it is instant, and then you can drive your organization from the front. You can actually be instead of sending emails to your people, you can just do a video every day, and all of them will watch it. Now extend this concept. If you make a video about your product or your service, you have the ability to reach out to 100 people, but with this video platform you can now reach out to 100,000. So it is going beyond usual marketing, digital marketing trends and instant gratification. All you have to do is you have to make an appealing video. You have to be able to connect with people. You have to be able to make sure that you are winning the mind share of the people. And talking about doodle and scribble, those kind of softwares, I think it's genesis. If they stick around with the same thing that they have been providing to the client, obviously they will see the sunset. But they have to bring in these AI based stuff to enhance their offering, and that is how they can also grow. So I'm sure they must be doing it. It's their business, they must be watching it. But if you are just a layman with no gadgets to help you, but if you're smart, you can make your video for free, and we can reach out to 10,000 people for free without spending a dime in SEO or social media marketing.
You're absolutely right, and there is always this concept for SMEs. It's like those three words that would always attract people: free, chocolate, and sex. Well, we're talking about free here. You know, if you can put the other two into your little video, then you're going to get people's attention, because it's those sort of things that do get people's attention. You know, not necessarily a very dour interview like this that no one's going to not watch, and typically not the BBC. You know, welcome to the 6 o'clock news. I mean, those days have all gone. You know, people need to see you as an individual, because when they eventually see you, then they feel as though they know you, and I think that's the key here. And we started this discussion off with SEO to video. I think SEO is still important, but my personal opinion is people people are no longer, and I may be shot down here by lots of people that are talking about SEO and and selling SEO services, but I don't think people are in the mindset these days of searching. I don't really think that, on balance, the majority of people now are in this search mentality. You know, like the original Yale.com. You know, you would go onto Yale.com and you would find a plumber in Delhi, and it was there for you, and it was focusing your brain to search in that manner. I think those days are definitely on the wane. You know, to use your term, sunset. I think the sunset is coming for those, and I think SEO services, the sunset's coming as well, even if it's not already there. But I think people now are more, they're smarter. They ask their friends, you know, what would you recommend? That's their type of search. Um, and I think actually, I think TikTok has got a lot to be thankful for here, despite the fact it's been banned in India. I think the TikTok style of arena has got a lot of people through lockdowns around the world. These things have gone viral very quickly because people are desperate to talk to each other. We are human animals at the end of the day, and we need to collaborate with others. That fires up our DNA, if you like. It gets the adrenaline moving. So I think, on balance, you know, as far as I'm concerned, video has been the way to go and should be the way to be thinking. So if you're out there thinking about doing your first video, don't think anymore. Go and do it. As you said, CK, it's so easy and it is cheap. You know, you could even get a little tripod or even hold this from a distance and talk into it and just record it. And the nice thing about that is, if you don't like it, delete it, do it again. And then if you don't like that one, you could delete it and do it again. Notice I'm saying delete it, because these things do take up quite a bit of storage, you know, as we move from just a few pages of digital script into video script. The bandwidth and the storage capability goes up quite considerably. So think about that if you're going to be doing it, but go ahead and do it. Send it to us. We'll quite happily share it out with other people and see what they think. And don't be worried about it, because eventually people do see you in real life. You know, when they buy from you, they will see you typically. So get on with it. Get out into the video world and have some fun.
Right. And in fact, when we talk about SEO, I think there are very advanced technologies which are now available, things like predictive analytics, etc., which are basically moving away from SEO, or rather doing SEO automatically. For example, if you go to buy any commodity, for next 10 days, you will be bombarded with those messages that, hey, you were looking for this, and now here are the different vendors. So I think you don't have to really do an SEO. All you have to do is basically be part of a retail outlet like Amazon. But here we are talking about the next arena where people have to sell, lead the organization, sell their services, consulting services, and going forward 40% of these jobs will be of this type, the digital arena type. So I think it is very important for people to get hooked on to the digital platform, use the video as a very powerful tool to reach out to your audience. And I think you rightly said, Neville, I think all have to move on. It's free and we have to try it out. Don't be shy.
Don't be shy. I think that's the term for this week. Don't be shy. Get out there. Always a pleasure speaking with you, CK. Good luck, everybody. Get your videos out there. Come on, have some fun.
Thank you, Neville, and we'll catch up with something more interesting tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, how was the morning today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everyone else. Good morning from London. It's an absolutely beautiful day, as you can see here in the background. Sun shining, it's 27 degrees, and I'm going to be in shorts and t-shirts for the rest of the day while I do lots of online video working. So how about you, CK? How's the weather there?
Well, we are in a hot country, so 27 degrees is just like a piece of cake for us. So while it is 27 degrees in your city, you enjoy, and I'm sure you will be moving around in t-shirts, so you enjoy the summers. But 27 degrees is not that hot for us. So, but one thing I like to say that, I can hear you, but I'm not able to see you. Where are you, Neville?
I'm in London, CK, where I always am.
But I'm not able to see you, and it's getting very difficult to communicate with you without seeing your face.
Now we're hitting the rub here, aren't we? And listen in, folks, this was particularly staged this morning because the power of video, the power of seeing the other person, the power of listening and watching their lips, seeing their eyes move, seeing their head nod, the power of video. So, CK, I'm not going to turn my video on because we're going to run this experiment right the way through. So why don't you just give everyone a very brief explanation why this is having video on is so important, especially today.
In fact, viewers, what we wanted to demonstrate the power of video and why the video is such a powerful tool where you see the other person in your screen and you communicate. So it is pretty much like you're doing a physical conversation. So we wanted to demonstrate in this particular session why it is so important to have the other person also visible and in a nice way and also having a nice camera webcam setup properly. And now you can see here that you can see only my picture and my video, but my colleague's video is not visible. Yet I can hear him, but the impact of this is far less than what you would see if there are two people talking to each other. So this is a little experiment to demonstrate the power of video.
And I think everyone has got the message because they're seeing you and your beautiful smiley face, and all they're seeing is a blank screen with my name on it. And no matter how big, small letters my name's put there, you can't see me. You can hear me, and I'm still the same person, but you can't see me. So that's just a little demonstration today. Hope you've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it as ever, CK. So everyone needs to recognize that the digital experiment that you're going to be going on needs to extend into the video arena, because if you've got something to say, put your face behind it, because then people will believe you. Enjoy the rest of your day, CK. I'm going to have a fun day today as ever, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Neville. But before you go, I would like to say that today is Tuesday, but tomorrow is Wednesday, and we come out with Sortie Wednesday, and tomorrow we will talk about the presentation skills on a digital platform. So this video of today, where the power of video is demonstrated, will continue in tomorrow's session. So, folks, see you tomorrow again. Neville, have a nice day and catch up with you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the roundtable, weekly roundtable that we have. And let me quickly invite our guest, our panelist. First is Ms. Farida Charania from Singapore. She is the CEO of Career Zoom.
Hi.
Second is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technology. She joins us from India.
Hello.
And finally, last but not the least, my friend from London, Mr. Neville Gund. He is the chairman of MindFit Limited.
Good morning, everybody.
So good morning. And today's topic is basically the job situation. And as we all know and concur that the global job situation has completely changed, and the old jobs are not being asked for. The reskilling has been a major subject of discussion today. So the point for us to discuss and probably inform the people and our viewers about the types of jobs now available and the types of jobs that employer needs today. So without further ado, with this topic for discussion, let me invite Farida. Farida, you work with a lot of companies world over, and you are in the business of recruitment. So I think you are the best person to take this as a first question. What is the type of jobs now available globally post-COVID?
Sure. I'm just going to kind of, talk about the sectors which were impacted negatively and then the sectors which are impacted positively. So sectors which are negatively impacted and might take a very long time to come back to the pre-COVID era are tourism, transport, retail, and hospitality. And sectors which actually kind of started getting impacted positively are e-commerce, digital media and entertainment, video conferencing services, health and wellness, healthcare, e-learning, supermarkets, delivery logistics, warehousing, storage, e-commerce, pharmaceuticals, robotics, streaming, and again, the video conferencing services, etc. So now, when we look at the sectors which are impacted positively, let's pick up a few skills which I see very often with my clients and they kind of look for. First of all, they look for flexibility. So flexibility means that someone who's done a certain type of job in a certain environment, is that person flexible enough to actually do it in a different environment? Like for instance, is it very necessary for this person to be sitting in office and doing their work, or they are okay to do it from anywhere, like the way world is today? Technical skills, definitely, because everything that was real estate is now digital assets. So definitely technical skill. Data analysis, because that's a very, very important portion of anything that is done in the e-commerce, or anything that has a digital layer. Critical thinking, because someone who can actually take a thing and very easily transform into a B thing, and is able to actually very quickly adapt is a skill that is a skill that employers definitely look for. And of course, digital and coding skills and emotional intelligence, because it's not very easy to work in isolation. So these are skills, soft skills and hard skills that I see very often my clients looking for.
Okay, great. So I think now we have a clarity in terms of what type of skills are now required by the companies world over. And let me invite Mr. Naval Gun. Naval, actually, you work with a lot of youngsters, a lot of middle management people, giving them training. Your company is, always engaged in many such sorties across the world with many countries. What is your opinion on this subject?
Well, as Farida was mentioning there, it's a long list as ever. It's a huge list. And if we can pull the fragments out of that list that have been important forever, but now all of a sudden they're rising to the top. It's a bit like, we've had lots of milk and here's the cream. And this cream has taken a little bit of time to rise to the top. And we're talking about, fundamentally, we're talking about good soft skills, because these are traditionally what they call transferable skills. Empathy, how to be a good leader, which is somewhat different from empathy, as people seem to be calling it. How to be a good communicator, how to work in a team. These aren't technical specific issues. These are global issues that we need to get over. And then we've got this massive change. COVID has done one thing. It's taken all of the traditional homes for, well, if I can't get a job here, I'll go into hospitality. There's always been a job in hospitality, no matter where you are, whether it's flipping burgers or it's waiting on tables or it's the maitre d'. There's always been a job in hospitality until today. As Farida said, this one is going to be probably the longest one that will return to some sort of normality. And even then, the job will change, because even before that, the digital arena had come into some restaurants where you literally just sit at your table and you press bits on your table, and actually you're doing the ordering on your table or maybe on an app. So things are changing quite fundamentally. And I'm going to go back to the very first thing that Farida said, adaptability. We've got to learn to be adaptable. We're not very adaptable, frankly. And people that are looking for jobs are looking for jobs in the old way. I'm an electrical engineer at university. I'm looking for an electrical engineering job. Well, it may not be there. So what else are you going to look for? So that narrow issue, we need to be adaptable. So what skills have I got? We need to ask ourselves the question, I may be a technically developed to be a mathematician or a physicist or something, but I need now to know what those skills could do somewhere else. And the obvious place actually is teaching. People are rushing back into teaching because now that's becoming a home for the graduate professional. Never thought of teaching before, but now they're thinking of teaching now. But again, teaching, you can't just, because you got a degree in engineering, you can't just go stand up in front of a class and start teaching, because guess what? It's here. It's digital teaching. And we all know that that's a different arena. So I'm going to focus on this word adaptability, really, because if we don't adapt to the circumstances of today, because they're not going to go back to what yesterday was. So we need to be future focused. So I think my word for the day, word for this session, is adaptability. I've nicked it from Farida.
Great. So I think learning from two great leaders, the job scenario is completely changed, and obviously the jobs are created by the university. I mean, the skills are created by the universities, so the jobs can be fulfilled. But those jobs which universities are teaching, education institutes are teaching, are no longer applicable. So let me ask this question from Kanchan, because she works with the universities and education institutes. Uh, are these, are these pillars of our education doing enough to create new skills so that the new jobs which are available now can be filled?
Yeah, I will be answering this question a bit later, but I would like to express a few finer points from July 2020. There is a rise in job in terms of Indian market, because there are some jobs in media, there are some jobs in railways, there are some jobs in education. So there's a little rise in job situation, and even pass out students can opt for government jobs like police, though currently in some part of India, police is in question, but other part of states and cities, they can opt for this job. Now, coming to the question is that definitely the new skills are required, because one skill which is not taught is flexibility. The second skill which is not taught in school is team building and communication. And as communication also, there are few classes in few schools, they are teaching communication, but not as a hard skill, which is very much required, not only in India, but across the world. So these few skills are required, a part of technical knowledge, where student is taught maybe coding, but he should be good in maths also. If one student is good in maths, he should also be good in uh, doing online drawing, or maybe something like Doodle, where he can express, I can make these images and incorporate in presentation that gives a kind of substantial rise in the career. And apart of this, I also feel that though jobs are available, as one of the companies like Tata company uh, a few week back said that firing will not solve the problem. So in this case, companies are also adjusting themselves, and they have come to the conclusion that firing will not help, because we need manpower to really pursue whatever manufacturing or servicing business are going on. So now companies are also realizing, and what I feel is that now companies are hiring people with multiple skills. And in colleges and in schools, I think this is a high time when these skills should be taught, so that we can take up smart professionals and hire good employees for the company for the progress.
So thank you, Kanchan. So see, as far as my knowledge goes about the market here, by and large, I feel that the jobs which are available now are in 3 to 4 categories, where jobs are still available in abundance. And those categories are communication. So if you are a smart communicator, there is a job for you in the market. Companies are looking for these smart communicators. If you are in AI, then the jobs are available, because there are a lot of work happening in AI. The humans will be eventually replaced by AI in some of these mundane jobs, and there is a lot of development happening in that area. And the first job is in terms of transformation, because with all these transformation, the organization also required specialists who can actually take the organization on this path. So it's very easy to say that, hey, the world has changed, it's new normal, but who's going to take that new normal ahead without disrupting the business as much as possible? So these are the three different jobs which are in high demand at this point in time. So I leave the floor open to take your comments on this.
I'll take this. So I'm just going to pick up from where CK was just talking about. Let me try to give it some kind of a structure. whatever the future brings, the workers who adapt will remain the most relevant. So, what do we take away from this? Adapt. Now, skills, communication, for instance, like CK was mentioning. So, we are talking about customer relations, AI. So, you're talking about digital skills, coding, software programming. Then soft skills, like Kanchan was mentioning, emotional intelligence, flexibility, digital marketing. These are all skills which are necessary to stay globally relevant. And because of the higher unemployment or people working fewer hours, the impact of pandemic has been felt on all jobs to more or less extent in all countries. Now, where when someone is looking for a job, what is it that we will recommend? So I have a few recommendations here. That firstly, focus on finding a job where you can work remotely, because that could be an important decision to make when you apply for your next role. Again, if you're looking for a job while the sudden spikes of the COVID-19 pandemic remain a risk in general population, it becomes very, very crucial that you look for something where you can work remote or you can work from home. Even if you have to change your sector, uh, don't consider it a permanent move, because COVID is not here forever, but it's going to be there for some time. And once things recover, maybe some years down the line, your preferred industry could make a strong resurgence and could come back as well. But at this point in time, it's very important to focus very carefully on here and now. It is perhaps sensible to look carefully at positions that offer short to medium term security, at least, so you can ride out the worst of the pandemic. And that may mean freelance working somewhere else, or finding a temporary contract to keep you on track for the rest of 2020. So, having said that, the pain is there and it's not going to be all hunky dory. But when you start looking for, jobs, try to look for positions which are either freelance opportunities, opportunity to work from home, and, a structure or a product that can thrive despite of social distancing. That would be my recommendation.
We can't hear you, Kanchan. You need to put your volume on. Still can't hear you, I'm afraid. Sorry. Maybe it's Chandra that needs to turn his volume on.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay,
That's
fine.
it.
Can you hear me now? Can.
Oh, we've lost you again. You see Chandra creeping back in. You can't hide with this, It's live.
Yes, I've corrected the problem which was with the mic. So Kanchan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was saying that I fully agree with Farida, but I think especially in the context of India, there is around 75% rise, 95,000 jobs are available, especially in government sector, like railways, like banks and finance. So I think people who are opting for government jobs, they have a lot of opportunities. But yes, somebody who wants to go in private sector, they must have skills which are required. That is emotional intelligence, emotional well-being, and of course, a flexibility of working.
Yeah, I think the what we're seeing, and certainly Farida's mentioned it. There are jobs available, and the key thing here is, I think Chandra, you said AI. AI is big business, but the interesting thing, AI, as far as I can see, they need programmers, they need strategists. So unless you have a particular skill in that arena, there's a lot of retraining that you might have to do to get into the jobs that are currently available. So this is a bit of being smart. The nice thing we've got is something called Google. We can always Google it. What skills are needed for this? What skills are needed for that? This person has said it's these skills. What does that mean? So if you don't understand necessarily the job descriptions that are out there, do some research. You know, if you're looking for a job, you have plenty of time on your hands. The time now is to be very focused in what you're doing. Not to say, I must have a job, I need a job, because that little gremlin that you have in the back of your head somewhere will constantly be nagging away every single time you look at the screen and you're trying to focus. So you need to be laser focused now onto what skills you've got, and then go and trial search. You know, as I say, Google is a brilliant place. You can list down a number of items with a comma after it, and all of a sudden you'll get all the news headlines from what's being said about all of those particular subjects. So this is the time, I think, for those that are struggling in this arena, is to start focused and getting some very good research around you. Remember, the job you're looking for could actually be outside your front door, but it might be, you know, halfway around the earth. It could be 10, 12,000 miles away in a digital arena. A lot of the words that Chandra was saying, there's jobs in communication. Communication is a huge word, and you need to understand what communication is. That's not telecoms, you know, that's not being, you know, plug and play and sticking things into PCs. It's how to communicate your message. A marketeer, you know, there are plenty of jobs in marketing, and all of these marketeers are very good at translating the message that's currently being said into a message that people understand. So you're putting the company directly in touch with their customer base. So now's the time not to be worried about it, not to be panicked about it, because neither of those two things are going to help you. You need to get your mind in the right place, set aside a certain amount of time of day, and whatever you do, don't do it as I see a lot of graduates do. They sit in front of a PC for 6 hours, constantly researching and researching and researching. Now, I'm nearly 62 years old. I don't sit in front of a PC for 6 hours. I'm tired after about 25 minutes of very focused type of research. And I'm no different to anybody else. So take breaks, you know, have a glass of water by the side of your PC. Do the simple things, you know, use a diary, set a timer. If you haven't got a timer, if you're using your mobile for all this searching and you can't put the timer on there, then get another timer. Go into the kitchen and set the timer on the oven so that, you know, it beeps away at you. There are lots of ways you can get around this issue, you know, and stop saying I can't and start saying I can. Because there's opportunity for you if you, and I'm going to pinch this word again, I'm afraid, if you're adaptable. And the sad thing is, not many people are. And that's why, if you are adaptable, I will guarantee you'll get a job. Because there are plenty of jobs out there.
So I think the first thing that people need today is basically understand what is the reality and adapt to it. So I think, you know, you don't want to be like an ostrich, bury your head and not look at the reality around. So I think the reality is very, very clear that the jobs which were available earlier are not available now. And what is new, as Neville said, a job may be 12,000 miles away from your location. So I think time has come to really become digital, find out what are the jobs which are there. For instance, let me throw some examples. You know, if you look at the media business, that was such a thriving business world over, and different kinds of media being sold by everyone, news to entertainment to movies to anything else, and people makes billions of dollars out of this revenue. In fact, it is one of the biggest grosser of the industry anywhere in the world. what has happened now? There are no new movies in the theaters because the artists have not gone for recording because there is COVID lockdown everywhere. So where will you shoot the new movies? So I think there is a gap. People still need to be entertained. How they get entertainment? There is a digital arena which can be used. So the media can be simply shift from that place to the digital space. So I think this is where the opportunities are. uh, there are a lot of opportunities in the marketing arena. There are a lot of opportunities in influencers because the old way of advertising is gone. There is no advertisers now looking at the content because the content is not there at all. The old type of content, the new content, that means new advertisers are coming in. So you need to create the new content, become an influencer, become a good marketeer, digital marketeer, become a media professionals, become an AI, become data scientist, become a transformation expert, or become a good communicator. So I think these are the opportunities which are available in abundance. What do you guys have to say about this?
I think I'll pick this up here. When you talk about artificial intelligence, it's a very broad umbrella, and people start getting worried, oh, my job is going to go away. So, the World Economic Forum actually predicts that about 75 million jobs will be displaced with AI. But at the same time, 133 million new jobs will be created because, end of the day, a machine can do repetitive tasks. At least in my knowledge, I don't think that it will replace humans. It will augment human life. It will augment the human experience. It will take away the work which is very repetitive, monotonous, admin. It will take away that work and give the user data which is actually mined in the proper format for them to take actions. So basically, jobs are not going away. Robots are not going to become they are not going to kind of take away your job. They are perhaps going to help you to make better decisions, to do things which you can do much better if you are engaged. It will not take away the human touch at all. At least I don't think so. Maybe I'm old, but I don't think it's going to happen, at least in the next 50 years or what. So the thing is that there are opportunities. Yes, of course, the pay scales probably have gone down because every industry has suffered. And then, the way you actually deliver your services also changed. Like Chandra was just now mentioning, that entertainment is kind of moved because movies are not being released in theaters. You see all of them being released on OTT platforms. Influencers, yes, advertising is changed completely. In fact, yesterday somebody presented a strategy to me, and it's an advertising firm, so it's actually a PR firm, and they presented a strategy. And I think they've had a very steep learning curve because they have realized that if they give me 100,000 budget and $100,000 of budget, and if they give me the same things which everybody else was doing 6 months ago, I'm just going to listen to them out of respect but not do anything about it. So they came back with some very smart strategies, which was using some of these influencers to actually drive the message, use soft power to attract people, use inbound rather than outbound. So I think that world is changing, and definitely if the individual is adaptable, again I'm going to take my word back, if you can adapt to lead, there are a lot of opportunities for you.
You're absolutely right, and the thing is, I'm gonna pinch it again, but don't worry about that. You mentioned the I think the critical part here that we need people to focus on is that Farida's absolutely right. For every job that AI will take, and remember, it's taking the repetitive jobs away. And we know something about repetition. It's boring. Who wants to be boring? If anyone's listening to this and want to be boring, just don't listen to anything else we're going to say, because no one wants to be boring and no one wants to listen to someone that's boring. And that's what robots are there for. AI is a robot. It is doing repetitive tasks that somebody's programmed. So for every job that's taken away, which I say, tick that box, let's get rid of them very quickly, there's probably at least two, if not three, that will replace that job. The issue is, the likelihood is, it will be at a more technical level. So I think something that we need to realize is we need to become a bit more technically minded. Now, that might just be using an app in the way the app's designed. So you don't have to go on a university course to be technically minded. You just have to Google something and find out what you need to know to have the sufficient technical skills to get ahead of the curve. There used to be a phrase in business many years ago, and it was about consultants. A good consultant is only there because they're half an hour better than the staff. And if you think about that, you know, I see Farida's laughing there, and Chandra's trying to break a smile, because we've all been consultants and we've all hired consultants. And that's really what a consultant's just ahead of the curve. That's what you're paying for. You're paying for someone just ahead of the curve. It might be a long curve or a short curve, but the point is, that's why they're a consultant. That's why they're the expert. And we will always need experts. The more AI comes in, the bigger requirement there will be for specialists. So if you really enjoy something that you're doing, become the specialist in that particular part. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a plumber, an architect, a sculptor, just become the expert. And just picking up what Farida said, this influencer arena, ironically, I was told that I'm one of 100 top influencers in the world in a particular subject. I've no idea why that's the case, and it doesn't really bother me. But the point is, if you get to an influencer, understand what they're saying and what they're doing, and be the influencer in your specific arena. Because we're crying out for specialists. And the more specialist you become, the easier the jobs will be that are coming out there. You may even create a new area that people haven't thought of before. And then be happy and drive hard on it. Be very focused and enjoy it. One word that as the older we get, the more important this word becomes. I love my job. What does that mean? Because if you don't love it, get another one. Simple as that, really.
To
I
add
would like
that
to share.
there are
Sorry,
jobs,
go ahead.
and job seeker need not to worry. Just enhance their skills and be positive and have flexibility and adaptability, so they will get job of their choice.
Okay, so I'd like to just share a funny incident from yesterday. Somebody reached out to me and said, I'd like to have a chat with you. And I know the person, so I said, okay, let's talk. And they actually told me that they are offering a second opinion. So that person has actually made it their business. So they are offering a second opinion for a queen. Quite a novel idea, and initially I laughed, but I was actually thinking, yes, I mean, it is lonely at the top.
It's very smart. It's very smart.
Yes, and it is fairly lonely at the top. I don't have anyone to kind of bounce my thoughts off, because mostly people are going to agree with me if I talk to my team. And I mean, I respect this person, so I wouldn't mind paying to take a second opinion. So people can get very creative and they can find some niches in there. So I'm just saying that the sky is the limit. We are very fortunate to be in a digitally enabled world where we can actually, give our services online. You could be sitting thousands of miles away and still be able to do work for somebody that far away from you. So, well, I mean, it's not that the impact is really serious with this pandemic, but some good will come out of it, because very overrated stuff like brick and mortar is definitely becoming passé. So there would be opportunities. And yes, if you need a second opinion, I can do it for a fee.
I think someone might call that coaching, but maybe coaching is a bit historic, you know. But a second opinion, I've heard of people that are offering second opinions, and it made me laugh because immediately I thought, well, that's a real interesting gimmick. And of course, that's what you've got to do to get into the market these days. You've got to have a gimmick. You've got to have, as someone might have said years ago, you've got to have an angle to get in, bit of leverage. You know, there's all these wonderful words in the dictionary that we can utilize, but fundamentally, we've all got it. It's about time we start to use it.
So great. I think we had a very good conversation today, and learning from the leaders like yourself, it has been a great value to our viewers. I'm sure they will be able to change their job scenario, take some of these tips that we have discussed today, and find the reskilling opportunities for themselves and find appropriate job for themselves. So with this message, I would like to end this discussion today, and I'd like to thank you, all of you, Farida, Kanchan, and Neville. Thanks for your input, and we will catch up next Friday.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy Halloween.
Bye.
Good morning, and this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this very interesting edition when we want to discuss about the first paperless budget from the Indian government. To discuss further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gund.
Good morning, CK. Money, 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 hey? Don't we love a budget? Don't we love a paperless office? Come on, CK, spill the beans.
Right. I think the Indian government has started the first paperless budget, and they have also launched an app, which we will come and discuss more about in a minute. But let's throw some figures. The size of the Indian economy is almost $3 trillion. And if you look at the GDP as a measurement, and that makes it the fifth largest country among all the 203 countries in the world. And if you look at the PPP, which is a people purchase power, then we are at $10.5 trillion, which makes India as a number 3 economy in the world. So, you know, the budget of India, which is an annual affair, is a very big deal. Especially we are among the top countries, top 10 countries, and whatever we decide will have a global implications. So this is one thing which I thought I will inform you. And there are other bit of information which I also want to inform you about is the split of GDP, and that is in terms of the different sectors that we have. One of the large sector is agriculture, which contributes to about 16% towards the GDP. Then we have industries, which is 25%. Manufacturing is slightly low. I think it could be better, and that is stands at 14%. And a large chunk of GDP is services. So you see, India is a very big services destination, which is almost 50% of the economy is based on services-based GDP. So that is why the budget is so important for us. and for a lot of other countries as well. For your information, Naval, uh, the budget was presented for 2021, 21-22. It was presented in Parliament yesterday, and as we speak, the debates are going on. So, you have any opinion or thoughts about this?
You threw some big numbers at me there, CK. And fortunately, in my life, I can actually deal with those big numbers because I've lived in the big number world for years, especially in my finance roles in the oil and gas industry, where you used to put 3.2 and it wasn't 3.2 pounds. It wasn't 3,200 pounds. It was 3.2 billion pounds. So, and the reason we put 3.2 is you can't put all the zeros by the end of it. You know, remember those days of calculators? If you were to start to put 1 trillion into the calculator, it would come up with a E at the end of it, error. We
Right.
can't go to those numbers. So, fortunately, these days of progress, we've got spreadsheets that can actually go to those sort of numbers. So, wow, 5th largest economy in the world. Purchasing power, $10 trillion. I mean, these are just phenomenal numbers to get your head around. And I bet there's a lot of young people at school thinking, I can only just about count up to 10, let alone a trillion. I mean, how long would it take me to count up to a trillion? So, yes, I mean, these are big numbers. And for anybody in the world to say that Indian economy is not going to be a global player, they need to start thinking again. Because, as you said, being the top 10 in the world anywhere, in anything, all of a sudden people need to start to listen. And it's a growing economy too. It's an exciting economy to be part of, and a growing, expansive economy, thinking about exports and imports at the same time. So, yeah, I mean, these are amazing times, really. On the back end of last year, COVID, you know, so at last we've got some excitement coming out of the pipeline. But paperless office, that's what we need to be talking about. Because just imagine cutting all those trees down to talk about this $3 trillion budget. You know, I mean, it's quite crazy. It's also quite crazy, by the way, that we talk in trillions of dollars. Because you can imagine what it would be in rupees. I mean, it'll be what, $3 trillion would be what, 300 trillion rupees?
I will tell you in Indian calculation system, it will be 36 lakhs crores. So there are two measurements there.
There you go. Just the thought of 36 lakhs.
Crores.
Wow. Exactly. You know, and you just go, that's just going to blow my mind, really. And it's
So
certainly not
simplify-
lacking in anything, is it? So,
just to simplify the numbers, this 36 lakhs is 36 followed by 5 zeros, and then crores is followed by sort of multiplication of 8. So it's 36 into 100,000 into $1 billion. So it is like $1 billion rupees. So it is like 8 zeros after that. So
you probably lost lots of mathematicians along this way. So let's forget the numbers for the moment, and let's look at this, the way that the government have put the budget out there, because I think this is the most exciting bit, really. Not the fact that India is one of the leading lights in the world economy, but the exciting bit for me is this app. So let's hear more about this app and how people are going to get involved in it.
So, Naval, the interesting bit is that the budget is not yet finalized. It's just tabled as of yesterday. There was a speech by the finance minister, and really the arguments will start today in the parliament. And the budget is as it is stands today is already out for the public scrutiny. You can download using an app, and so let me show you, what this app can do. Let me switch over my view to the to the show you my mobile in a bit. It'll take a few seconds when I
Sure,
switch
sure.
over to my mobile. So while this is happening, I will just talk about that. It's a app which we can download on Android and iPhone, and download it. I downloaded it, and I'm very excited to bring it to you. Can you see my mobile screen?
Yes, I can. I can. Now we're seeing into your. This is CK's home screens. This is what he uses, everybody. So have a quick look in here. This is an insight into CK's mind.
You
While
can
we're
say
here.
that. You can say that. But this is my mobile, and
I bet you use Uber a lot, don't you, currently? The answer
I
is
don't
no, you're
use
not
it.
using Uber. No, exactly. We're all a bit locked down here.
So I have downloaded this, Neville, and it is available on my homepage, and it's an icon. I just go straight into this, and it says the Union Budget of India with the Indian logo, and I just enter this app, and then it starts. So it's so simple, you know. Earlier, if you had to access budget, it was a humongous exercise. You need to find an expert who can take you there to that page, to that para. But here you can just download it in your mobile and review it. You can see how the government planned it, and after the arguments and approval from the parliament, lower house and upper house, and finally the president, you will know exactly how this budget has shaped up from the current situation to after a few days from now. So as you can see that you can choose multiple languages, and since this is the first time, there are only two languages here, which is English and Hindi. So I'll go ahead with English, and then there are certain things here. Let me go to the speech. So what was the presented here was also recorded, and the text of that is available in the form of PDF. So this is a speech as of the finance minister as of yesterday, and the entire speech is here. Somebody missed it. Somebody wants to do a little bit analysis of what she talked about. Um, any confusion, because you know, when it comes to the press, there is always some confusion, so you can correct your perception by reading the speech. It was a six hour long session yesterday, and it was a high level presentation on the budget. So this speech contains all of that. And then if you want to look at a glance, then you can click on this first tile, which will take you to at a glance what is covered. And surprisingly, this is a PDF which is in Hindi language. Probably, can we read Hindi, Neville?
No, but the point is, it was a couple of observations. Really simple screen to manipulate. Once you click on it, it does what it says. It actually tells you budget at a glance. It's going to be a budget at a glance. The full statement. And it's great because, as you say, you know, one of the key things that we struggle with around the world is getting really good communication. So this is typical of what a communication expert would say, straight from the horse's mouth. There's no middleman. You're actually seeing it as it's presented, which I think is the best way round, really. And then you can go and read in the newspapers people interpretation, and you can go onto Twitter and all the social media platforms, and you can listen to interpretation. But I just absolutely love this. I think this is really the way forward. You know, I'm sure this has taken an awful lot for anybody to do, let alone a government. And I think we've got some real simplicity here. So what's your thoughts, CK?
Absolutely, yeah, and since this is available on my in my hand, in my mobile, I have freedom to search whatever you want. And as you can see, the search bar is very prominent. You can search on what you're looking for, and then it also, by nature of the app, it gives you different tiles so that you don't waste time searching for things which you're not necessarily looking for. So things like expenditure profile, where the money of the government will be spent. You can straight away click on that, and you can find out what is what is the state expenditure, what is the general expenditure, and so on and so forth. So if you want to do really do research on this, you can actually go and drill down this document, or you can download the complete document, which is also attached here at the top. You can see that there is a just above the search bar, there is a place where you can download the entire document. So if your mobile device or your tab or your PC has the space, you can download the entire budget. So I think it makes very easy for a common person to just continue looking at the budget as it is being discussed in the parliament. And by the way, the Indian parliament is also live telecasted. So if somebody is interested, really following what is going on and how the budget is going to shape, some things may be dropped, some income tax may be added, some cess may be added, some cess may be dropped. So you can actually be with the government of India and monitor these changes as they happen.
It's brilliant. I mean, it's a very transparent approach, and it looks easy. Shall we test it? Shall we give it a little test? Go into the search bar and let's put a term that is on the tip of most journalists' tongues at the moment. Let's put in farming, shall we?
I'm doing income tax.
Okay, put income tax.
Nothing is happening. Okay, let's go with farming, your first choice.
You're going to need to spell it properly. There we go, farming. Didn't like that either. Agriculture. And you can imagine this is a huge source file that it needs to go and.
Right. So I think this is launched yesterday, and the plan is to roll out all the budgets for last 15 years. And I checked in the morning when I downloaded this app. Right now, it is showing me only one of the year, which is current year. But I think as this app matures, I think the search may be enabled, and it will be much more intuitive. But the important thing is, like, for example, if I want to go to budget at a glance, I can look at things like these, which are sometimes very difficult to even understand, like budget at a glance, and you can click on that and probably read only 5 pages. You see, if you want to read the budget at a glance, it says 5 pages. So you can just read the 5 pages. Interested in numbers, you can review these numbers, the split of various things.
No, it looks good. Very comprehensive. I mean, we're looking at this for the first time. We're going and sort of testing it. We need to give a little bit of latitude while people are putting these things out there. So perhaps the search bar is not quite what it needs to be. But the more important thing, if you go back to the home page, CK, it's there for you anyway. So you can actually, I can imagine now as a student, someone who has never been interested in budgets or politics or what have you, you can now actually just click on here and find out about what's happening in your economy immediately. So
absolutely.
I think this is a great stride. Actually, this is almost like going to Mars. Frankly, I feel as though we've just arrived on Mars and someone's given me how the economy is going to be sorted. So. Don't want to give them ideas, but that might be the way forward.
Absolutely. I think it is very interesting because I think these guys have done a good job. And as we are progressing towards finalizing the budget, I think some of the search commands which are not working will start working because probably this is only interim and they are giving only PDF. So probably the search does not search nicely into PDF. But once the PDFs are finalized, and the budget will be rolled out, which is before during the month of March, and 1st of April, it will be applicable. I think it will be much more comprehensive that time. Important thing is I'm very happy that I can see the budget. I don't have to switch on the TV, waste my time, and I can actually look at what tile I'm interested in and review that whole part of the budget.
And you're mentioning those wonderful words. You're not going to turn on the TV and waste your time. You're not going to get an interpretation of what other people are saying. You're literally hearing it from the horse's mouth. So, in my language, behavioural waste has been reduced. So now that's going to help you focus, and it might just get other people that are not necessarily interested in government budgets, but it might help people get to the bottom of what's happening in their country. I think this is a superhuman effort by the people involved. The thought has come from any government around the world, frankly, is definitely a huge leap. I mean, it's the sort of thing you expect in a big corporate organization. Not in a government body. As we know, public bodies tend to be quite slow in moving, but I think this is setting the tone for the rest of the world, frankly. So I wonder who's going to be next.
Yes, I think it is a big deal because the level of transparency this government is showing is remarkable. I think it's not the technology which is to be blamed. It's the will of the people who are actually driving things. So I think the intent is also very clear. They want to be as transparent as possible because the thinking of this government of India is that they are the representative of people and people have right to know what they are doing.
Absolutely. It means that they can become accountable, as indeed they should be. At the end of the day, they're actually spending your money. They're collecting the taxes and then spreading that wealth around all parts of the economy for the benefit of everybody. So, yeah, they should be accountable. And what best way to hold people accountable than every citizen having access to the facts? So, fantastic strides forward. Thanks for sharing that little move around the app. Look forward to seeing it unfold. And the debates, of course, because as the debates crystallize opinion, the budget will change. And it's a lot easier to change a budget when it's all in one place.
Certainly, I think this will also avoid the confusion which is created every year because of fake news and trolls and Twitter handles which are designed to do this work. So I think it will have a much better positive outlook. Having transparency, and you can, by just doing this small thing, you can actually avoid the entire fake news bust their designs.
We can all take a few lessons from that, CK. So thank you for sharing that today. I wish everybody to have a fantastic day and a fantastic week ahead. Get the app, find out what your country's doing. Get involved. You never know, you might be the next Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Neville, and thank you very much for finding time. In fact, I'm quite excited, and I'll tell all the citizens of India to download it and review the budget because it concerns all of us. So with this, I say goodbye to Neville. And Neville, we will catch up again with something more interesting tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome our guest today, Mr. Nagesh Sood. Nagesh is a well-known human rights activist and also a practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. He is a very well-known personality across India, and we are privileged to have Nagesh on our show. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi CK, Thank you very much for inviting me over once again. And it's my pleasure to be back with some new explorations and the new discussion on human rights. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Nagesh, in fact, we are in our discussion on a journey to understand human rights from the legal standpoint. And today we would like to discuss about right to privacy. So we would like to know from you, for our viewers and for a layman, what is the meaning of right to privacy? And if you can just throw some light on that, it will be very good for us.
Yes, CK. See, right to privacy is now declared and held as a fundamental right by a very recent judgment which was delivered in 2017 in the case of Puttuswamy versus Union of India, whereby the 9-bench judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court said that right to privacy is a fundamental right, and that does not need to be separately articulated in the Constitution. It is derived basically from Article 14, 19, and 21 of the Constitution of India, and it is a natural right that subsists as an integral part to the right to life and liberty. It is also an inalienable right and attaches to the person, covering all information about that person and the choices that he or she makes. So, the Honorable Supreme Court has held that any action by the state that results in an infringement of the right to privacy is subject to judicial review. Now, secondly, the Honorable Supreme Court has also held that it is not an absolute right and it is subject to reasonable restrictions. The Supreme Court has given three set of rules wherein the right to privacy will be subjected to. That is, there has to be a three-pronged test. One is existence of a law that justifies an encroachment on privacy. The next is a legitimate state aim or need that ensures that the nature or the content of this law falls within the zone of reasonableness and operates to guard against arbitrary state action. The third is the means adopted by the state are proportional to the objects and needs sought to be fulfilled by the law. So any order that would infringe the right to privacy has to pass these three tests to have a reasonable restriction on the citizen of India. Now, recently, right to privacy has been in forefront, and as it has been affected because of COVID-19. And there has been a discussion, there has been cases where the government also introduced Arogya Setu app to track people who are affected with this COVID-19. Also, there were certain state measures which were taken during COVID-19 that affected right to privacy in a different ways. So, I mean, this is what basically right to privacy is, but it is subjected to reasonable restrictions as would be decided by the government by restricting this right to people.
Nagesh, as a citizen, I feel very concerned about my privacy, and I'm sure everyone living in India is concerned about their privacy. And when we go to any agency like bank or tax department, I think our personal data is with them. So I think it's just a faith that we have on the government agencies that our privacy will be kept private. However, these are unprecedented times, and in order to do tracing of COVID patient, the whole objective of launching the app, which is Arogya Setu, I think India is one of the pioneer in launching this app, but I think the applications are launched by many countries. UK has their own application, which is called contact tracing. Australia has another application. Now, the whole technology behind application is that if I come near a COVID patient, I should be given an alarm. I should be given some sort of a warning that, hey, you came like a meter close to established COVID patient, so that now you can go to the doctor and do a preemptive medication. Uh, so, like you pointed out, that when the Arogya Setu was launched, there was a lot of hue and cry in our country, which is India, and it was breach of privacy. That was the people's major concern. So after that, the government changed the app, and they said that it is opt-in only. So in such a situation, how do you see? Because what is happening is government is taking a good measure in unprecedented time, because this is not a time when we can have a fight between ourselves. This is a time that we have to reveal our privacy to help ourselves. But people are now even taking that law and saying that, hey, I don't want to reveal my privacy because I will be caught having COVID. So I think it's a catch-22. How do you see, as a legal expert, a balance between how much privacy we should have and how much privacy we should divulge with?
Well, CK, as we have understood what right to privacy is and what reasonable restrictions can be imposed by the government, we have to see the balancing act as to what are the purpose of the government behind restricting your privacy, and whether those restrictions match or uh, cross the test which I've just stated of reasonableness. Now, so far as the Arogya Setu app is concerned, what the government has done is it has introduced this app to help the citizen, to help the people to know as to how many COVID-19 affected people are around you, and also uh, when it is connected with your Bluetooth, so you get to know when your Bluetooth is on, you get to know how many people around you are affected. Simultaneously, there is an option where when you are marching out of your house, you can find out as to how close you are coming in contact to an affected person. So all those things are necessary because of the unprecedented situation which has come in, wherein the government main concern is to protect the life of every citizen of this country. So of course, there are a couple of things which might infringe the rights of the citizen, wherein there is a data of that person available on the app. But then there is the introduction of an option by the government in the app itself as to how much you can limit your privacy or how much you can reveal about yourself through this application. So it is a welcoming uh, kind of app for the protection of the life of the citizen, and it also provides about a lot of information about the disease and what best a citizen or people can do to protect themselves uh, uh, from this COVID-19. So this is how things are. Then government, of course, sees that the person who's there when he has an application on his mobile can be reached by the government. So there is an easy access to that person for granting him some kind of medical help. But at the same time, if the government chooses to use that data or the information which is given by the citizen in any other manner, which does not cross the test of reasonableness, then of course that can be challenged before the court of law. And therefore, it would depend on each case as to how that is challenged and what decision the Honorable Court takes.
So as far as my understanding goes, as a layman, I think the international law, more or less, almost like 90-95% is very similar in all democratic countries today. Even in certain countries like Thailand, the law is very similar. You know, you will not find any difference between India and Thailand, barring few other nuances that we have to follow in those countries. Why I'm talking about Thailand? Because that's a monarchy. It's not a democracy. So the international law and the applicable law across all countries are more or less same. So there are certain countries who are able to launch an application and bypass the privacy law, where they have imposed on the citizen that, hey, whatever it may be, the Bluetooth feature will always be on, or Wi-Fi will always be on, and we will actually track in real sense how the traceability of COVID is happening. And that is for the general good of the country and general good of the people. So in those countries, they are able to implement it. And these are fairly advanced countries with very high population. But why in India we have such a difficulty, even though we are a very large country, and I think the problem of COVID spread may be humongous for us. Why we are still struggling to implement and not having faith on the government, because it is for our good, for the citizens, and enabling that feature so that we know exactly who's a COVID patient and who's not.
Well, CK, there are different reasons. Actually, when we talk about these rights internationally, uh, there is a right to privacy which is protected under the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, more particularly Article 12. Now, if you see the situations across the world, I mean, there are some countries where there have been some impositions and the people are not accepting them because it is an unprecedented time where people have not seen lockdowns, they have not seen travel bans in their entire life. And when they are put to some restrictions, they are not welcoming that and they are taking it as an imposition on the rights of the uh, citizens of that country. I'll give you some examples. In Brazil, of course, there are certain states which are in favor of lockdown, but the president himself is not against the lockdown because what they are trying to balance out is the economy of that country with the health and well-being of the people. So there is a kind of mixed reaction by the people of different countries. So far as India is concerned, India, I believe, uh, being a developing country, has actually followed the norms which were introduced by the government to contain the COVID-19 situation. And but you would be surprised that very, very strictly the restrictions were welcomed, and every citizen of this country followed the rules framed by the government and the regulations under the Disaster Management Act and the Epidemic Act. Now, in such a situation, it was mandatory or it was compelling for citizens to do that. But in later situations, when it was affecting the economy of the country, the government has started unlocking of the state, unfortunately, the cases have increased tremendously. So we have dealt as a government. We have dealt with the situation in a very faster and better way than in comparison to developed countries, I would say. And but the only difference, what we find here is, I think it is the same phenomena all over the world, that there is a stigma attached to this disease. You know, uh, under right to privacy, we have a lot of rights that would be covered as to, what kind of food we should eat, what kind of place we want to visit, and now that Supreme Court has also come out with a decision in NAS Foundation that you have a right to sexual orientation as well. So the elaboration of right to privacy is so much so in our daily lives that when it is curtailed, definitely any individual would feel restricted and suffocated. I would want to talk about the stigma part of uh, and the right to privacy, because when the COVID-19 situation was being managed, certain governments of our country started introducing ink seals on the hands of the people who are either quarantined or who are affected by COVID-19. So that kind of thing, seems very, very, out of the dignity of that person. That the person is being stamped uh, when he gets the disease. So, and similarly, the houses where the people are living and they have been affected by COVID-19 are kind of, there is a poster which is attached out of the house. So that gives, of course, it is good for the citizen, but that I guess affects the right to privacy of a person, because people don't look at that person very positively, and they feel that this person, since has been affected with the disease, he is to be kept at bay, and he is not to be given any help. And if we try to come closer or we try to give him some help, we might also be contacted with the disease. So these are some of the mental, you know, kind of beliefs which is affected the people, and it has also affected the right to privacy. But at the same time, so far as the health of a citizen is concerned, the efforts, the measures which the government has introduced has really helped the citizens of India to contain the COVID-19 situation. And of course, the cases are increasing, but the measures which are now being introduced are trying to really control the situation.
Nagesh, I think this is a very vast subject, and as you mentioned in your talk, that right to privacy leads to many other different rights. It fits many other things. So I don't think we can finish the discussion in a very short period of time. But I think you have given us a lot of information in this short period of time. Very precise, very concise, and you have also said that there has to be balance between right to privacy and what is what the government measures are in order to help the citizens. So I think there has to be balance, and people have to think for themselves what is right, what is wrong. The legal system is there to protect their rights. So with this, I thank you a lot for coming on the show and sharing your thoughts on the right of privacy today.
Thank you very much, CK. Thanks again. It was wonderful being with you.
So we will meet tomorrow again to discuss some other human right related issue tomorrow. Until then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very distinguished personality on the show. His name is Mukesh Narasimhan Murthy, and he joins us from Bangalore. So he has a long career of 2 decades. He is very well known in the startup fraternity. He has been a serial entrepreneur, so many of us knows who are part of the industry. But I think we will learn more about him when we bring him on in the discussion. So without further ado, let me present Mr. Mukesh Narasimhan Murthy.
Thank you, CK. I appreciate it. I'm glad to be part on your show.
It is a pleasure, Mukesh. In fact, I know you a little bit, and I would like to know about you. And the viewers definitely would like to know more about you. And this is an interactive session, so viewers can also interact with you. So you had a very long career, Mukesh. You had, you worked with the corporate tier one companies, and then you have been a serial entrepreneur for almost like 2 decades. Would you like to tell us your story, how it all began, and what inspired you to become an entrepreneur?
All right. I would like to start from saying that I'm a Bangalorean. I've been a Bangalorean all my life. And, in Bangalore, the IT environment started pretty early. In fact, it started blooming from Bangalore. So that is something that it is more of a childhood dream to be part of the technology front. So that's pretty much what made me and my aspirations to get into the technology aspect and the forefront. And I was working with IBM, Hewlett Packard, and these are the organizations that gave me the bigger insight to get into global technology solution delivery. So that's pretty much what takes me and brings me here.
So I think you have been a very modest person also, even though you have achieved too many things in life. But I think we will learn more about you. You have been in
Absolutely.
You have been in the industry for almost 2 decades, 2+ decades, and in the last 2 decades we have seen so many transformation happening. Would you like to throw your opinion or tell us more how you handle these transformations?
See, the digital transformation absolutely is a wonderful thing that happens to each one of us on a day-to-day basis, I would say. It started off with Windows to start with, the early days of the technology. And that's what brought in a lot of people closer in terms of assembling of computers, I would say. So that is something that people started with. And later it became small businesses, medium businesses, and large enterprises. And these are the different areas that helped us to look bigger and having a wider perspective of how technology can grow. And that's pretty much what got us to have developed technologies today under Savvy Global Tech. And we have go to market solutions. And that's pretty much why we are here to have this discussion.
Mukesh, I think before we talk about your current organization, which is Savvy Global Tech, we would like to know more about your transformation as a leader, because you've gone through various, different businesses in life so far. So, how your story as a leader transformed, we would like to learn from it and we'd like to know more about it.
Absolutely, CK. It started off with me being into training, which is a part of learning and development in IBM. So, starting to interact with peer engineers, recruiting them, making them fit to market, training them for on different technologies. So those are the different aspects that gave us an insight on how different functions in an enterprise organization work, and how to make individuals ready for those different levels that each one of them belong to, or they've been asked to fit into. So gives us a very wide perspective of what is the market need. And today it is very important that we will have to give what the market specifically want. So those are the areas where we need to really focus on to make sure we're able to fit the technology to what the market specifically asks.
All right, Mukesh.
So,
Sorry.
So coming from there, it became larger to having more responsibilities on the shoulders, and I was part of a larger enterprise called as Swish Home Theater and Automation. So that pretty much gave a bigger perspective in terms of handling larger audiences or clients, I would rather say, to fulfill their requirements. So from there on, for 15 plus years, giving audio, video, and technology automation solutions, uh, I learned in the as the organization grew, and how to handle international clients, how to handle technology solutions, how to integrate them, how to forfeit for their requirement, and then thereon got into technology aspects of solutions on artificial intelligence and blockchain and augmented reality. So these are the areas which blew into the market in the last recent years. So that's pretty much what gave me a thought in bringing all of these technologies together under one umbrella to put together Savvy Global Tech.
So, since we are talking about these buzzwords of the industry, which is IoT, transformation, and machine learning, etc., and now you're talking about Savvy Global Tech, would you like to give us more information about, what your current organization is all about?
Our current organization is all about providing the trending technologies, is what we call. We have different verticals, and this pretty much brings in uh, my experience in the last 2 decades that I have collected to put it under one single umbrella to make sure that we are a one-stop technology solution uh, for our clients, so they don't have to really look into the market for different solutions and different people. So we are able to give them end-to-end solutions.
Fantastic, Mukesh. So now, going back to your personal journey and your evolution as a leader, uh, I would be very, very interested in knowing some of your key achievements which you cherish. Every leader has certain achievements and certain things they, hoist their flag, and they get the feeling of pride. So would you like to share some of your achievements with us, so that we can get inspired by those deeds of yours?
Absolutely. In fact, we started off with designing solutions on artificial intelligence, both in two different areas. One in technology perspective for industries, and the second one in the healthcare. And these are the two different aspects or the areas that the market is focusing on, especially considering the pandemic situation. We're glad to mention about one of the technologies, which is called as Artex, which is a solution, in fact, based on artificial intelligence on medical healthcare solution for COVID. So this pretty much is an AI-based solution that our team has developed in making sure that we are able to take an X-ray of a patient, and through which we can detect through the lungs signatures uh, whether the individual patient has COVID or not. So these are some of the tech and solutions that we have developed, the one among them. And apart from which, we've also developed another artificial intelligence based solution for industries, and where people are working on a day-to-day basis, even, but the industries can't stop because those are factories, and people, there has to be a human interaction with the machines. So in these areas, having maintained social distance is quite important, and it is need to be forefront safety aspect to make sure that the individuals who are working there, putting their life in front of everything else, and making sure the production is on, and then the technology is uh, cherished there. So we have developed a solution where the cameras which are installed in those industries can detect what is the distance between two individuals uh, that needs to be maintained, and it tracks that information in terms of the distance, and it also detects whether the individual is uh, wearing a mask to make sure that he's safe in a environment that he's working in. And those are the kind of solutions that we have developed, and these are the go-to market solutions that we have ready.
So Mukesh, from the sound of it, it looks like very, really, really high tech, applications, and I think almost 100% of the industries, small, large, and medium, all of them require this kind of application. So I think with this, we wish you good luck, and we will cover the application sometime again in future. But for today, I will come back to your leadership qualities, and as the time is limited, we would like to know more about what could be your message to the budding entrepreneurs in order to become a great leader.
Good question, CK. This is one of the very frequently asked questions, I would say, and it is one of the most important questions. This would help a lot of entrepreneurs to have a steady and strong foundation. And what really builds that foundation is a few things that I would like to mention here. One, uh, having a leadership in today's world is one of the very key things. So, here, what I would mean by saying that is the personal connect with the technology that we are trying to build. The personal connect is completely missing out. So, the forefront thing that we would need is to make sure that we maintain the same kind of personal relationship with individuals to build the network. And the network actually is the foundation for building any organization or a company. So it is important that along with the right foundation, the right connects that we get into in the market, and the right networking, and the personal trust that we have with each individual, and build that networking into a larger avenue to make sure that we are able to reach out to global leaders. And once we are able to reach out to global leaders, that's where we are able to offer the technology solutions to make sure it is more cherishing for each one of them to apply it in their own areas. So the very simple thing here is the personal connect is what I would say, which is completely missing out in the digital world.
So I think your message is very loud and clear. What you're saying or asking entrepreneurs to do is basically lead from the front, build your network, get known in the market, and not depend on your juniors. So basically, you're trying to say that, hey, you have to do what you're doing and make sure that you become a role model for your company. So I think it's a great learning for all of us. Um, so my next question would be to take your inputs about the changes in the industry. Mukesh, in last 2 decades, we have seen so many changes, at least 3 to 4 times drastic changes we have seen in the industry. From your point of view, right now we are riding the wave of IoT and machine learning. Um, from your point of view, after 5 years or 3 years in future, where do you see our industry going and how it is changing?
The future of today's technology is going to be part of healthcare. We've already started to see that. The kind of change that healthcare has brought into in terms of technology to people, it's giving out uh, heat and cold waves to everybody. And it's pretty much difficult for anybody to absorb such a change. And that is the reason why, even under the current scare or the pandemic situation, that we all are having a tough time to uh, address the constant change that has been happening to us on a day to day basis. So, in the coming years, as you rightly said, there is going to be a tremendous change in terms of they could be more scare to the market, and they could also be more solutions that can come to curb this different challenges that we would probably face. And technology is one thing that is going to help all of this to be taken care of. People are automating solutions. So these are some of the challenges that we will be facing in the near future, but we need to make sure that with the right technology and the right solution, we should be able to handle it very well.
It's very heartening to learn that you're already thinking about developing new applications for the new age, and your organization is now rapidly building applications which are for future, basically futuristic in nature.
Right.
However, the investor community also play a major role in whatever is going to come out in next decade or next 5 years. What is your key message to the investor community? Because I think that has become a holy grail of all IT entrepreneurs, to find the right investors who can live with them for at least 5 years or more. So do you have any opinion on this?
See, I have a completely different opinion in terms of investors. See, investors, there are two ways of how investors come into organizations, and they either grow or they fail. So, these are the two different ends that we see. There are very few organizations sustaining today, even after there has been great investments from investors. So, I'm not against them, but I'm only trying to understand how this investment could be a more sustainable one than looking at even after good investments coming into organizations. Uh, we need to understand why they're failing. So my point of view is only to take it to in the positive direction and make sure that it becomes a more sustainable investment and growth for any organization for that matter. So that makes it more easy for more and more investors to come in and invest in new startup organizations.
So I think you also say, or rather concur when I say that investor community plays a major role, because if the healthcare has to uh, develop more high tech applications need to be deployed in the healthcare segment, then obviously investor community has to understand that future roadmap and back the IT technologists like yourself and your colleagues in the industry. Mukesh, I think we had a wonderful conversation today. However, we had limited time. It is not sufficient to understand your, the entire leadership journey. But I think we will find another opportunity to discuss with you. It was a pleasure knowing you and also bringing some of these facts
in front of our viewers.
Thank you, CK. It was wonderful talking with you and being a part of your show.
Have a nice day, Mukesh, and catch you next time. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you, AK. Have a wonderful day.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we will talk about the link between uh, elections, which will be held in this year in United States, and Pakistan situation as a FATF grey listed country. So, as we all know, that Pakistan status is being reviewed right now by FATF, and the chances are there is a very strong chance that the Pakistan may slip further down into a blacklist. Now, if they are blacklisted, that means all the funding to that country will stop, whether it is World Bank, IMF, or any other country which is trying to loan to Pakistan, will be told categorically by United Nations that if you are lending or giving funds to this country, it is at your own risk because that fund will never come back. And that is the meaning of blacklisting of Pakistan. So right now they are in grey and their status is being reviewed. So it is in the interest of India to make sure Pakistan goes into blacklist because obviously it's an enemy nation for India. However, the United States playing a major role in deciding. In fact, there is China which will ensure that Pakistan comes out from does not go into blacklist at least, or even comes out from the grey list. But it's not going to happen. Pakistan will not come out of the grey list because they are, there is a huge blame on them for funding the terrorist activities. So what has to be done? The Donald Trump would like to face the election and obviously would like to win, and he will like to win on a nationalistic wave, and so he is doing a couple of activities with regard to his politics, which is prevailing in United States. The second most important activity that Donald Trump has to do is to withdraw his troops, his army from Afghanistan, which is on the verge of, there is a lot of outcry in the public, and they don't want their soldiers to be stationed in Afghanistan in such a far off place for no reason. So Donald Trump has promised that he will withdraw, and he will withdraw in a very systematic manner. So what has happened in last 1 week? So let me take a step back. Pakistan has uh, jailed Hafiz Saeed, which until few months back, or in fact few weeks back, they were not willing to pin any blame on Hafiz Saeed for getting involved in terrorist activities. But this week, it is a surprising move by Pakistan. Uh, Hafiz Saeed has been convicted for terrorist activities, for carrying out terrorist attacks, and he has been jailed for 5 years. And Donald Trump is visiting India. So the chances are there will be a lot of strategic and bilateral agreements that's going to be signed between India and United States. There could be open items which may need closures between these two countries. At the same time, as far as Donald Trump's election is concerned, the elections require a lot of nationalistic wave to be generated, and the critical action is to withdraw from Afghanistan. There, Pakistan is playing a major role. So, let's discuss a little bit about Pakistan. Pakistan, if it slips into a blacklist, then the Prime Minister of Pakistan has initiated a lot of economic reforms to bring the economy back to to a reasonable level. So if they get into blacklist, then the funding from other countries or even loans or any advances which are possible will not happen. So it will further slip the country down into doldrums. It is not in interest of United States, especially this year, because they are facing withdrawal from Afghanistan. So what has happened? The China is already in favor of Pakistan. China will ensure that Pakistan will come out of the grey list. However, the US will still like to play a role of good cop and bad cop. That's the terminology which is used. So they will soften their stand on Pakistan and ensure that they do not fall into blacklist, but they remain in grey list. So that way, they will Pakistan as a country will keep getting small amount from IMF, some loans from some other country, and so on. So they will have some cushion, and in return, Pakistan will take some action, which they have already started by, uh, convicting Hafiz Saeed, and also he is now jailed for 5 years. So it is basically being shown as one of the positive action that Pakistan government is taking, and I am sure there will be more news about this such actions where they would like to show physically to the world that they are actually taking action on the terrorist activity that country or non-state actors, as they say, are taking. In return, Pakistan will assist United States to peacefully withdraw their troops, and then major role will be played by Pakistan on reshaping the future course of Afghanistan. So there is this flip flop which is going to happen, and this is much before the Donald Trump's trip later in the February to India, and so that things are in shape. While Donald Trump signs strategic deals with India, they will also ensure that they soften their stand on Pakistan, and they ensure Pakistan does not go into blacklist but remain in grey list. So this is something which I wanted to give my analysis today. Uh, Please leave your comments. In case you want to discuss anything with me, I will surely respond to as many people as I could. And I will see you tomorrow as usual. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been training IT professionals, marketing professionals. Sitesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you, Kanchan. It is wonderful talking to you. And it's again blissfully a pleasant sunny day. And I'm having my herbal concoction in this winter. Thanks. Let's start.
Yes, so Sitesh, we had been talking about change management and we have also discussed an aspect of critical thinking. So I feel critical thinking is a hard skill like computer training or maybe driving a car. So the wonderful thing about critical thinking is that we can learn anytime and we can upgrade it anytime. And I think critical thinking plays a major portion when it comes to change management. What do you think?
Correct. Yes, Kanchan. So for a change management to happen, as we have been discussing for quite some time now, is critical thinking is important because it is the last moment of the outcomes that defines the whole effort, as we were discussing yesterday. So people, the junior rung in the people organization, they work in the tasks mode, and they get in task 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but they really don't know what is the end goal of this change that is being percolated. So the critical thinking has definitely to come from the senior management or the executive management of the company, but it is also the employees down the line who also need to get to think how in their individual roles they can basically refine it. So for any change management to take place, a critical thinking which always keeps the end goal in the mind needs to always be thought about for each and every action that is being taken. Otherwise, somewhere down the line, somewhere on the way, we will take a diversion and we might not even know. And probably we will know only at the very fag end of it. That's my thinking.
Yes, as we had been discussing that since it is a hard skill, so it is important to really train employees in the organization to come up and with critical thinking in their persona.
That's right. So a key team needs to be defined, which will implement it, and that team will come from all the walks of the organization or all the walks of any institute, and each of those people are enabled to take certain decisions. See, critical thinking always will come with a portion of a certain authority where the people, the leaders, the mid-level leaders need to take some decision. And that decision should not be taken over by the senior management if it is not completely out of the way. So the middle management need to be enabled to take certain decisions on the critical thinking part, because critical thinking comes with necessary decision making life, and it is part of it. And therefore, just by thinking and then waiting for someone else to approve will actually eat up a lot of time. So people need to be enabled to do critical thinking. Otherwise, most of the time, you will find the junior rung of the hierarchy anywhere, whether it's a educational institution or it's a corporate. The junior rung will always say, I don't know. My senior has told me to do this, so let me do this. My job is not to think, but to deliver. And that's where it can go horribly wrong.
Yes, when we are talking about organization and when also we are talking about employees, so I feel that this subject, critical thinking, has to be taught in school. So what is the perfect age or perfect class to introduce this subject so that organization do not struggle later?
So Kanchan, the impressionable age, there can always be a difference of opinion on the impressionable age of a child when the child is in school. Also, we have to keep in mind that during this pandemic situation, many of the children are doing homeschooling. Now, with the homeschooling and a lack of the physically availability of the school, the critical thinking actually comes to our living rooms. And therefore, I would think that, I don't want to put it on the grade 5 or grade 6, but because the educators in this world will say, no, you don't know, research on that. And so therefore, I would suggest is that it has to be a part as early as possible. When I say as early as possible, we discussed in one of the episodes that when the children are in the kindergarten, we give them more symbols and toys to play with. But the moment they come into the formal schooling, we give them more books. So from the toys and symbols, we now give them a whole bunch of books and a bag, which is, we keep saying that the bag is sometimes heavier than the mind itself. And then we give them the pencil boxes and few of those, they have nothing to play with. So the playfulness leads to thinking, and then certain injections of the right kind of a design, right kind of a solution, right kind of a problem gives that thinking and takes it to the critical thinking. We have heard about many children who used to break the toys and see how they were made, and they used to join it back. And we used to always say, this guy will become an engineer. Right? And that is what is needed. But why do we wait for that natural instinct to come up? We can bring it into a structured, formal education as early as possible for every child in the school. And not to forget, Kanchan, there are special schools for the special children, and those are IQs, and we need to nurture it. We need to harness the potential of their thinking as well. What do you say?
Yes, as usual, it is wonderful talking to you. So till tomorrow, see you, take care. I'm closing this wonderful communication. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and it's a cold morning in India. The temperature is almost touching 4 degrees. It's very cold outside, but we want to talk something which is very relevant for all professionals, and we want to heat up the studio today. Before we start our discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. I hope we warm up the studio because it's freezing in London too. It's a cold wind from the north. So let's do a Mary Poppins, shall we? And make the wind blow the other way. There is a big word that's been talked about this year. I can't believe that this word is being talked about so often, but we need to address it. And it begins with T. What do you think it is?
I think...
And it's not tea, by the way. It's not tea. T for tea. Okay? It's T4.
I think if I have to make a guess, it is trust. And it is very relevant to discuss this simply because in today's context, we are not meeting people. We are yet meeting them digitally. So it is very relevant. I think there should be new ways of building trust with people who you never meet and you never see. So I think that is something that we should discuss today.
You're absolutely right. It's that big T for trust. And interestingly enough, we are trusting all of our medical experts, our scientists in the world to come up with this fantastic vaccine in an unprecedented short period of time. Normally it takes 10 years or so to create a vaccine. And what we've had over the last 7 or 8 months is we've got 9 or 10 vaccines which have either been approved or are about to be approved. We have trusted our experts. We don't even know who these people are, but we trust them. We trust them explicitly and implicitly. Well, the interesting thing is some people do. Not everybody does. As we've seen, in the media, a lot of people are saying, you can't make a vaccine in 10 months. It's impossible. So their belief is being tested. So we need to talk about trust in the element of belief. So here you go. You're my guinea pig for today, CK. Okay? Everybody knows that I throw a question at you, and this is completely unrehearsed. How long does it take you to trust people?
Well, in my case, I trust people very easily, and with a caveat. I just want to make a point here that when I trust people, I say that fine, let them prove themselves. But I also throw them out instantly in case they slip once. I don't have patience to wait for long. So I think while I trust people, I am prepared to throw them out instantly.
Well, that's an interesting one because again, we're all different, and the interesting thing is, I observe a lot of networks, business networks in particular, that are created around the world, and there's a couple of networks that in their psyche, in their DNA, they actually say it takes a long time for you to trust somebody. Now that's their belief, but the interesting thing is, we're trusting people implicitly today when we go on to YouTube. We trust people from what they're saying. We need to be able to handle that as, is it fake news? Is it real? Is it just someone's belief that needs to be tested? And this is the element of trust, I suppose, that we need to get into. And that's why a lot of people say it takes a long time to trust others. The interesting thing is, within your family, you don't have that. You've got a lifetime with them, and trust is almost implicit. And from the day you're born, you trust in your parents. Immediately trust in your parents. Because frankly, without that parental assistance, you'll die. You won't get fed, you won't get watered, you won't be able to sleep comfortably, you won't be changed. You wouldn't have an existence. I'm not being, clinically obese here, if you like. I'm just stating a fact. We trust our parents and our siblings on day one. So why don't we trust everybody on day one? Why don't we say, as you said, you kick people out pretty quickly if they don't do it. There is another way we can do it. We can actually say, start the relationship, start the discussion off with, I'm going to trust you implicitly. And it's up to you actually to keep that trust. So rather than starting with 0%, which this is what we're told to believe, trust takes a long time. So rather than say you're starting with 0%, I'm going to give you 100% of my trust, my faith I put in you. Now, keep it. So whatever you're going to do with this relationship now, it will either prove me right or it's going to prove me wrong. It's not going to prove you right or wrong. It's going to prove me right or wrong. And I think that's the issue, isn't it? It's not them trusting you. It's actually our belief is you're trusting them. But what if the tables are turned? What about them trusting you? So it's an interesting equation, isn't it? Because most people think about trust as me trusting them. Do I believe them? Have they got credibility? Are they going to do what they say they're going to do? But what about you? What about turning the tide now on yourself? What do you think about that? What about turning the tide on you, CK? Here you go. You're the guinea pig again for the day. Unfortunately, you're the guy on the hotspot. And what about you? Do people trust you? What do you do to show that you're trustworthy?
Well, Neville, I think the first thing that you do in business to gain trust is to live up to your commitment. If you commit, you must deliver. And so in the erstwhile years, pro-COVID era, where you had to physically prove your trust, you go and meet your client and say, I will do this for you. But then you can always visit him again and say, sorry, if you're not able to do that. And that is a part of trust building. So even though you commit, and if you're not able to deliver, you can always say sorry and say that, hey, I will do this like this. I will deliver in so many ways. So when it comes to me, because you've asked me this question, I think it's the question of if you commit, you must deliver. But I will then add another thing here, which is more relevant in the today's context. Earlier, we could talk to, say, about 100 to 200 people. Right now, we are able to talk to about 10,000 people. So we don't have time to build the trust in the old fashioned way. That is my feeling, Neville. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Because every day you're talking to new people, you're establishing yourself, you're making videos, you're sending them promos, etc. And then you're talking to a few of them. You're conducting seminars. And the way of your meeting different people is through the digital platform. And here, you can't turn around and say sorry because that person will not, like, for example, I said I will kick them out if I don't see that they are trustworthy. I don't want to waste my time because I have another 10,000 people to reach out to. So I think that is relevant for everyone. So I think it's become more important now as a businessman that you should bring clarity of what you can commit. Because earlier, if you're not able to commit, you sort of overcommit, and you can always turn around and take a drive, go to his office, wait in his reception, and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, give me another 10 days." But that opportunity does not exist now. So I think, along with building trust, you need to bring a lot of clarity within yourself, and that is what I feel, and that is why I feel that answer from my side is bring clarity to build trust.
I think that's a really good explanation of your particular on where things are, and I know a lot of people will agree with you. It comes down to the point of that building clarity. You know, we started off with trust. We're now defining elements of trust. You know, the layering that needs to happen before trust happens. So, if there's no clarity in what you're saying or who you're saying it to, actually, there's no chance trust is going to be generated. So all I'm saying is a lot of people say trust is the building block. Actually, trust may be on the ground floor, but now we need to go down into the basement. What are the building blocks that we need to be able to be trusted so that people can see who you are, what you do? The other thing is digitally, of course, this medium has shown people can go and create little videos very quickly. LinkedIn actually turns around and says this is a professional network, and they say put your face on LinkedIn. But let's look at that. Okay, lots of people have got avatars. Some people have just got blank blobs, you know, where it might be a male or a female, but you're not quite sure. But it's just a sort of a face with no features, nothing. How do you trust those people that are not prepared to put their face there? Or maybe, you know, don't want to put their face there because they don't want to be seen. And yet this is a professional network. So there's a question for you. Do you trust people on LinkedIn without faces?
Absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm very, very clear. If somebody sends me a request and before accepting the request, I see if that person has put the photo, real photo, not the avatar or things like that, or Snapchat emojis. You know, I don't trust those people because my thinking is that if these guys don't have even guts to put their photo, you know, why I should trust them even? You know, they themselves are not you know, sending the trustworthy message by not putting their photo. And the other thing that I check is I check their usage. You know, what type of post they are you know, sending, and what type of post they are liking. And if it is something which is not relevant to me, I again don't accept them. So I think these are the two factors which I use to accept people.
Well, again, I'm putting, you know, you're Johnny on the spot today, CK. I'm going to change your name to Johnny. Um, so, because you're my only guinea pig. And the other thing is, let's look at another social media arena, okay? And we're talking about trust here in the social media context in many respects, because that's all we've got today. Physically, it's very rare we can meet people. So social media is the first place we do meet people, on Twitter, on Instagram, TikTok, maybe. You know, I see more people put themselves on TikTok, and yet they don't have a picture of themselves on LinkedIn. Now, that to me is quite bizarre. Okay, so anyone listening, maybe maybe need to think about that one. Another place, Facebook, and I said it very slowly in words of 2 syllables. Okay, Facebook. Would you expect to see people's faces on Facebook?
I certainly do, Neville. In fact, as you said, you divided the word in two. It's very clear what you're trying to say. At the same time, I think I'm going to take my qualification process even further. I check their profile on Facebook and also on LinkedIn, and sometimes I try to do on Twitter, but not so much. But I still try to do my due diligence before accepting people, because that when you're trying to build the trust, you have to see whether these people have the same version everywhere. If they have different version, that means they themselves are not sending the right message. So why I should trust them? So
So,
definitely I see the photo and match it
well, the, the,
along.
the, in- the interesting thing here, we've just focused on one little element. And right, we could do lots and lots today. You've given an insight into how you build a profile around someone, because social media, just like any good employer out there these days, they don't just look at the CV, they Google the person, and they will look at what they're saying in social media. There's no hiding place typically, and frankly, do if you need to hide, then there's probably something something seriously wrong here. Yesterday we talked about the changing terms on WhatsApp. This is a commercial company. It's not going to take all your data, and read everything you're going to be saying or listen into your conversations. But all they are going to do is say, if you've got someone on WhatsApp and we find them on Facebook, why don't you connect to them there? It's a commercial organization. They're trying to help you along, but more importantly, build the community, build the conversation. So these platforms are trying to do their best to help you. It's actually time to turn the tables. Look in the mirror. So the message today is look in the mirror. Who do you see? Do you see an avatar? No, you see a picture of you. So that's what people will see. That's who people are going to trust. On Facebook, put your face there. On LinkedIn, put your face there, because people buy from people. And remember, trust is the ground floor. It's what underpins that trust. It's what people see about you, that they form a picture about you. And we're all judgmental, I try not to be all the time, but the fact is humans are judgmental. So give them something to judge. Show them who you are. If you want people to trust you, show that there is some transparency there. And then, like anything else, as we said at the beginning, give 100% away, but also receive 100% too. Show people you are trustworthy. And by the way, that I've had many occasions where people have said, well, you didn't do that before, so how can I trust you now? And I said, well, you don't know what changed as to why I changed what I did. So you've become very judgmental in making an assumption about why I changed. Well, I changed because circumstances changed. I didn't have that information before. Now I've got that information, I'm going to do this. If you don't like that, that's your problem, not mine. Okay? Because I've seen a change in circumstances. So this is where you need to be true to yourself. You need to trust yourself. And if that means you lose other people on the way, they don't trust you anymore, then that's down to the relationship, and it's a two-way street. You either work hard to get that relationship back, or you turn around and say, well, you know what? You didn't really see what happened. That's your problem. And move on. As you say, you ditch them, in simple terms. It takes a long time to build a real friendship up. That's very true, because you get that consistency out there. But a friendship doesn't necessarily mean that it starts from a basis of trust. So, big word, this word, trust. And but we need to keep to the business context here, because we're talking about building businesses, building collaboration. And without trust, it's pretty difficult to build that.
Yeah, Neville, I would like to make one more point, again in the business context, which is about having crossed the first level of establishing yourself as a trustworthy person on the social media. The next level is, which is the very next level, is the next instant basically, is sending the first message out. And what I've seen is almost 90% of the people don't know how to behave. So I think that is also one of the biggest hurdle in building trust on the digital platforms, because people don't know how to behave. They use words which are not required, because the other side, you don't know the person actually. You're trying to build a rapport with him, and you send a message which, in the first instant, he doesn't trust you, and then you send a message which the put the person put off completely. So even before the chance of building trust was invoked as a feature, you are just pulling the plug on yourself. So I think that is something which people have to learn.
They do have to learn, and the only way to learn it is to do it and get feedback on it, as we said before. And hopefully, what we've said today is helping you think that way. There's no right and wrong way here. It's what works for you. But if we're going to be talking about this big T word, trust, then we need to know we're trustworthy. So, big message today. Look in the mirror. Do you trust yourself? Would you trust you in a relationship that you're going to be building in a commercial arena? If so, why? Because it's good to tell yourself why people should trust you, because that's your testimonial, that's your case study, and you need to shine through, because there's a lot of people that are hiding, and they shouldn't be hiding. There's no need to be hiding, because there's a tremendous amount of benefit from a relationship that you could have with somebody else. You could just let go. No, don't start with 0. Start with 100. But get them to start with 100 too. And have a bit of fun about it. That'll show really who you are. And say, yeah, I am different, because I'll trust you implicitly. But that means you've got to trust me too. So now we'll move on to something important and get things done.
Absolutely. I think that's a fantastic message you have given, Neville. And with this, we can end our discussion today. I think I must say thank you so much to find time in this cold morning at in your city, in your country. But we will catch up with you again in the morning tomorrow with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody. Warm up. Put a jumper on.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of Top Brass Nation. And as the name of the program suggests, the China is showing aggression at the border, at the Indian border, and why they are doing that. So in this episode, we will discuss this and analyze whether the Chinese are stupid. I don't think they are stupid. I think they are very smart. So we will go step by step analyzing what is going on, and the standoff is now more than 3 months. Both armies are facing each other, and it's a huge setup. So what is going on and what is the logic behind the whole thing? And one might think that this standoff started 3 months back, but we feel that the standoff really started in 2017. The preparation and making a plan, because army, such large armies don't move without a plan. So in 2017 there was a Doklam standoff. Doklam is a place in a neighboring country called Bhutan, and Chinese army entered this place called Doklam, and the Indian army actually entered Bhutan and tried to stop them. So basically, this the foundation of what is happening today at the line of actual control, that is called LAC, was actually laid down in 2017, and I'm sure Chinese have been preparing for this. So now let's understand what is going on and why there is a standoff with huge build-up on both sides. Uh, the Indians have stopped their aggression, and they are standing face to face in front of Chinese army. So really, if you understand these two countries, they both were very poor countries in 1947-48. India got independence from British, and Chinese government announced the communism in that country. I think we will discuss all of these points and as point wise. And then India became a democratic republic with federal foundation, and Chinese became a communist country. And China has a big army. Of course, China is the most populous country of the world today. So the whole problem between India, China and Pakistan is with regard to the border disputes. And the border disputes, there are many places which are disputed, but let's look at the eastern side of Jammu and Kashmir, which we are going to cover in this video. We will not talk about Pakistan, because that is not a subject that we want to discuss today. So in 1962 there was a battle between India and China, in which India lost the battle, and the Aksai Chin is so-called the area acquired by Chinese. Now the problem is with this invasion in 1962, the battle happened at the same place where the two armies are loggerhead with each other. So the whole point is, when they actually came into India in 1962, acquired this land and defeated India at this point, which is called the Galwan Valley, etc. The battle was happening at that point. Then why they are doing that again? Because if you have defeated a country and you have taken over the land, why you have to fight for it again? So I think we will go step by step, and this is where basically the subject of today's discussion. So the two armies are basically amassed at the line of actual control, and both armies are comparable. I mean, there is one number 2 army in terms of numbers, and there is one number 3 army in terms of numbers. So India is number 3, China is number 2 in terms of numbers. So both armies are pretty large, lot of soldiers, lot of armaments, and it's a big country. China is also a big country, more populous country than India, but India is also a very populous country with 1.3 billion people. The army is also pretty large from both sides, and from both sides is a huge army which is amassed at the border. Now let's understand the geography of this place. The place is very, very high up in the mountain. The battleground is set at 17,000 feet, which is very high, where the normal human being will find difficult to even breathe. The oxygen levels are very low at such heights. At the same time, it is very cold. So right now the summers are ending, but during summer also the temperature does not go below minus 25 or minus 30. So usually these places are so cold and so high up, where a normal life cannot exist. There are only very few animals, but most of the plants, most of the human population is far below than this height where the battleground is set. Now it is the same problem for both parties, India as well as China. They have to bring their armament and they have to bring their soldiers to fight with the enemy nation. So at such cold temperature, the usual armaments that you have may not work. You need to design things which work at such low temperature and they should be easily transportable at such heights, and then they should be able to you should be able to train your soldiers with those armaments. So I think this is a problem with both sides. So here India has an edge when it comes to face on the ground fight, simply because the Indian soldiers are well accustomed to fight on the height. There are places in India which are patrolled throughout the year 24 by 7 by Indian Army. So they are already well suited, well trained to operate at a height. Second advantage Indian Army has is that they are battle hardened. They have fought a lot of battles in variety of terrain. So they have experience of fighting in the sand, fighting in snow, on the mountains, in the desert, and so on, in the water. There are many training institutes which give such training in India, which are obviously operated by the army establishment. Then there are a lot of training which is available for smart uh, commando training, which are trained in all kinds of warfare. So India is very well trained, battle hardened, lot of experience, and have equal amount of armament as much as China. Now, if you look at the Chinese geography on the Chinese side, it is a plateau. It is a world largest plateau called Tibet. And so you can come up to the border area where the Himalayas starts. You can come south towards India. The problem is the Indian side is having a lot of gorge, valleys, mountains, and the Indians have a bigger problem in terms of understanding the geography. But if China starts a war with India, they will have to face the same problem, because they can come over the plateau and they can reach the boundary of India. But then what happens after that? So in the battle, they will have to face the same challenges that India is facing right now. Whereas India has overcome these bottlenecks because they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of soldiers who are accustomed to work, to live, to work, to fight at such height. They are trained at such height. Um, you know, the soldiers, Indian soldiers can run for 30-kilometer dash with full pack on their shoulders and back at such height. So they are very well trained, very well familiar with their surrounding. So in this department, where there is a face-to-face fight happens, India definitely gets an edge. And that probably explains the reason why the two parties are not still started the war, even though there are skirmishes here and there, but they have not started the full-fledged war. And China is the invader, but they should have started it, but they are also not started. They have amassed at the border, but they are waiting for something. So let's analyze what is the next department, which is the air department. Now, if you look at the air, the role of the combat aircraft is basically to attain the air supremacy. That means from the height you can see the vast area and you can control things which are unfolding at the ground. And if your aircraft in the air, you have better control of the war field. That is actually the role of the Air Force, to eliminate enemy radar systems, enemy tracking devices, and enemy military installations on the ground. And once they attain that, they will be just hovering over on the top to get the air supremacy. This is exactly what US achieved in the Iraq war within first 2 days, first 48 hours, where after that the war continued on the ground for a couple of months, couple of days, but the US had the complete air supremacy on the battleground. Now if you look at the India-China situation, today's fighter planes fully loaded are very heavy. They need to take off with full armament, but on Chinese side you cannot make airports which are on the Tibet plateau, because the atmosphere is very thin. So when the aircraft try to take off from such environment, they cannot take off with the complete payload. So even though the Chinese Air Force has all the equipment and all the fighter planes very advanced as we know about it, J-20, which is comparable to India's Rafales, but they have to take off from the air bases which are quite interior into China, and they are quite far off from the battleground. So by the time these aeroplanes reach the battleground in the Himalayas, they will be running short of fuel, and they will have only few minutes to engage with the Indian aeroplanes, Indian fighter planes. So this is a big situation for Chinese Air Force. Whereas on Indian side, there are air bases already on the ground, and where the advanced Sukhois and Jaguars and Rafales can take off with full load, full armament, and within 2 minutes they can reach the heights of Himalayas. So the Indian in this department in the Air Force, even though the Chinese planes may be, they may have more number of planes, but when they send their aeroplanes, they will not be effective enough to counter the preparation done by the Indian Air Force. So here in this department also, the Indian Air Force, have an edge because they are much more equipped and well trained and suited to defend their boundaries. So this is with regard to the Air Force. So let's look at the third aspect, which is the Navy. So very little is known about Chinese Navy. They have not done, apart from firing some rockets here and there, they have not got into any sort of naval warfare so far. So we don't know much about their capabilities. They may have a capability, but their capabilities are not proven. On the other hand, the Indian naval forces are quite capable. They have aircraft carrier, they have destroyers, cruisers, frigate, all kinds of category of battleships Indian Navy has, and they have also achieved complete blockades. They have managed blockades during battle in the past. So they have a lot of experience of fighting and creating blockade for the enemy countries. The biggest advantage Indian Navy has is that they have an ally called United States, which has the biggest navy in the world. And United States and India can, in case of a war situation, can completely block Chinese trade coming from the South China Sea. There could be complete blockade. So I think even without knowing Chinese Navy capabilities, it is fairly certain that the China will have a real big problem if they get into any naval warfare. So that is with regard to the Navy side of it. So we are just analyzing why the two armies are loggerhead but not fighting. So I think we are covering one after the other all aspects. The fourth aspect is basically the intercontinental ballistic missiles. So if you look at India and China, both countries have the intercontinental ballistic missile ICBMs. Both countries are nuclear powered. So if they want to fire and use this option, they can target various cities and they can reach out to various cities. India can fire on China, China can fire on India, and they can destroy cities and kill a lot of civilians. The whole problem with this option is that the objectivity is not achieved because both are equally matched. Even though China may have a better rocket systems, more advanced, but when you fire a rocket is a rocket. Both parties can fire on each other. Both parties can kill thousands of people, destroy cities. But the objectivity of going into war is not achieved. I think the history has taught us that until unless you have a clear conviction and clear objective in mind, you should not invade. Whereas China has decided to invade, but they are halted at the border. The Indian army has given them a bloody nose, and Indian army is actually stopping their advance. But they are not fighting. Both parties are still logger jammed, but they are not fighting. This is an option which is not going to be used, even though both countries have very advanced, very long range continental ballistic missiles, but these will not be used. I don't think any country will like to use this option because of the no objectivity. They will not be able to destroy any military installation, but they will end up killing a lot of civilians and destroying a lot of cities on both sides. So I think this is a futile option which will not be used, even though both countries have invested heavily in developing their continental ballistic missiles. Now, even if you decide to fire on enemy on both sides, both countries have their uh, protection, defensive systems to protect themselves. So even if you fire a nuclear weapon or some sort of a rocket or things like that, both countries have the capability to stop them. So because of this defensive nature of comparable strength both India and China has, the it's futile to fire long range missiles on each other. So going back to the previous point that I made is that in air power, even though China may have a better air force, but because of the terrain, they are lacking. They will not be able to uh, mount a very big aerial offensive. And Indian Air Force is not something like a small Air Force. They are equally comparable Air Force, and they are more suited to combat with the Chinese aircraft. In the Indian Army front, the soldiers are much suited to operate at a higher highlands, high mountains. They have different techniques which they have practiced and evolved into a much more better fighting force over the years, and they are battle hardened. So I think the China does not have too much of an advantage when they are uh, trying to show their strength to India. Now the fifth element here is the people. So let's understand what is the difference between Indians and Chinese. So let's go with Chinese first. See, the China became a communist country in 1947-48, around 50s, last century, and then they decided, I mean, they were a poor country just like India was, but Chinese decided to implement a one child policy, whereas Indian government did not impose anything. I mean, the whole point is that both government wanted to control the population because both countries were poor, and the Chinese government decided to impose the one child policy. Now since 50s till now, multiple generations have come and gone. At least 5 to 6 generations have come. So the effect of one child policy on the Chinese people is remarkable. You can't even imagine. The point is that one parent can have only one child, and over the years they have lost the connection between their families. So if you look at a Chinese person, the chances are almost like 90% they will not have relatives other than their parents. They will not have nephews, uncles, aunts, nieces, cousins. So that is why to lose a soldier, obviously this is a mass where the soldiers come from. To lose a soldier's life in a battle which is which is basically futile, where the objectivity is not visible, is a very difficult thing to justify for the Chinese army. At the same time, India, let's look at the Indian people. India is a very diversified country. It became a federal nation with 29 different states, with 29 different governments elected by the people of that state, all coming under a central government umbrella. And this whole system works in a very democratic manner. There are elections done for each and everything in this country, in India. So the real power is with the people, not with individual. Unlike Chinese people, where there is a communist party and the communist party basically decides the fate of the country. Here, if people want, they can bring down a government, they can bring down a state government, they can bring down a central government, and so on. So there are multiple things. At the same time, there is a legal system which is independent of politics. That is a big difference in India. Nobody can influence the legal system of India. And the third difference here, which is driven by people, is the media. And as we say in India, media is the fourth pillar of democracy. So media is completely kept independent of politics, not legally bound, and there is freedom of expression. So this is how the India as a country evolved, uh, both countries, India and China, most populous countries of the world, almost 50 to 60% of the population lives in these two countries. They started in 50s, both were poor, but they took a different path. Whereas the Chinese people became very in a silo, whereas India evolved in a multiracial, multi-religion, multicultural civilization. So this is a difference between India and China. The Chinese government will not be able to lose their people without any objectivity. They will have to go back to their people, even though they are communists, but then every government is scared of any uprising. So if they start losing people, and especially the family size are shrunk to only parents and child, it is very difficult for anybody to justify going on war. With what objective? With clear visibility that there is no edge that China can win over anything. Even if they are able to win, the, the Indian people are so different from Chinese people, they cannot be ruled, they will be uprising. So I think it's very clearly visible that what China is trying to show to the world by coming and attacking India is something which I'm sure they are not stupid. They already know that this is a battle which they cannot win, and it's a futile. So the last question is why? I think that's a big question. When we can think of what China is trying to do, I'm sure Chinese government and ruling dispensation can also plan things out. So my assessment of this whole situation is that it is futile to go on war. Both sides will amass. It is basically show of strength, giving a message to the world that hey, we are very powerful, blah blah blah. But I don't think there will be a war between India and China. There cannot be, because both parties are equally matched, and Chinese have little. They don't have little. India has a little edge. Chinese does not seems to have a lot of advantage, and they are the aggressor. So they are, if they want to basically attack India, they should have some objective in mind. It does not look like that they have a clear objective. They have come to the border, they have created a situation, but they are not coming forward and they are not starting the war. Why? So that's really the question. So I think they are trying to give a message. They are saying that hey, um, divert attention maybe, or they are saying that let's resolve our border issues, but they want to invite India on a border talk, but they want to show that they are calling India for a border talk and settle the issue forever for two civilizations to coexist, but from a position of strength. So they are trying to show off that they are strong. They are, but maybe that is something that they have in mind. So many conversations have happened between two countries. Delegation level talks have happened. Nothing has come out. So it is status quo. Indian Army Corps commanders meetings have happened. So many. At least Indians know about all this transparently because we have a very independent media. Everything is discussed. There is a parliament. There are assemblies in all states. Everything is openly known to people of India and the world. Because if we know everything, obviously the media is networked today. Everybody knows what is happening on the Indian-China border. But I have my doubt what is being fed to Chinese people. What is the level of information they have? But I think my understanding is that there will be no war, and maybe there is some other messaging which is being planned by China. And I'm perfect in my thought process that Chinese are not stupid. They are not going to wage a war with India. They are not going to basically waste their manpower. They cannot afford soldiers dying. They cannot afford to even losing their pilots. And obviously, Navy is their Achilles heel. So I don't think they have right resources and right motive to engage with India, and uh, there's nothing like I'm going to win some landmass, because to hold that landmass again you need to set up a government, and you need to set up you need to win over people, which I'm sure they they are not in position to win over people, especially the democratic country cannot be ruled by a communist country. I'm sure the Chinese people know about this whole fact, and that is why this kind of messaging is going on from China. So this is the analysis of what is going on at the border. Friends, do write to me, give your comments, give your suggestions, give your feedback. If you have any questions, I will take that up in the next episode of Top Brass Nation, and I will meet you again tomorrow with something more interesting, more analytics. Until then, bye bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. I hope you're well on this bright sunny day.
Of course, we are good. So far, so good. Today is day 9. And
Day 9.
Yeah, I would like to share some information from India. So what is happening is while the government and all the state governments and lot of COVID warriors are working to protect us, and there are some elements which are also creating false and fake narratives. So earlier, the case used to be that the fake news and the real news used to go together in social media. People never objected to it, but I have been seeing this change now, that moment there is a fake troll which comes and creates a narrative, there are hundreds and hundreds of people which jump on that troll and ask him to shut up, or they use all kinds of language. So there is a mass movement which is coming out and trying to stop the fake news. So which is quite interesting, because the government has because we are living in a democratic world, the government has not imposed any limitations because there is freedom, but the people themselves are coming and stopping this fake trolls.
Brilliant. That's really music to my ears, because that's how you stop this fake news going around. Bad news is going to be everywhere, but it's differentiate between the bad news that people have orchestrated and the bad news that's real. We can deal with more if we know that it's the reality. We can deal with it a lot better because we start to believe the sources. So this is all about, where does it come from? So, and I've seen some very similar things. Someone puts a video up on a WhatsApp group or a chat group, and someone says, what's the source for this? What's the validation? And sometimes people will give the validation, and other times they take it down because there is no validation, and it's quite clear with some things it's been orchestrated, even with the cleverest video artists out there. You can see that that it's not real. So it's really good news that people in your country are stamping it down. I've seen people really stamp it down, use very interesting language to these people. But what is all this? Okay, what are we dealing with here? We're actually dealing with information that's coming to us. We're moving it through our ears, using these things. We're listening, we're thinking. And the people that are responding there are giving feedback, which is brilliant, because actually the world doesn't give much feedback. We just sit there and take it. And as business owners, we sit there and take it too. And we don't actually talk to our teams, to the people that work with us or for us or above us, and we don't generate that communication link where feedback, however bad the news is or however good the news is, it's just feedback. And as Ken Blanchard says, feedback is the breakfast of champions. Let's just think about what that really means. It's breakfast. When do you have breakfast? What part of the day do you have breakfast?
Well, it's usually in the morning.
Exactly, it's usually in the morning. You know, some people that work different shifts might have it late in the evening, but no, but effectively it's breaking the fast, and that's where it comes from. So it's breakfast. So usually in the morning. When does the morning happen for most people? When does the morning happen for you?
So the breakfast time usually for me and most of the neighborhood is about 8 to 9.
Yeah, so it's really in the morning. So you've got up, you've got dressed, you've been washed, and breakfast could be a coffee and a croissant, or as we would call it, a full English. You know, sausages, bacon, eggs, toast, beans, etc., etc. But the point is, it's the time of day that you get feedback. So if you're having feedback as breakfast, you're setting your day off in the best way possible. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think the way you put it, I think especially when you talk about feedback, I think we also sit together as a family during breakfast and we talk to each other and we get
Yeah.
to know, because the mind is fresh, we get to know many things, what is going on with each individual in the family, which is also sort of a feedback, I guess.
It is sort of a feedback, you know, like anything's feedback. I look at the sun shining and smiling at me. That's feedback. So if we start, you know, feedback for some reason has this hook of criticism. So throw the hook away. It's feedback. We're having a conversation. I'm sharing something with you, you're sharing something with me. And if we get the right relationship going, just as a family at breakfast, we can all go and feel happy about it. Because we know what we're all doing, we're getting on with life, we're enjoying ourselves. And guess what? When we come back in the evening and the family get together again, there's more feedback. So what did you do today? What was good about your day? You know, what didn't you like about your day? What are you going to do better tomorrow?
Right.
Now, there's no criticism in here. So a lot of people in the working arena think, oh, I can't give feedback. I don't know how to give feedback. Whatever I say always comes out wrong. You know, and I'm really trying to help this person, but I just start off with, you're doing it wrong. Well, actually, why don't you think about how you start things off? If you think you're doing it wrong, so in other words, you're getting feedback from the person that you are doing it wrong. So then you might be doing it right to someone else, but it's the information you're giving to someone else that's important. So if you start off with, you're wrong, how does that make you feel? If I started every conversation that you and I had with, CK, you're wrong, how would that make you feel?
Well, I will see this as a constructive feedback up to a limit. But then if you're always criticizing while giving feedback, and if the limit, my personal limit crosses, then I will think that it's a negative feedback that you're giving. So
Exactly. And who knows, you've really explained that really well, because I don't know what your limit is. You may have reached your limit an hour before we have this conversation, in which case then doesn't matter what I'm going to say, because I'm always going to say it the same way. So you've already reached your limit, and what you've done is you've just switched off. Yeah, all right. Keep going, Neville. You know, not a problem. You just keep walking and talking to me. But you're not saying that, you're thinking it. And I'm not feeling it because I'm just going and doing the normal things that I always do. So when you are speaking with other people, you know, and don't get me wrong, this is not necessarily easy. But once you start doing it, it becomes easier. So if you're having a great day, you might well have a smile on your face. If the other person, you recognize the other person hasn't got a smile on their face, and normally they're very a smiley person, you don't have to say, you're not looking really good, are you? Yeah. Shall we go for a coffee and, break this mundane arena? It's saying the same thing, but in a very different way. And the way we can really help our teams, because they're now very remote, is we can become more aware of how they're looking. As we said yesterday, some people have got lots of screens up all the time so they can see everyone all the time. I think that's a distraction, if you want my honest opinion. It's a bit like a CCTV camera looking at everybody and ticking people in every time they go and make a coffee or go to the toilet or something, But again, that's feedback. And the issue is, how do we use it? And more importantly, for our friends, colleagues, working colleagues, supply chain, how do we give it? And giving feedback is really, really important. Go ahead. Sorry, you're interrupting.
Interestingly, the example that you just gave about multiple screens on your PC.
Yep.
What I've been noticing for past couple of days that since people are in lockdown, they are now publishing those screenshots on social media. And
yep, seen it all over. Even our Prime Minister's doing it, including he put his own unique ID up there, so someone could actually hack into it.
Oh.
Hello. Not clever.
So I think the point that you made today is very important. Feedback, and more so constructive feedback, is what is required from both sides. The person who's taking it and also person who's giving it. So from both parties, the feedback has to be in a constructive, should be considered constructive, not destructive feedback. So I think, and this applies to the fake trolls also. So I think
absolutely, yep. And if you see fake news, or what you believe is fake news out there, go and challenge it. Where does this come from? Where's the source? And if someone says, well, I don't know, it came from a friend, well, go and ask your friend. This is a way we can help other people not spread fake news. So, because there are some people. Go ahead.
So interestingly, what is going on is that so people are very clever. So one entity creates a fake news, and the person who has a public kind of a profile, who has millions of followers, will get that news and forward it or like it, share it. So when somebody says, "Hey, what you're doing? You're spreading fake news," so very cleverly these guys will say, "Oh, it's not me. I just liked it." So I have freedom of speech, I have freedom of expression, so I have freedom to like something. So this is what these guys are doing. Somebody else create a news who's a not known entity, and the known entity basically just forward it.
But the interesting thing here is, we go back to the 4 elements of having a mind-fit mind, okay? How we think, how we feel, what drives us, and our social connectivity. If that person is liking it for no other reason than they just like it, are they thinking? What is it telling us about that person? Maybe it's telling us nothing, that person isn't thinking and they're just using their influence power just to, build up more of a connection. So, for instance, when I see something comical, I'll like it, If people look at something and I've liked it and they think, well, that's not very comical, in fact, that's quite insulting, does that mean that I'm being insulting? Well, no, I didn't want to insult you, but I found it funny. I was in the mood to find it funny. If I'd have looked at it now, maybe I thought I would think otherwise. But in the moment, I found it funny. I may have just seen a comedian on the stage and this just reinforced it. I found it funny, This is where, if we could prejudge people really quickly here. And the whole point is, you can't judge or by a tweet.
So that's the whole
It's
point.
an opening.
That is the whole point, Neville. As a person who can influence masses, you have to be responsible. In fact, going back to the first information that you gave us, you have to be responsible what kind of feedback you're sending to people.
Yep, you're absolutely right, and and we should all be conscious of it, but we're not conscious of it all the time, you know. And I'm just as guilty as anybody else, you know, because social media is there for one moment and gone for the next. Things that happen instantaneously. Should we be more careful? Well, life's too short in some respects, and you should probably be more careful with certain things than others. But this is judgment. This is your personal judgment. So, you know, the moral of the day is feedback. Don't be worried about it. You know, use it so that everyone grows. Feedback is the breakfast of champions, not dinner, not lunch, not afternoon tea.
Right.
It's the breakfast. Start on the right foot, and the rest of the day really goes fast, and you'll enjoy it.
Fantastic, Neville. I think it's a good advice. I think most of the viewers should start following it. They should feel responsible and also give feedback. And whatever going on with the life, they should continue giving feedback.
Absolutely. That's how we grow.
Right. So thank you very much. Have a successful day today. Be safe, Neville.
Be safe. Everyone be safe. And say thank you to our Corona warriors, which I think is a brilliant term. Brilliant term.
Yes. Thank you so much. In fact, the people who are going out in this situation, they are not compelled to go out. They're doing it willingly. So I think that is why we call them Corona warriors.
Absolutely.
All
See you
right.
tomorrow.
See you
Day
tomorrow.
10.
Same time. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav. As you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training and he has a marvelous career in education, teaching IT professional and marketing people. So Sitesh, welcome to the show. Top Brass, how are you doing today?
I'm well. I'm very, very well. And I now look forward talking to you in the interesting subjects that we are trying to bring on this platform. Thank you so much.
Okay, Sitesh, we had been discussing about change management and it is always start with the top. The change always start from the top. And then there's a training is also part of tackling and enhancing and kind of getting easily, seamlessly transferred into one situation to another situation. So this critical thinking, as we were discussing, is also part of a change management. So there are some feature of this skill, and I think this is a hard skill. So what do you say about this?
No, definitely, Kanchan. It is a hard skill, and humans are not designed to think in that critical thinking mode until and unless the situation or the opportunity presents itself. It has been seen that when, as humans, we are faced with generally life-threatening situations, we start thinking critically. But in our general day-to-day life, we generally live on the creative side and the problem-solving side, as I was telling you yesterday. The critical thinking part comes when there is some problem at hand, an emergency is at hand, and we have to take some decision which could generally be probably related to the life, probably related to the welfare of the people, probably related to the society or the nation building. For example, let's say a bridge on a river. Okay, so it is important to bring the critical thinking habit into our ambit of thought process amongst us, amongst the students, amongst children, amongst schools at a very, very beginning stage. And I agree with you. Yes, it has to be.
Okay, so there are several skills in critical thinking. So how shall we start? And how shall a child or how a school should incorporate these kind of training to children in at a younger age?
So, Kanchan, observation is a given fact amongst the children. They learn by observations. We may call it copying, but actually it is observation. So children learn it by observation, and once they think that enough of the observation, sufficient of the observation has been done, and therefore they move on to analysis. For example, when we have seen a child trying to walk for the first time, the child observes people around, elders around, and then tries to take some kind of a calculated risks, and then tries to analyze the situation that holding a wall or holding a door will be helpful to the child. So I think observation is the first thing that we are, as an educator, we think that observation everybody is doing, but that is not the case. When we see some children in the school, when we meet some of those children or youngsters in colleges, yes, they are looking at things, but they are not observing. I think the first thing to develop is the observational skills. We all go to a picnic, we all go to sightseeing, and we all see things, but do we observe things? In the school tour, this has to be a part of very conscious effort on the teacher's side, that please observe and just don't see. Once students are actually designed or asked to observe, they might start doing analysis of it. And then, somebody would say, yes, I have observed a water flowing down the hill, but what do I do with this? So then comes the educator's help to ask certain questions which pushes the brain of the child to think in the terms of analysis.
Right.
Now you have observed, now you do the analysis. And that's how everything has to be thought from an educator's point of view, because children would not know about it. They are overflowing with energies and their own faculties, what we call our body faculties, the senses. It is the teachers, it is the educators, it is the trainers, it is the corporate trainers who have to bring this subtle abilities amongst the learners. So observation, analysis. Once you have done the observation and the analysis, the third is the interpretation. How interpret it? How would any child interpret it? So, I was listening to this in the most of the schooling system that I have seen across, that I have traveled. You bring 10 different children in the classroom. Now those different children are not all of the same IQ, same thought process, same observation, same EQ. EQ is very important. And then we ask all of them to climb the tree. Now, the one of them who has a mind of a monkey can climb the tree. A mind of a bird will definitely fly to the tree. But how do you take the mind of an elephant to climb the tree? Now, once we put the children through these things, the child who has a mind of an elephant will always think that he does not have the ability. But that's not the problem of the child, it is the problem of the educator. So I think it is very, very important for teachers, for educators, for trainers, for people like you and me to take this message that the creative and the critical thinking skills is not only for the children to pick up naturally. It is nothing that you just shake a tree and something will fall on you. That we also have to shake that our own ways of thinking and then get into the observation, analysis, interpretation, and then we have these first three things, then we go to the other techniques. I think I make sense.
Yes, it is, and you have raised a very good point, like observation. And here I think that in training observation, because all the things as a human being we are trained. For walking also we get training. So like getting that skill of observation, I think we also require meditation and yoga techniques to enhance this.
Exactly. But the challenge, Kanchan, I face always is that I see that yoga and meditation has been promoted in today's world as a tool for adults, as a tool, therapeutic tool for adults, for people with various chronic illnesses or generally a stress. But more and more it is important to inculcate those yoga and meditation. We have to remove the religion part of it, of course, and we have to bring it to the masses, to the children at a very, very beginning level, and we have to show the results in the children who go through these yoga sessions or meditation, how peaceful, how precise they can think, how critically they can think, because their mind is at one place. It is not wavering around. And yes, it is important, and you have brought a wonderful point.
So it was, as usual, very nice to talk to you. We will continue this discussion further. So we'll meet tomorrow again and discuss critical thinking further. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show Nations. And today we have an important subject to discuss, which is International Girl Day Child, which is celebrated every year on 11th of October. And as the saying is that a girl or a daughter is the most beautiful gift a world can really give. So to discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastav, who is also my colleague. He has a deep interest in corporate training. He has interacted many women, employers and employees around the continent, and I think he is the best man to really how he feels about this quote which I quoted. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. It is a great time to discuss about the subject that we are bringing in, and what better to discuss with you, who has been a proponent and also has seen it from the trenches. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Fine. Today we have a wonderful atmosphere. It's pouring from since morning. Lovely day. And then today we are discussing such an important subject, which is about girl-child right, how we really conceive the idea of rights for girls. So I would like to hear,
Yes,
because
Kanchan.
I know that 2020 theme of International Day for Girls is My Voice and Our Equal Future. So it's a very, very important subject and aspect to really have equal rights, especially for girls, and that too in developing countries.
That's right, Kanchan. And I mean, we belong to India, and therefore we have a history of our own problem or challenges with the girl child. And we have seen this for the decades before our independence in 1947 and after our independence, how things have moved from there. But on a global perspective, Kanchan, it is important to understand the woman, especially the girl children, and in different parts of the world. And I'm sure that every part of the world, whether it is Africa, Americas and the Caribbean, Arab states, North Africa, Asia and the Pacific, Europe and Central Asia, all of these have a very, very different, unique challenges regarding the girl child. And because of the biases that exist in all the cultures, in all the communities, because of the understandings of the modern world has not changed much from the medieval ages when it comes to the girl child. In our Indian context, we have seen, girl fetuses being, killed before they are born, and there are so many other social taboos around it. I have been in Africa, Kanchan, and I have been very, very keenly watching and observing and conversing with the women, my colleagues, the children in South Africa. And therefore, I have a peak view about the situation of the girl child in the African context, not only in the southern African part, but also in the central and the Western African part. And similar are little better or little worse. The situations can be found in all across the globe. So, what are girls asking? What is the ask? They are demanding for life which is free from violence, access to the health, skills, recognition, investment as leaders of the social change. And as we were discussing in our last week's sessions about women entrepreneurs, we still discussed that yes, the lip services have been done in all the governments, in all the geographies, but still more and more needs to be done in Africa, in Asia Pacific, and until and unless we understand the unique challenges we are unable to solve. There is no universal rule, there's no universal policy, there is no universal aspect which can be applied. What do you think?
Yes, actually, it's very, very important to really think very deeply about. It's not a one-day celebration, and we have to celebrate maybe around the year. Because why we are doing this? Because we should give right to education, right to freedom, right to choices, and right to safety and security, which is very, very essential, integral part of a woman or child life, a girl, especially girl child life. Apart of this, I think there are many countries where young girls are given away in marriages, maybe sometimes at 10 or maybe 12, which and they suffer whole life due to this decision. A part of this, there's also very prevalent is child labor, which is again we have to as individual, as communities, and as country, we have to really eradicate this kind of practices, because uh, children has to be they have to go to school, they have to learn, they have to play, rather they go in any organization or any company and work day and night. So these are the aspects, these are the few finer points we have to discuss when we are discussing International Girl Child Day, because what I feel, any day or Women's Day or Girl Child Day, it has to be a concrete and a holistic plan to really work on that, and it's an ongoing process, because we have seen in past there's a lot of operations being done on especially the girl child.
Exactly, Kanchan. And another point that I would like to add here to your statement is there are a lot of micro plans in every country. All those micro plans need to be guided by an international goal plan and vice versa. Otherwise, as community, as nation, as vibrant society, we would do our own thing and then figure out there are still gaps. So from the United Nations perspective, there are sustainable development goals, which are called SDGs, and there is a global 2030 roadmap is being approved, and it is in the final stages, is being approved by the United Nations member of states. Now, I'm last several years, I have stayed in Africa, and Africa includes both low and middle income women. Countries' poverty rates are still high. The majority of women work in insecure, poorly paid jobs with fewer opportunities for advancements. Democratic elections are increasing, and a record number of women have successfully contested, but it is still lip service, as I always say. And it is very evident and very starkly open when I have seen in Africa. In India, in some of the places, it doesn't seem, go to the big cities, you will not find any challenge with the girl child, though it might be inside every home, we might not even know. But when we go to some communities, some small towns, small villages, it is becomes very evident. And therefore is, sometimes it becomes a local issue, sometimes a political issue, sometimes it takes a national commission for women, NCW, in India to step in. And the recent spat of cases that we are hearing in our Indian context is actually a slap on our own well-being as a nation state. Though women are a source of economic vitality across the countries, across geographies, in our own country, we see girls participating in more and more professions, more and more in the schools. Still a lot of bias remains inside the homes. And at the same time, I sometimes also feel, Kanchan, the feminist movement needs to bring in equal amount of men into their folds. At the same time, the feminist movement should also target mothers who are growing up children. It is important to bring up children from a very inclusive way, and mothers and fathers, parents, both play a very important role. I would say mothers play the biggest role in this, because I still feel the original umbilical cord relationship can never be broken with a mother. What do you say?
Yes, I really appreciate this comment and this kind of thought process which you have just we have discussed. But what I feel is still we have gender-based discrimination in most of our society, and sometimes I really pain to see this kind of practices, because in India we are a country where we always celebrated womanhood right from antiquity. We have Durga, a symbol of ultimate female goddess, actually, female's energy and power. And somehow, maybe in medieval times, due to invasion, due to Muslim invasion, there was decline in the equality uh, uh, in women, from women's side only, because they have to go to parda system and all that, and eventually it decreased, and today we have young girl child is not being taken care, they are not sent to school. But though in last few years, maybe 10 years, somehow little mentality is being changed. People are sending their children to the school, and they are all understanding about the importance of female education, because if one female is educated, the whole family is being educated. So that is the base. So it's very important that girl child has they should go to school, and they even women, they have to be educated to build up an educated society. So though we are progressing forward, but I think we need to do more.
That's true. That is always every day we need to get reminded, and I would think this day will come, the day when the world does not feel the need for a feminist movement. If both are equal, if there is gender based equality, why there is no need for a feminist movement? And there are other side stories as well, other side movements as well, not being spoken about it. And therefore,
International Girls Day reminds me the responsibility we have to make girls' lives more happier, isn't it?
that's right, Kanchan. It has to change from, मैं नीर भरी दुख की बदली और तुमको ढूंढू तुम में ढूंढूंगी पीड़ा तुमको ढूंढा पीड़ा में, from those days of Mahadevi Verma till what our Azim Premji says, that a girl child who is even a little bit educated is more conscious of family planning, health care, and in turn, her children's own education. That's the spirit.
Yes, so I think it's very important to have educated girl, educated women, so that the whole community and nation become educated and more sensitive to the requirement of the coexistence and family and nation building. It was so wonderful to talk to you, Sitesh, today. So till tomorrow, I'll say bye-bye, and we'll discuss tomorrow some new topic. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today is the CEO Roundtable and let me welcome my friends. Our first guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida. And our second guest joins us from UK, my friend and chairman of MindFit Limited, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to a really good discussion this morning.
Likewise, Neville. And our final guest is from India, Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is CEO of Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to
Hello. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing all? How things are at your end?
All well,
Yes.
Kanchan. All well, Kanchan. So today's subject is the elevator pitch. And why we have this subject? Because many people don't know the importance of an elevator pitch. And even if somebody knows the importance of elevator pitch, they don't know how to make that. So, you know, when I meet somebody in the corridor and I ask them what they do, their elevator pitch goes for 15 to 20 minutes. So that is so funny. So what do you guys feel about this?
Well, let's go. Let's go. The elevator pitch, 15 to 20 minutes. Sounds like the elevator got stuck somewhere along the line. Because the whole point of an elevator pitch, as we all know, is it needs to be maximum, 30, 40, 50 seconds. It's a short conversation where you get in the elevator at the bottom of the building and you get up off at the top of the building and you've influenced somebody along the way. And that's the whole point. You're pitching to somebody. The origins of it is, believe it or not, comes from Hollywood many years ago when they were pitching scripts, and scripts were in their thousands. So this isn't a new thing. It's not a business thing in many respects. It comes from the movies. So we need to take a bit of a script from that, because the movies need a script. You've got a limited time, so make sure you've got a good script.
I think elevated pitch is very, very essential in terms of emotional and business related conversation. And I think the way you interact with your client or individual, that makes hell of difference, because what is your body language, that also deals very highly when we go into elevated pitch. So I think elevated pitch has to be small, and then you should have few keywords so that you can impress your client, and you should not be afraid of repeating these keywords, and it's small and then impressive.
Excellent, actually, because this is something which is very close to my heart. I'm an ex-banker, and in the banking world, we believe if you don't have a product description, the product doesn't exist. Yet there are cases where certain products are sold for many years and you can't find a description anywhere. So, a proposition, a service, or a product without an elevator pitch is something like that. That okay, you've sold it, but at any point in time, if you put on the spot, it might be very difficult to explain it in a brief 20-30 seconds. Many years ago, when I started my first business, I actually used to go up and down, actually in an elevator in one of the buildings. I won't name it because people who have not figured it out could figure it out by now. But I used to have a day pass, and I knew that the decision makers for that particular company would be going up and down in the elevator from the cafe at any point in time. And that was my opportunity to engage them. So to basically just summarize this, it's an opportunity to be brief, be clear, convey your USP, make it very specific to your audience, identify the benefits really quickly, like Kanchan said, with a few keywords, make a very compelling call to action, and extend an invitation for further engagement and speaking more. So this is an opportunity for anyone to basically pitch either in the elevator or in the corridor, but it's an opportunity to elevate, talk about your product, and get the other party interested in your product or proposition.
So elevator pitch is like a brochure. In fact, many people don't understand, what is the sales or marketing methodologies. So elevator pitch has its position, and it is meant for people to remember you by your keywords. They may not remember your name. They may not remember, what your company name is, but they would remember the keywords in your elevator which you have used. For example, if Farida, let me go back to your example, which is related to banking. So if the elevator pitch says deposit and make money, grow money, people will remember that. But if they say, hey, this is something like a 5-year plan, and it will work like this in a cumulative manner, it will have interest twice a year or once a quarter, people don't remember none of this. They will not remember your product, and they will also not remember your elevator pitch. So this is what I feel.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, CK. This is about leaving the person with a memory so that they remember who you are. And you don't have long to do that. We always know that when we meet people in a networking arena, everyone is talking about the elevator pitch. So, but the key thing is you need to be aware of who the other person is. So if you see someone in a networking arena and they're very timid, they're standing to one side, they've just about got their coffee or their tea, and they're looking around in a sort of a very, scared type of way, it's absolutely pointless walking up to them and saying, hello, my name's Neville Gordon, this is what we do, because you'll frighten the living daylights out of them. So what you need to be doing is recognizing who the audience is and adjusting your pitch accordingly. And the nice thing about that is you need to practice. And Farida, it did make me laugh because I had a flashback moment to one of the really big management consultancies that used to, as part of their training program, tell their students to do what you did. Go in the elevator, go and experience it. We can tell you how long the elevator takes, but go in and experience it and ask the questions. The first question is, ask the question to yourself, who am I? Try to answer that one, because that is probably the most difficult question to answer. You can say what you do, and you can probably say how you do it. But answering the question, who am I? And if you can answer that very succinctly, emotionally, so that you have an engagement with yourself, more to the point, then you've really cracked the elevator pitch, because that's the question you need to answer every time. Because remember, the person on the other side is assessing who you are by what you're saying. Are you engaging? Are you interesting? Are you challenging me to think? Or are you just throwing stuff at me like a typical salesperson? Whack. This is what we do. This is how we do it. Do you want to buy it? That's not an elevator pitch. That is literally, here's my brochure, I'll talk to you later. That's not an elevator pitch either. So I think we need to work out, and I'm surprised the elevator pitch has lasted as long as it has. I would have thought by now, because we change the labels so often in the business world. It used to be a leader, and then we had a thought leader, and now we have an influencer. So, but the elevator pitch seems to have had a remarkable resilience to have not been changed. I'm wondering who's going to come up with it's a Twitter pitch, or it's a Facebook pitch, or it's a social media pitch, or it's a WeChat pitch. I mean, TikTok has gone now, so we can't do that one really in many respects. But I hope we're getting the message over to people out there. This is a conversation, and that's all where you need to start. So you need to be comfortable in it.
I have something to add to it. I'm just going to pick up from where Chandra was talking about. People make their elevator pitch like 15 minutes long. That's the inability to actually define their product really, really quickly. I like to share an example. When you go to the supermarket, always the name of the product and the one or two keywords are in the forefront. Nobody ever puts the list of ingredients in the forefront. If you are interested in the product, you take the product, then you read, okay, sugar, walnuts, emulsifier, blah, 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 blah. But what attracts you is the Hershey's chocolate syrup, because nobody ever puts a list of ingredients on the forefront. And that's exactly the same thing about elevator pitch. I could go on and on about my methodology at what my team does at Career Zoom, but nobody gives a damn. But my quick pitch is that it's a CXO on demand. And that is something that resonates with my audience. They are able to quickly identify whether that's something they're going to use or not. And that's going to determine whether we are going to have further engagement or not. There is no point in me going on for 15 minutes and turning that elevator pitch into a train pitch or a bus pitch, because you don't actually have that much time with someone.
Yeah, I'll take this point from Farida. But I also want to add that knowing the product and service is also very essential, and the power of language. You have to be very good. What sentences you have to use, and how many times you have to really name the product, like how to display the product in a limited time, and then the power of language comes into it plays a great role in that. So for elevated pitch, I guess it is very, very essential to know the product, to know the service, and have a wonderful control on the language and the utility of the time in the elevator.
You're absolutely right. And the other thing is, remember, if you're giving an elevator pitch, the person you're giving it to, you don't know. You may have seen them before, but you don't know them. So I always say the best way to give an elevator pitch is to ask the other person who they are and what they do. Then at least you're giving yourself the opportunity to adjust your conversation. Because like anything else, Farida, if you went into the elevator and you were ready to give someone a pitch and you had a banking product that you thought, I'm going to try this one out, you're in the elevator where there's another banker, but you haven't thought that because you're so keen to get your pitch out there. Now, if that other banker knows everything about your particular product, you're just wasting your time talking to them about your product because they know everything anyway. So the best way here is, when you start an elevator pitch, is find out who on earth are you talking to. What do they do? Where do they work? What's their favorite color? Ask around the subject, because that means they think you're interested in them. But please don't do this. Don't impersonate someone that's interesting in other people. Be interested. Be curious about what the other person does. And as I say, you never know. I mean, if you'd have met another banker and said, Farida, oh hi, my name's Farida. What's your name? What do you do? And they say, well, I'm the chief of, export banking or something. Immediately gives you an opportunity to work out the type of experience that person has. So then you can ask the next question. Oh, really? I know this person. They work in that area. Do you know them? And all of a sudden, you're not pitching, but you're building a relationship. And that is the forefront of pitching. This is so easy to do when you practice it a lot. But in the first instance, it's a bit like driving a car on day one. When you've never got in the car before, it's going to be clunky, and you might have kangaroo juice, because you've got the clutch or the wrong gear, So there are sort of realities of life that we need to take into this elevator type of arena, and just practice it, because the more you practice, the easier it becomes.
Absolutely.
So let me add to what Farida and Neville have said is basically the elevator pitch objectivity. You know, why we need an elevator pitch? That is the question. So the question is, like Neville said, people don't know you. You're meeting them probably for the first time, and the elevator pitch is required so that whoever you have met just now remember you at least for 15 days, or 20 days or 1 month. So the remembrance is what the elevator pitch is all about. So let's go back to the example of banking product. Now, we all know that all the products are very similar, from HSBC to Bank of America to ABN AMRO. I mean, their products are for deposits and loans are all similar because all of them are regulated. So how customer decides whether to buy the product from ABN AMRO or a similar product from HSBC? It is all because of the elevator pitch, because people perceive, hey, this product is better, whereas the other set of people will perceive, hey, ABN AMRO product is better. So it's basically how you speak and how you make an appeal of the same thing. And the same example is also true for telecom companies. Hey, you buy from me, pay me $30 a month, and I will give you XYZ. But the thing is that everybody is offering that XYZ. So the elevator pitch for telecom companies matters. And similarly, elevator pitch for everyone is very, very important.
We often forget actually why people buy from other people. And if you're in this world of consultancy, because that's where the elevator pitch is, or if you're in this world of digital presentations, trying to get your product above everybody else, is that people buy from people. But like anything else, this phrase has been shortened over the years because there's another part of the phrase that's really important, but everyone ignore and forget. People buy from people they know and trust. So the purpose of this pitch is to get people to trust you, to believe in you, to understand who you are. Then they may buy from you if they see consistency in your pitch. If they actually like you, a lot of people are driven by, do I like that person? Even today, lots of consultants actually get work because they're liked by their organization. Not that necessarily they're the best, but they actually feel comfortable with that person or that team. And they know that they're getting some results. They may not be getting the best results, but they're getting some results. And in the consultancy world, we know how difficult it is to displace an incumbent consultant because you're up against a known entity and you're an unknown entity. And that's the whole purpose of this pitch. It's to close that gap so at least people understand who you are, what you do, and why you may be better or different from their current incumbent. So don't underestimate the value of a short conversation with someone in an elevator. And as they say, what goes up must come down.
So I think there is a place for everything. For example, every company has a mission statement, and the elevator pitch has to be driven from the mission statement. So that is step number 2. And the step number 3 is your half pitch elevator. So you have a 15 seconds elevator, and then you have a half page, like a 1-minute elevator. And then in the end, you will have a brochure. So I think the first thing is to get your mission statement right, and then you get your elevator pitch right, and then you get your half page pitch right. So you are actually making sure that your listeners, your clients, your audience are actually progressing one after the other. Now, suppose, as Neville said that, there are consultants and they are sitting in front of a class. What is the impact if the trainer or a consultant speaks that 15 minutes thing in the beginning itself and then come back to 15-second bit after that? It's a total disaster. So that is why if you have been given a 1-hour slot to speak, you first make your mission statement, then you make your elevator pitch, and then you make your half page pitch, and then you talk about what the subject line is. So you are actually making sure that the audience are walking with you and they are at a place where you want them to be.
Yeah, that's very true. I think, I mean, any decent trainer or presenter knows that you win the audience at the beginning, because everyone judges people really quickly, and this isn't a 21st century thing, and it's not a millennial or a Gen Y or Z. We have always judged people very quickly, even from a distance. You know, is it friend or foe? Can I trust this person? Is this person worth talking to? Do I like them? Do I like the look at them? You know, oh, they're a lot bigger than me, I'm fearful. You know, we automatically judge people. Therefore, you've got a very narrow window. You might call it an elevator window. You know, you've got a very narrow window to make an impact. And a lot of people make a judgment call on your first impact.
Yeah.
And that is so powerful in their memory. It's actually one of the things that stop those people performing and moving forwards. Because if you don't like the teacher, even if the teacher is going out of their way to make you change your mind, too late. You've already made your mind up. And the majority of people, vast majority of people, over 80% of people, make that judgment call very quickly. So when you walk up to somebody in an elevator, whatever it is, when you're pitching, a big beaming smile actually has a big impact on the person that's watching you. So there are ways to do this really well, and they're not tricks. It's a process that works, and it works every single time. But the interesting thing is you've got to own it. So if you're having a bad day and you have got this big presentation to do, you need to G yourself up, or however, to give that presentation. And it has to be your best effort every time. We used to have a phrase in my industry was, you're always on parade. Now, I wasn't in the army or the navy, but we were always on parade. So when I was traveling, wherever I was, apart from in the hotel room with the door shut and no one can get in, that was my time. Every time I shut that door and went down the corridor, that was the business time. That was my employer's time. And I had to be on parade. And if you can do that, you can be really successful at this. And it is so easy to do once you get into the discipline and once you start to practice. And remember, it's the audience you're talking to that's really important. Any presenter knows this. So the key message I think I've got today is, who are you talking to? Find out who they are first, and it changes the way you pitch to them, always.
So one thing I like to say here is, while people create their companies and they don't bother to build their elevator, their mission statements, and their brochures, they think that no, I have a product. The product will sell by itself. So that is the confusion number one. And the confusion does not remain there. Now, if you get into a conference room and somebody says, "Hey, why don't you introduce yourself?" That introduction will also go for 10 minutes. All you have to do is tell your name and what you are and where are you from. So I think the confusion really starts from that point, where people don't know even to introduce themselves.
So I feel that when we talk about elevated pitch, it's very, very essential to take along the person, individual or a team. Apart with it, you should not be scared of asking some challenging question and be intermingling emotionally along with the business. So that makes a lot of difference once we are talking. Maybe a small talk will make a lot of difference once we are we have a small window, as Naval said. So it's, I think it needs a practice to really do a good elevated pitch.
So I'll just attempt to kind of, summarize what we all actually kind of, put our thoughts on an elevator pitch. The key is that you need to know who you are speaking with. So find out a little bit about the person you're going to pitch to. Doesn't need to be long, but genuinely find out what they do so you have some time to do your mental adjustment as to how you're going to present. Be brief, be clear, make it very specific to your audience. Again, that's extremely important. Highlight your benefits, identify the problem and what is your solution, and make a compelling call to action. This is an invitation for the other person to further engage with you, and therefore the elevator pitch is the most important 30 to 60 seconds that you're going to have with that person, because it's going to drive your future relationship. So I feel that very briefly, very clearly and concisely convey your product idea or your USP to the other side. That's the definition of an elevator pitch. And like Neville said, everything has changed. The way we look at people, the way we look at leaders, etc. But elevator pitch has stayed. And the idea has come from Hollywood movies. But it has stayed for so long, across so many years, across so many generations. It has had to be very successful, and that's why it stayed. So we all need to polish our elevator pitch and make sure that we are at our best when we deliver it.
In fact, I remember about Hollywood, and recently I was watching a program where this presenter called Conan O'Brien, and somebody asked him, "Hey, do you have a card?" And he showed his card, and believe it or not, his card has only his eyes. So his card is only this portion. It's a fantastic elevator pitch.
I've had some fantastic business cards handed to me over time, and many taking that as taking a leaf out of that one's book. I've had business cards where the corner's been chopped off, deliberately chopped off, but it looks like it's like a frayed edge, so someone couldn't be bothered with the card, but it's only that edge that they pass you it to make that important message. I don't care about business cards. Here's mine. It's got a frayed edge. I mean, who cares? And then when you take the card, they don't present it like this. If you know different people, some people present it. The Japanese typically present the card like this, so it's two-handed. But this person actually presented it with a worn-off corner. Immediately, my mind said, I'll share this with you because this is the point about the immediate impact it has on the other person. Immediately, I thought, walk away, Neville. Just run. This guy is not really interested at all. He passed me the card, and I looked at the card, and it was embossed. It was thick. This frayed edge was done for effect, and all it had was his name and what they did. Not what they did as a company, but what they did for me. And it just said, your success is our aim. That's all it said. His name, your success is our aim, and a frayed edge. And that made a massive impact on me. And this was about, I would say about 15 odd years ago. And I still am friends with this person, despite the fact we've never done business together, but I'm still a friend. And we still, we still talk on a regular basis. So this is about impact. As everyone's been saying here, it's an elevator pitch because you don't have very long. It's a memory you want to leave that other person with, just in case they may not need your services, but they've got a big network and they may know someone that might need what you've got. Or equally, you might need what they've got. That's what great networkers do. They put people in touch with others, not for any reward. They're not looking at 10%, They just put other people in touch with other people. And that's how the network grows. So the importance of the elevator pitch is absolutely critical today. especially in this digital world. And when we've got video like this, you can actually see the person, how real they are, how successful they want you to be with their pitch, not I'm selling this, it's done this, it's done this. We can just switch off. So the world now is a lot smaller because of the digitization of what's going on. But that means it's now down to you being more critical about what these people out there have got to offer. So my suggestion, and I'm sure everyone else is, get your elevator pitch right. But remember, think of who you're talking to, because that's the most critical part of the elevator pitch.
So I think we had a great conversation today, and I like to thank all the panelists, Farida, Kanchan, and Naval, for their valuable inputs. And I think we are going back with a lot of learning today. I think the biggest takeaway from this discussion is that you need to have already defined your elevator based on your product offerings or services. And if you don't have an elevator defined or ability to create an elevator pitch, take help from the market, take help from the people who have experience of doing that. And as Neville said during the discussion, that the elevator pitch may differ from audience to audience. So make sure that you have elevator pitch designed or defined either by yourself or by taking some help from the market using a smart consultant. So thank you very much, all friends, and we will catch up again in the next CEO Roundtable. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Very good morning to you, CK, and another bright sunny week starting in London.
It is quite hot in India as well, and we are still in lockdown. It is day 27th today. So I have a bit of information for you that some of the states have extended the lockdown in India. Earlier, the lockdown was up till May 3rd. Now, some of the states in India have today announced the lockdown will extend till May 7th. So I think some of us are going to be in lockdown for a very long time. But the good news is that so far, India as a country is conducting a lot of tests, and the fatality rate is lower than the other European countries in India. And also the number of cases, positive cases that the Indian government has announced are lesser than the European American numbers. So we have not yet flattened the curve, but I think we have to wait for another 6 to 7 days to really see the curve being flattened. So that is a bit of good news from my side.
Well, that's excellent news, and it's something to smile about, especially as we're tripping through the alphabet. So smile. Why don't you smile?
I am
it's worth smiling about, because it's really good news. Yeah,
I'm smiling.
excellent, excellent. And we're on S, so why don't we hit the word smile? Or in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to hit the word smiles. Okay? Because that's quite a long word. And the interesting thing is, when we're very young, we smile a lot. You look at a baby, and it's very difficult to see a baby that isn't happy, unless they're crying their eyes out, you know. But most babies have got a smile on their face. In fact, if you look around the web currently and you look for GIFs of babies, they're all smiling. Whereas the adults don't smile a great deal. But let me ask you a little quiz. What's the longest word in the world?
I've heard this word. It's quite difficult. I don't really remember, but I think it goes into 2 to 3 sentences. I think that's one word. That's the longest word that I know of. I'm sorry,
Well,
I don't know the answer.
No. Someone said to me, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Are you sure this
Which
is
is
the
a long
longest?
word. And it begins with S, amazingly enough. But very simply, the longest word in the world is smiles. Because between the S at the beginning and the S at the end, there's a mile in between.
Right.
Yeah, that brought a small smile on your face.
Right.
But joking aside, we don't smile enough. But let's do something really simple here. And you're my guinea pig of the day. You haven't even got a choice whether to volunteer or not. You are the volunteer. What I'd like you to do is to look up up to the ceiling. Get a firm look on the ceiling, and I want you to have a big smile on your face. That's it. So, big smile on your face, and big beaming smile. You've got to look up at the ceiling, and a big smile on your face. And what I'd like you to think of is something negative without losing the smile. Now, the thing about that is, it's not easy, is it?
I can't do that because I am thinking about smiling right now.
Exactly. So if you're smiling, trying to think of something negative while you're smiling, your brain is now confused and it says, well, actually, I'd rather smile because that's happier. That's easier because we don't have to think much to smile. So consequently, if we smile, we can't think of things negative.
Right.
And it's one of the simplest things you can do to start reducing your what we call behavioral waste, which doesn't begin with an S, by the way. It's a B and a W. But the thing is, by smiling, we can actually start to reduce some of the negative. So when you're working with your team, especially on this interactive arena that we are today, when we're locked in at home and our only real communication is digital with our team, smile. It's infectious. Even by me just saying smile, you smiled. So it's illogical, really, but it's really simple, and it gets things moving. And if you've noticed when you're walking down the street, I mean, we notice all the time when we're walking around, people that don't normally talk to each other, if you smile over and say, good morning, they're forced to smile back. It's an automatic reaction. It's very difficult not to smile at someone that's smiling.
So, Neville, I think what you're trying to tell us is that always be happy, and that is infectious. I'll share some experience with you right now. So, when I was in US, people always say, "How are you?" Right? But they don't ever smile. It's like it's a very stern, very, very stubborn kind of expression. If you meet somebody, "How are you?" without smiling, right? So I think that's, and they are not waiting to hear your answer. They will simply say, it's like a custom. How are you? And they. So I think, another thing we need to learn from what you're saying is that we need to be always happy within ourselves and smile always, all the time.
It's a simple thing, and as you say, there's lots of automatic reactions and automatic sayings. So I would regularly, when I had a proper job back in the 80s and 90s, I would go into an office on a daily basis, and I'd walk through, and if typically I was first in the office, so I didn't have to say hello to anybody apart from the cleaner that was leaving. But I would say hello, good morning, how are you? And the cleaner would smile back, But when the team came in, and I would wander out and just say, hello, how are you? How's your weekend? And have a smile. It's infectious. People will respond to it. So although we're under lockdown and the majority of the time you're just looking at a screen, smile, because that comes from within. And the more you do it, it's not just an issue of being happy. It's being content, and if you're content, then you're relaxed. And the more relaxed you are, the faster you can think about things. And all of these things they're almost syndicated together. So if I'm relaxed, I'm actually incredibly productive. If I'm under stress, not stress that I'm enjoying, because there is an enjoyable amount of stress. That's another letter S, by the way. Not one that I would recommend. But for some reason, a lot of students like to put themselves under stress because they hand in their assignments at the very last minute, for whatever reason. But some people work that way. But if you smile your way through it, then life is a lot easier. This isn't difficult. It's not rocket science, and it's very simple. And you think, well, it can't be as simple as that. The answer is, that's another S, simple. There was a phrase, I don't know if you recall this phrase, keep it simple, KISS.
Yeah.
And some people would keep it simple, stupid might be on the end, depending upon where you were in the world. Because it didn't mean stupid. It meant keep it simple, stupid, because if you make it complicated, you're going to be stupid because people won't understand it.
Right. So I think the learning for today is keep it simple and keep smiling. That will make the life very easy for all of us. We will be more productive. We will not be able to, we will not be, complicated for others to understand, and we will not be complicated ourselves for us to be more stressed. So I think these are certain learnings for us for today, Neville.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you start simple, the day will just fly by. So when you're talking to your team today, smile.
Certainly, I will do that.
And we'll be back tomorrow with a tea.
Yes, I wonder what that tea is.
Well, it won't be tea. Anyway, enjoy your day, CK, and smile, everybody, because life's beautiful.
Certainly, and thank you so much, Neville. Be safe, be positive. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
High five.
High five. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this edition of Jeremy Plain Live. And without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Jeremy, who joins us from UK. Very good morning.
Thank you very much.
Right, it's our pleasure, Jeremy. And we have just finished our Diwali celebrations in India and the neighboring countries, and probably in UK and a lot of other countries where Indians are in large population. Um, it's a festival of light. So while we celebrate the festival of light, I think it is very important to also discuss about the next year, how the job scenario would be, because I think it's all shattered in 2020. People were doing different kind of jobs, trying to find new jobs. So I think your inputs and your valuable insights into this arena would be very valuable for us.
That's great. Happy to do so. Let's and discuss this further.
Right. So in the HR arena, the jobs people used to do, for example, there are certain jobs like sales and marketing, and because of the pandemic, people did not had opportunity to travel, meet the client, and the digital world has taken over that part. But then there are other industries which are very badly, severely affected, which are hospitality, for example, travel, tourism, and there are a few more which requires logistics operations. So net there has been a major joblessness across the world in all countries, while there are emergence of new types of jobs. So I would like to know from you is what are the opportunities going forward now and going forward for next decade? If you can throw, based on your research, if you could throw some light on that.
Yes, yeah. So I did. You just referred to it. So I did a piece of research around the shifts and transformations of human capital, and I've been working on so-called HR 4.0 for some time now, which is the digitalization of HR and how we manage our organizations and workforces. But of course, coming into 2020, many organizations were faced with all of these transformations anyway, and the pandemic has served to accelerate those, and that's it being experienced in no greater area than the human heart of our businesses. So the three major shifts, maybe before going into actually where the future is, the three major shifts that are being accelerated, of course, is the digitalization of HR. So how do we manage more remote workforces? How do we enable them? How do we support them, collaborate, communicate, all of those kind of things? But two other major shifts are happening. The first is within the workforce. And in the research that I did, which is called Blended Workforce Revolution, and the blended workforce is defined as the mix of permanent employees, independent workers, digital workers, traditional workers, remote and centrally based workers, all of this mix coming together. We predicted at that point that by 2025, that 50% of the global workforce would be made up of independent workers. What's very interesting since then, we've gone back to the research, and in probably the end of July, early August, we realized, coming back with new data, that this is accelerated to the end of 2022. So it's a big challenge at human capital level. And the third one, of course, is being impacted by that and the pandemic at the moment, which is the shift in terms of workplace and ways of working. So will we, as I think we said last week, go back to what we used to do, or will we start to look ahead at possibilities around, actually, we may not need the bricks and mortar places, the big offices. Companies like PwC, McKinsey are already saying, and some of the big banks actually are already saying, that we're going to take out 30 to 40% of our major offices because we found new ways of working. So all of these sort of shifts are revolving around and accelerating, almost slingshotting out of the other side possibility. So yes, we have had a lot of challenge. We have had joblessness. We have had worries, not just at work, but at home. And out of that worry and out of tough times comes the need to act very quickly and to do things more creatively and to find new ways forward. And this is what we're starting to see emerging now. Almost like a butterfly out of a cocoon, lots of different possibilities. And some of these trends I've been talking about are accelerating. So from a job perspective, organizations that may have been really struggling have found new ways to work, and that is protecting the employee base within them. They just may find a different mix of employees. Also, though some of those people that have lost their jobs or that had been in the past thinking, well, you know what, I think I should do something on my own, but I really don't have the courage to do it. They've been accelerated to do that right now. So we're seeing a growth in that too, which I'll come to a little bit later as well. So we're seeing lots of these things starting to rise, and that will steady over 2021, and we will see that a little bit further. But that will be, for me, the foundation, what I've talked about there, the foundation for the decade ahead, CK.
So, as per your research, the new jobs in the digital arena, or rather the jobs which existed in 2019, about 20% of them have moved to digital arena. So, what it takes to get these jobs, how to fill these positions, do you have any insight on that?
Well, it's a very good question, actually. If we look at, we're in the fourth industrial revolution right now, so-called digital age. That's, you know, biological, physical, digital, all coming together, as we've talked about before. We've seen this transformation before, and some of the things we hear through these transformations and these big changes into the next industrial revolution is that lots of jobs will be lost. People will not be in, the rise of automation will take all of our jobs, robots and AIs. In what are we going to do? What we forget is exactly what you just said there, is that job creation is a major output from the shift to a new industrial revolution. But when we go through change, often we're too quick to see the negative and what could happen rather than look at the possibilities. And that's what we're looking at now. The big challenge though that I think coming is at human capital level. So we have potentially these new jobs, but what we also have is a talent gap. We also have a will gap. So it's the skill and the will. Some people actually may not be interested in those kind of jobs, but at the same time, those people that are, there is a skills gap that needs to be filled. So how do organizations do that? Well, the way that many are looking at the moment, which explains the rise of the independent workforce, is going to more contingent workers. And they're saying, you know what, actually, we do have these new jobs, let's say, we do have these new needs within the organization. We have needs in even our existing jobs. For example, you mentioned it right at the beginning. We need to change how we sell. We can't just, you know, we may not be able to go and see our customers for 6 months. So we need to master the virtual sell. That is a completely new skill set for many, even traditional salespeople. They still have they can still use the skills that they know, like great questions, handling objections and presenting, but actually managing it in this format takes some nuance. And they need to kind of, if you like, create an edge around the skills that they know and create new skills. So it's not just about the new jobs, it's also about the new knowledge, skills and behaviors that we need to display for the workforce of tomorrow, today. So that's why many organizations are saying, well, we don't have to be too worried about how we fill, in inverted commas, some of these things, because we can actually think differently. And I think this is where organizational design, OD, and HR and human capital management come together and say, we have an opportunity here to relook at how our organizations are structured, how they're managed, and how we manage them. It is not true now to say that we need 100% permanent workforce within our four walls that we work in, or moving forward. We can embrace the rise of the independent workforce. We can embrace a new blended workforce. And therefore, when we're looking to fill some of these skills gaps or some of these potentially short-term roles that we need to get geared up, we can look more at creating great relationships with independent workers. But for me, at the moment, that is through things like managed services. It's based on projects. What my argument is that now needs to be formalized, and we need to think about how we embrace independent workers who can really contribute to our business, so that we value them, recognize them, reward them in the right way, and make them feel like they're part of the team as much as being independent workers. So quite a lot really coming in here, but equally, to answer your question, there's so many more solutions now, I feel.
Jeremy, I think you make a very interesting proposition about building relationship with the independent workers. But there is a skill gap. In fact, in past few lines, you also mentioned there is a huge skill gap that exists today, because even the experienced workers may find it challenging to shift to digital platform seamlessly, because they may have negotiation skills, but they need eye contact, they need facial reading, and the digital platform does not allow that seamlessly. So there is a huge skill gap that exists. I think the understanding of this skill gap is also fairly widely accepted. The problem is, how do we fill the skill gap? For example, IBM Watson has tied up with a government department in India, and India being a very populous country with young population, there is a department for skill development. It offers a free skill development to people who do not have a lot of funds. And 30% of the population in India fit that description. So IBM Watson has tied up with Skill Development Corporation to provide digital skills to whoever wants to get trained on the digital skills. And this is absolutely free. Absolutely free. So having said that, there are other initiatives across the world as well. Like Microsoft announced spend of $23 million in learning and development, specifically around digital arena. While all these developments are happening, I'm sure a lot of other corporations are investing in this space. There is still going to be skill gap, because by the time this workforce is ready over next 1 year or 2 years, till then, what are your advices to people to, make use of the opportunity which exists today?
Actually, there's quite a lot within that, what you're talking about here. There's quite a lot going on which impact the whole. And the way that if we go back to 2008 and we hit the global financial crisis, that was a 10-year crisis, and then there was uncertainty. We came into this new decade with a little bit more hope. We were taking a deep breath. We could get back onto track again. But then the pandemic hits, of course. But within that period, many organizations, when they're looking at transformation, when they're looking at upskilling and so on, it takes budget. The more enlightened organizations, as you're talking about, are more attuned to putting budget aside to that. But there were many organizations that didn't. Budget moves away from things like learning and development, some nice to have HR initiatives, even some nice to have marketing initiatives at time. So what happens is that the skills development that happens either is very standardized, which may not be appropriate, but it doesn't really evolve very much. So as people are coming back into spending, after the global financial crisis, for some organizations, they're 10 years out of date. But the pace of change within this digital era is so quick. And as you pointed out before, we've got all of these gaps within our organizations, not just in terms of roles, but also how we do things differently for the new era. And that came home to roost for many organizations when March year, and we realized that this was not going to go away. So marketing needed to very quickly digitalize. What does it mean now getting our message out there differently? Sales, as I talked about, finance, HR, you name it, the whole thing needed to upskill themselves before they could upskill the organization. Then add that to the previous point that you said, is that, but we need people in these really key roles. How are we going to get them? And some organizations realize that actually, because the supply is so low, but the demand is so high, they're going to cost a lot of money. And we can't afford to do that. So how do we do things differently? We need to find somebody who's skilled in it, but we need to probably look at different ways of bringing it into the business. And that then explains partly how the independent workforce is growing so quickly. But the very interesting point about that, CK, is that in the last 2 years, the population, so this is according to the research, the Blended Workforce Revolution, which I launched earlier this year, which you'll be able to find on my website. I think you're going to put the link on for people to download it for free, the paper, if you're interested, is that we found that the generation making the biggest shift to independent working was Generation X. That's my generation. And your generation, yes. So we're both X's, and we both made it to the top of the organizations that we worked with before. I was one of the senior leadership team within the global business that I was in before. But like many Gen X's, I looked into my organization. I said, you know what? I don't want to take over this business. We have not transformed quick enough. I've got a big problem if I take over this business. I'm not up for it. I can do this better from the outside. So what's even more fascinating than that is that I'm now able to have retained jobs, 2 or 3 retained jobs with different companies doing more or less the same role, helping them at a very senior level in a very niche way, potentially, you know, whether it be around skills, around digital, around the new roles that are there, helping them refine their organizational structure. But in a moment of time that A, they can afford, and B, that we can get the best value out of. So Gen X's are making that move. So it actually compounds the issue that you're talking about in some ways, as well as providing a solution. On one level, I can actually do things differently now as an organization. I don't have to have a permanent person. I can pick an independent person. However, if I'm losing my leaders in waiting in the organization, I've got a big skills gap there. This is where a lot of the 20th century businesses who haven't got into 21st century thinking yet, as we talked about last week, are really struggling, because they're thinking in the way that they used to think about, not in the way that they need to think about now, and thinking about changing the complete structure of the organization, unleashing capabilities around the organization, but also embracing as part of their workforce people that can come in for the short term, for independent work, for project work at a very senior level, as much as very kind of, if you like, project digital IT work that they're traditionally used for. So quite a lot to think about.
Right. So it is a lot easier for the IT companies to transition to digital arena quite easily. But there are other walks of life which will find very challenging to shift in the new world. Things like production, things like operations. What is your advice to these kind of people?
Yeah. Well, with all of this that I've said here, and the increasing digitalization, and that could be in manufacturing, in supply chain, in logistics, all of these kind of things as well, is that we're still reliant on the human touch, whether that's internally with our employees and whether that's with our customers as well. So one of the issues that seems to be arising for the organizations that are still struggling this year is that they've lost sight of the human touch, as they have desperately trying to digitalize, find new processes and ways of working, systems to support the way that they're working in the areas that you're talking about. But the danger is that they've missed the human heart of this as well. So I've just done a new piece of research. It's not released yet, so I can't go into the detail. However, the biggest emerging leadership trait for the decade ahead is human-centered leadership, closely followed by community-centered leadership. And both of these are two sides of the same coin. It's actually looking internally and externally and mobilizing our resources so that they can be part of the solution, rather than isolating these problems that you talk about in some of these really kind of more technical areas to just the leadership of the organization. This is about empowering not just our permanent employees, but it's the independent workers. It's also empowering leadership at all levels, something that we have been talking about for many, many years, so that our employees can be part of the solution rather than the implementers of the next new idea that has come up from the management or the leadership that says this is where we're going to go. So I think that is a really key component in those kind of areas there, at the same time as not just implementing digitalization, but actually thinking about how they automate many of these processes and systems. So actually automation, this is the year of automation. Many automation companies have been the answer to many prayers in the areas that you talk about for many organizations globally. And automation, as I say, has come of age, and that will be 2021, where many other organizations are playing catch up, is where they'll focus, that and the human touch.
In fact, whatever you say is makes a lot of sense. But there are businesses which are still not started the race. I mean, the catch up will be quite tough for them. Businesses like schools, media houses, advertising, which can migrate quite easily on the digital platform, but they have not done that. And then there are people who will find it very difficult to migrate, like production and operations. Jeremy, you are a truly global citizen, and you work with large corporations now, helping them in their journey migrate on the digital arena. Do you have a model which can be utilized by SMEs or startups or even large enterprises, which they can access to?
Well, yes, there are a couple actually that I have, which I feel have been models to create out of the transformational period that we're in. Not something to reinvent that's already there, but actually something that causes a rethink around this. Because you're absolutely right. I do work globally. I work with many industries, and another industry I'll throw in there, which is really suffering at the moment, is the entertainment industry. So we talked about, MICE, tourism, leisure, hospitality, but entertainment as well. So think about how we experience going to the movies. The industry growing around this. It's not just the movie theaters, it's what comes into them as the product as well, movie making, TV making, and the rapid evolution now of how movies may be released in the future to drive the kind of revenues. So those big studios that didn't have relationships with the major new streaming partners like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all of these kind of things, are struggling to think about the kind of partnerships that can get their product to market now. They're having to rethink their whole thing because this never came into their mind. So while movies like Tenet were really the test case for could this work in a new way of experience movies at the cinema, it made around $400 million, which was probably about $1 billion less than it should have done normally. But they're calling that a success now. Whereas something like the film released on Amazon Prime a couple of weeks ago, Borat 2, has caused, from Sacha Baron Cohen, has caused an absolute sensation and is now being measured in a very different way in terms of audience uptake, viewerships, and so on for Amazon Prime, and what that actually means from a money perspective. So it's at macro level, industries are having to rethink how their relationship with their customers, with how they look at usership, revenue, how they're going to measure margin. Underpinning all of that, though, there needs to be a new approach with how we manage this changing face that I've talked about, the digitalization, the workforce, the workplace. So there is a model that I created at digital level, which is the ticking clock, which I think I may have mentioned in one of our previous discussions, which is around how to help organizations who are still struggling to rapidly digitalize so that they don't lose the human touch, but they actually can enable the most appropriate technologies. But for much of what we've been talking about today, still organizations are traditionally structured with a human capital management approach, which is from yesterday and is not appropriate for tomorrow. So I've come up with something called Gig HR, which is really a framework for today. It's not a framework, actually, it's a manifesto. It's a new manifesto for human capital management, which looks at this differently. It looks at the need of organizations with their permanent workforce, but the trend that 50% of our workforce will be made up of independent workers within 2 years. Our current human capital management structure does not allow us to manage that in a way. So my approach for Gig HR is to think about, so how do we underpin this new structure with thinking about the cultural aspects that need to be in place when you're managing a permanent and an independent workforce. And then what are the rules, the tools that need to be in place, the new skills, and how do we actually engage and create those thrills for our workforce, whether permanent or employees. And then if I kind of wrap that all around something else, it's then how do we protect them in an era of rapid change, digitalization, particularly learning from this year with well-being at the center. So Gig HR recognizes that many organizations will have a very mixed workforce, or a blended workforce, as I like to call it. And this is a framework to enable that to be managed, but also challenges organizations who particularly have a 20th century model right now to transform more rapidly so that they're ready for this type of workforce tomorrow.
Yes, Jeremy, in fact, this rapid changes in our business arena and how we do basically business with each other, that has forced various governments across the world to also reformulate the policies around the digital world, how to use, and you mentioned media. So there is a new policy which is going to come up to manage the OTT platform, what they can show, what they cannot show, and so on. So I think while you are very graciously sharing your Gig HR framework, which people can download and use it if they can, but I think there is a lot of handholding required to understand the whole dynamic around it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to urge the viewers of this program that if they need to get in touch with Jeremy to take his advice, to really help you build your organization in a new format so that they are geared up to do business in 21 and beyond, please reach out to his website, which is mentioned in the messaging box down below, or you can reach out to us and we can connect with you, Jeremy, and you can then take it forward from there. So I think your inputs in your work, which you're doing globally, Jeremy, is very valuable, specifically in the area of HR. And I think this is going to help us, help my company, and also the viewers of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CK.
And we will catch up with you, Jeremy, next week with more compelling business proposition, business topic next week.
We will. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. And we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa, and as you know that he has a deep interest in corporate training and he had been doing trainings for most of the corporate companies, most of the professionals in marketing and IT segment. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hey Kanchan, I'm very, very well, and it's been a nice day. And now I look forward for our conversations and the interesting subjects that we bring to our listeners and also viewers. Let's start.
Yeah, so actually we had been discussing about change management, creative thinking, and how to go about it. We have quoted a couple of interesting examples. So I thought maybe we'll just refresh it for our viewers, that the examples we have quoted in regard of change management and how they interrelated, correlated with the subject.
Right, Kanchan. So this all started with the change management part, and very important part of a change management in any organization has two folds. One is the creative thinking and one is the critical thinking portions. So creative thinking brings in the necessary emotion, the necessary force into the change management aspect or the campaign that needs to be rolled out. The critical thinking part actually helps it in laying it out in the implementation part of it. And there are many examples on any corporate or the educators life, or the schools, the universities, or the colleges, or the institutions, governments as well. So it is important to look at the overall change management from either the top-down approach or from the bottom-up approach, using both of these critical thinking as well as creative thinking. That's my thinking.
Yeah, so we have discussed a couple of examples like Lego and other sort of examples. So let's repeat those examples and how we can relate that with the subject.
Right, Kanchan. So yes, we have discussed a couple of examples, and Lego was one of them. Sony versus Apple was one of them, and air travel versus video conferencing was one of them. And each of these have the merits and demerits in their implementation, in their paradigm change that they brought into the, not only into the marketplace, but our lifestyle place. They brought the changes. And there are more examples to it. For example, like in Sony versus Apple. I mean, we all know about Sony Walkman and other Sony products in the market. And while I was still in Japan, we suddenly start seeing Apple iPods, and we thought maybe Sony will come up very soon with something akin to the same product. But the speed of the Apple products, iPod and iPhone 1 and the iPad 1, they were so fast into the market, so rapid into the market, and suddenly we saw Apple became in a couple of years the most valued company in the world. Similar are the examples of critical thinking or bringing in forceful change management by Bill Gates of Microsoft. And since we have seen from 1995 onwards, at least that I remember, Microsoft has been a trendsetter, trailblazer, and at the forefront of all the technology and changes. And then I will also like to talk about Michael Dell, the founder of Dell Computers, who chose to go directly via phone and from the database marketing. And he actually mastered it. And then his company actually brought in the internet feature of it as well, where somebody could actually get it onto the internet and order for the configurations that they wanted. The other examples are Larry Page of Google, Sergey Brin and Larry Page of Google. At the outset of this millennium, Google was actually a very baby company, but today we can't think of our lives without Google. And it has brought in this common phrase that we use throughout our day, Kanchan, let's Google it.
Right.
Let's find Google.
Yeah, we can't imagine our life nowadays without Google. And sometimes
Exactly.
I feel that earlier people, they used to search and find their answers themselves, do study, do reading. But now we have Google Guru for answers for every questions.
Exactly. And therefore, many a times I have faced where the children would also say, but Google says this is different. The teachers face the challenge, but sir, but madam, Google says this different. In fact, I have also seen doctors getting frustrated when the patients carry the Google reports on the perceived information about their conditions. So, Google is one of the best examples, but there are more examples of critical thinking today in the pandemic world, the COVID world, where everywhere we are seeing and hearing about the depression in the economies, depression in the markets, depression in the stock exchanges all across the world. One example stands out is the Reliance Jio platform of Mukesh Ambani. He is getting so many fundings. So much of funding is available right now that his company doesn't feel to be going through this pandemic situation, or probably he knows, or his company knows, how to change the course of action or direction, or bring in the change management using this situation that is at hand. Right?
Mm-hmm. So very nicely put these examples, you have put in these examples. So I think when we talk about Jio or talk about Reliance, I think they are way advanced in change management and critical thinking. That's why they are so successful in these transitions. So as usual, it is so lovely to talk to you once again. We'll meet tomorrow again with some more interesting subject. So till then.
That's right.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Bone.
Good morning, CK. It's a beautiful Wednesday here, although we're about to have a thunderstorm, so it should be electrifying. And you've got some electrifying news today, haven't you?
When it comes to thunderstorms, we are in the middle of it. And for last 1 week, it's pouring non-stop, and it will continue for next, as per the predictions, next at least 6 to 7 days. So, we are enjoying it.
Absolutely, but you're in a political thunderstorm.
Of course. See, what has happened, Neville, is something which is very specific to India, but I just want to inform you about this before we start discussing, what are the repercussions of this. There is a very famous superstar in India who was just 34-year-old, quite dashing, quite smart, popular among youngsters, multifaceted personality. Is not only a superstar, he is a India topper in engineering. So he was a very brainy fellow. He invested with NASA and he bought a land on the moon. He started a lot of scholarship programs for youngsters. He wanted to, apart from being acting, because obviously he's doing acting to make money, and he was making a lot of money. He was also investing big time in artificial intelligence and also in virtual reality and stuff like that. He was a very person who had a lot of big dreams. So this is all known because he was very popular on Twitter and social media, working with the masses. He had a mass appeal. 2 months back, we heard that he committed suicide by hanging himself from the ceiling fan.
Oh, I remember it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that well.
So initially, there was a lot of publicization by certain PR, pseudo-secular, political people that he was bipolar. and therefore he was not mentally stable, and he committed suicide, and so on. So for a month, everybody believed that. In fact, I did a video along with my lawyer friend about how to prevent a suicide, because everybody believed it. When the government of that particular state is talking about, especially the police and very senior people on the police who are investigating, are saying that there is no evidence. But it turns out that after almost like a month or 30 or 35 days, the certain other facts started tumbling out. Things like his diary, in which he's talking about his future plans. It turns out the doctor who declared him bipolar was a fake. So a lot of these things started coming out, and for some reason his body picture was made viral. And then a lot of people started analyzing the body and the ligature mark, and what are the injuries and all that. And it turns out that a lot of people, specialists, not only from India, but even outside India, even from United States, non-Indians, they started analyzing these pictures, and they started saying, it doesn't look like a suicide at all. The injury mark is not of a hanging, it's of a strangulation. And after that, and a lot of Indian experts, forensic experts who are probably retired or in different police forces across different states, started voicing their concern. So ideally, the state government should have ordered a separate inquiry, because, as a citizen, I feel that the state government or any government in India is elected by people. So their job is to represent people. And if people themselves are questioning the state government investigation, the police investigation, so what is the responsibility of the state government? They should look like as if they are representing people in the assembly. So they should order for an independent inquiry. So there are ways to do it. There is a centralized agencies. There are not one, there are multiple central agencies in India which can be summoned for conducting a independent inquiry. So this way, state government would look good. Say, and they can always give speeches in multiple platforms. Hey, you didn't believe us? At least believe the central agency, because we called them. But on the contrary, what happened? They blocked all central agencies. They tried to block the media, and they blocked investigation done by other states into this state as well. And finally, this whole murky business reached the Supreme Court. And today, after 2 months of long legal battle, and why I'm saying that it's a legal battle, it's not people versus the government, it's the governments of two states fighting with each other. Because this person who died belonged to another state.
Okay.
And he had a lot of fan following in that state. So the government of that particular state came under a lot of pressure of people. So they actually approached the court, the highest court of India. And now from today, the central agencies have been summoned by the court, and they will do the investigation. So it's a big deal.
Wow.
It is a big.
It's a huge deal, and a huge deal. All starting from something that clearly someone wanted to cover up. Let's face it. From what you're saying to me, and you're in the know, this is a massive, massive cover up.
Well, I have not given you any names. I have not told you even the state names. I have not given you. I know. In fact, it is coming in the media. All the names are being pronounced. But between you and me, I'm not giving any names. I'm just giving you an incident so that we can, understand this in depth. And probably with your wisdom, you can say, in an elected government or in a democracy, what is the responsibility of elected government? Probably you can throw some light on that.
Well, it goes further than an elected government or democracy. It goes into one of the most highly respected values that we have in society, and that's one of trust. If we
when we elect anybody, whether it's in an organization or it's in a community as a local representative, we're putting trust in that individual. We've made that mental assessment of trust. This is a person I can trust. Well, if they're a person you can't trust, you'd never give them your vote, would you? You'd never say, I'm going to vote for this person, but I don't trust them. You just wouldn't vote. Simple as that. That's not a wasted vote. That's just the fact that you don't believe in them. And the point is, it goes to our inner core of our belief system. So let's just make this very simple. You have a close friend, and that close friend has been a close friend for some time. You trust that friend with everything they're doing. And then that friend goes and does something that they don't tell you about, but you find out about it through someone else. And it's pretty bad. It's so bad, it's going to question everything about your friendship. Do I trust this person with anything going forward? I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, but it's bad. Just like this event is pretty bad. Saying that someone's committed suicide, advising everyone that, that's what happens to these famous people. They live on highs and they live on lows. I mean, we see it around the world. I mean, actors in particular are prone to this type of arena because they do have massive highs. But when nothing is going for them, there's no adrenaline rush. You can only imagine the lows that they go to. And some people do go into depression. They start heavily drinking, they go into drugs. And all of this discussion is going on around the fact that someone quite famous, quite young, long future ahead of them, has committed suicide. I didn't know this person, really. I read it in the newspaper and I saw it on the international media. And I remember it was on BBC News. I mean, this was big news. And now you're finding out that it's not true. This whole person's life has been castigated by a lie. And that lie is now unfolding. So it's hitting everyone, not just Indians, but it would hit me too. I would turn around and say, do I really trust these people who are making decisions? What other decisions have they made recently that I now bring into question? And it's this whole one issue of trust. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. What you were going to say?
No, I was just saying that, this is not the first issue in last 8 months. This is second cover up the state government has done. There was a lynching incident which has been covered up, and even that has gone to the highest court of India, which is Supreme Court, and it is awaiting judgment. So this is second one in very close proximity in terms of this few months. So I think.
But it would. I mean, it would bring into. I mean, even a good friend of yourself, you would bring into question your own judgment. Because we do judge people. Let's face it. But if you've got a really good friend of ours, and you then find out that really good friend has done something that actually is immoral, illegal, whatever, and it brings into question all of the other decisions you've made. Not they've made, but you've made. And obviously, the more popular the individual, the more people are going to feel it. And the last thing you want is literally, I mean, this is what social unrest is all about. It's the effect of one thing happening that has a massive impact across the community. I mean, we've seen it in America with Black Lives Matter, that brought to the forefront by what appears to be the innocent killing of an individual by the police. And it brings into question then everything else that these people are doing. So we just need to take a step back here and think about this one value that we have. Values are very personal, but communities have a value, and it's this value called trust. So it's been undermined, and the point is, you can lose it, and if you don't do certain things, you'll never recover it. We all make mistakes, but like anything else, if you make one lie and another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up the consequences of that lie, all of a sudden you've lost reality. Your life is just a perception. You know, you're constantly living this lie. So I think we can learn lots of lessons from this.
So on this subject alone, I would like to say that, you know, I feel that the state government is foolish, because in today's environment, all these evidences which are coming out, because you have cremated the body, you have destroyed the evidence, and you have declared the person deceased as a suicidal case. You did not even file a police complaint because it's an accidental death. But, you know, he had a lot of neighbors, and he had a lot of friends. So the incident has been captured by mobile from different angles when the body has been taken out and all that. So all that is coming out. So what on earth the state government was thinking that they can hide it? Because even if you cremate the body thinking that the evidence is destroyed, but it really doesn't, because there is Wi-Fi data. You can, in today's world, even if multiple people enter this guy's house, their mobile will be tracked, their Wi-Fi will be tracked. So, you know, if you want to do investigation, you can always catch the criminal. And if you just catch one fish, all the fishes will be caught. It's a matter of time.
Once you catch one fish, you catch the whole school. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is, unlike, 20, 30 years ago, pre-internet, pre-smartphones, everyone being a journalist, we're all journalists. Everyone, if you see a tussle in the street, people don't call the emergency number anymore. They get their mobile phone out and start videoing it and stream it live. And this is the reality that we're working within, and that's not to say, you need to be really careful about what you do. Be who you are. I mean, that's who you need to be. And if that is merit-worthy on the internet, then people will do it. You tend to find that the things that go viral on the internet are mostly the bad things. Sometimes we see some good Samaritan stuff that goes viral, but that's just the nature of human beings. I'd like to see more of the good stuff going viral.
No, but one thing I like to say that, they try to destroy the evidence by even destroying the CCTV camera footage. But the next building had the CCTV camera. They never thought about it. So how many things you can cover up?
But that's my whole point is you start to tell a little lie that grows into a bigger and a bigger and a bigger one, and then actually you lose sight of which one you're working with. If you always tell the truth, you've never told a lie. Your brain actually is only if you've forgotten things, you've actually physically forgotten it. You've not decided to put it in the back of your mind and lie about it. You've just forgotten it. So it's a message to us all, really, here. And I'm not saying everyone tells little white lies. They do. It's just a human nature. But this one has got massive repercussions. And the bigger the issue, the worse the consequence, as we all know. It's common sense, really. But again, going back to these elected officials, how deep is the cancer?
Oh, it's very deep. I don't want...
exactly, that's the problem. It's just the question that we all start to ask. How deep is it? And the interesting thing is, That's one local government. Are the other local governments watching? Are they thinking about, oh yes, we've got to be really careful here, or actually saying we're never going to do that? And they've all got policies. They've got fantastic policies of being honest, truthful. Don't lie, seek the truth, because they're in public office. And we trust people in public office, no matter two ways about it. Even in the most corrupt of arenas around the world, we've got a modicum of trust around certain leaderships. But when you're trying to promote trust, because undoubtedly they will have a value statement somewhere within the organization.
Of course, I mean, it takes long time to build a trust, maybe a couple of decades sometimes, but it takes just one incident to destroy the whole thing. So I think it's a learning for all of us. We have to learn from this incident, especially people who are involved. I don't think with what face they will go back to public asking for votes. I think that is where the whole question lies. And public servants should never lose trust of people.
It's a difficult arena. I mean, I would never run for public office anywhere. We've all got skeletons in our cupboards, and that's not the reason I wouldn't run for public office. The reason I wouldn't run for public office is, if I were to do it, it would have to be 100%. I couldn't. I mean, even in the UK, you can be a member of parliament, a local politician, and you can have another job. My view is, if someone's paying for my commitment in this arena, they're paying for me, period. And I take a sabbatical from everything I'm doing. And if that sabbatical is 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, then it's a sabbatical. But I have to be committed to that one thing. As you've heard me often say, commitment is an on-off switch. It's not a dimmer. So if you're an entrepreneur, for instance, you're living and breathing being an entrepreneur. That doesn't mean to say you have to be committed to one company, okay? But that's not in the public arena. You can have multiple companies, but each of those companies know the level of commitment you can give. So you might say, well, I've got 5 days a week. That means I can support 10 companies. So that's morning, afternoon, etc., etc. If that's the way you do it, that's fine. But in public office, you're a public servant. And a public servant is just that, a public servant. We all can take a massive lesson from this, from a very sad and unhappy event that I'm glad that his family and friends are getting closure, because I bet they didn't believe it initially, but all the evidence was stacked up against them.
Yeah, so the family approached, they never believed in the suicide theory. So they approached the legal system, and based on their effort, we are seeing that the central agency is getting involved. So I think the investigation will now start. It is not, nothing has happened in the last 2 months. So.
Well, the good thing is the justice system is intact. It may have had a bit of a wobble for a couple of months, one hell of a wobble, but the justice system is intact. So that's what our belief can still be in that system. We can still trust in something that's above everybody else, which is great. So there's a real positive to come out of this.
Yes.
And hopefully we can all learn the lessons.
I think there is a huge lesson for people who are in senior positions or having public life. I really thank you for giving us this advice today. I would like to end this discussion by stating Martin Luther King, who said, and I quote, that if there is an injustice in a small area, that shouts out at all the justice in other areas. So I think this is exactly what has happened here in this case.
Yep. And of course, he said that last century, over 40 years ago. In fact, it's probably nearer 60 years ago.
Right.
When are we going to learn the lesson?
I think it's high time we should learn the lesson.
It's high time we should learn the lesson. Before social media teaches us.
Right.
Anyway, thank you for this discussion this morning. It's a sad event, fundamentally, but the right outcome is going to be had.
Yes, Neville, thank you very much, and we will catch up again tomorrow.
Cheerio, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Morning, Neville. How are you today?
I'm really well, CK. Good morning to you and good morning to everybody.
So, India is in lockdown, and today I would like to share my sort of mixed feeling, which is a portion of it is sad and a portion of it is angry. There is an elite group in this country, in my country, who sit in cozy rooms, which is protected from all sides, and they have this dumb tool called Twitter, and they basically, without thinking, without applying their brain, they basically bring their arrogance into Twitter. Some guy is saying, hey, Prime Minister did not made my dog's favorite food as essential commodity during this lockdown. And there are others. So I just want to overlook all of these cynics, and I just want to overlook their foolish comments. I would like to give you what, as a community, what we are doing in our neighborhood. So the place where we have about 3,000 household, and we have a few pharmacies, and we have provision supermarket in our locality, which is reserved for our own locality. So first thing we have done is we've actually closed down or clamped down the main gate of our locality so the other people cannot come in. So completely secure, it's a gated community. And within the community, we are building a token system so that people within the community don't crowd the provision store. So we have worked out a system where we have put a upper limit how much provision you can buy so that there is no over purchase. People don't get panic and buy extra stuff. And then there is a token that is only 5 people can spend 15 minutes at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So there are limited tokens which are being generated, and this token generation is being done through an app. So we are trying to do our bit to make sure that we are following the authorities. At the same time, we don't panic as a community and pass through this lockdown period.
It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, this is where your community will be probably copied by lots of other communities. You and I spoke the other week about copying really good stuff that's out there. It's perfectly legitimate, and in these times, it's the best thing you can do. So if you're an SME at home now, it's about getting that little bit of discipline and stop the distractions. You started off with, there's the 1% brigade. There's always the 1% brigade. unfortunately, in India, 1% of 1.4 billion people is a very big number. And all of those people on social media can be a real distraction. And we're human beings. We want to know what's going on. You know, we want to put our nose out and find out what's going on out there. But you've got a business to run. If you want your business to succeed, that's coming out of this pretty, difficult time, now's the time to get a bit of focus, to stop the distractions. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, especially if you've never done it before. If you've sat in that office in a tower block and you've been comfortable with the people around you, it could have been a serviced office, and there's no noise, there's no interference. It's very, very easy to focus on what you do. Now you're sat at home. The dog's barking. Social media's going mad. These things are an absolute disaster. Turn off the connectivity. Turn it on when you want to use it. So this is the biggest distraction we could have. Let's use this not as a distraction, but as a tool that it was used for. Don't use it as your heartbeat, boom, 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 all the time. When it goes ping, as it does, my wife's at home and she has hers on all the time because she can't go to the office. The office is closed. It goes ping, and on another occasion it goes bong, because ping is a text, bong is an email. If you get this right, you can actually create a symphony of saying to people, can you send me this message at this time? And it'll go bing, bang, bong, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong. And it'll do that all the day. And boy, that will be a distraction. So just turn it off. Use it when you want to use it. Now that is real discipline. And I can't stress it enough. But you have discipline. You have discipline every day, CK. You're bright and fresh. You're 5.5 hours later than I am. It's a little early in the morning here. It's about 6:40, but it's about about 12:30 your time? Just after 12, 12:10, something like that.
Right.
So it's midway.
12:15.
Exactly. So it's midway through your day. You've been through all of your routines. You've done lots of work today. Believe it or not, I've had a phone call with Japan already. So I had to be up a little bit earlier. But that's the point. You get into the discipline. You get the distractions out of the way. And the good news is when you do that, you will be very productive. And trust me, this really does work. After 20 years of working from home, and then a previous 15 odd years of traveling the world in various airport lounges, you don't need earphones to block things out. Your ears block things out for you. Now, you might think I'm mad, but if you start to do this, you're so focused on what you're doing, you block it out automatically. And then when your wife or partner says, would you like a cup of tea? You've ignored it because you've blocked it out. And then they turn around and say, are you listening to me? And you hear that one because they've now come in your face. You will learn how to do that. And believe you me, when you learn how to do that, not that your partner will be particularly happy that you're doing that at home all the time, but when you learn how to do that, you will be incredibly productive. So just do it. Stop the distractions. Do one thing. Turn this off. Turn it on when you want to use it. So day 2, another 19 to go. Perhaps, because they only said 21 days lockdown. That doesn't mean to say that on day 19, there's another 21 days coming. Who knows? But just be prepared. It's time to get things right. Great speaking with you, CK. I'm so pleased that your local arena is clamping down and doing some right things.
Right.
And I'm sure it's being copied, which is good news.
Right. So I think we are using an app, and so that even for getting those tokens, we don't have to go to any counter or anything. So if we need to buy provisions, we just request on an app and get a token. We get a time allocated. I think it's brilliant. So I think whoever across the world, across India, I think they should do that in their gated communities.
Well, the interesting thing is that could be a way forward, because it doesn't necessarily, difficult times require certain behaviours, but actually those certain behaviours could be followed through after the difficult times. Because the last thing you want to do is to go to your local provision shop and have 15 people queuing up in front of you.
Right.
So we could be really smart here, So, don't make a crisis out of a disaster. Let's make some really good solutions. That's one. I wonder if people are listening out there that they've got their own solution. Send it in. Tell us about it. We can always spread the word, because we'll spread good news. Let's get rid of the rubbish news, the behavioural waste, as I call it,
right.
And we can spread good news.
Right.
So if you've got something good out there, folks, send it in and we'll spread it, because that's what we can do. Anyway, day 2, I'll see you on day 3.
Sure. Have a nice day, Neville.
Will do.
Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and I graciously welcome you all on this edition of Legal Matters. And today we want to discuss on a very, very important legal issue. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that we want to discuss about love jihad. And to discuss further, let me invite my close friend from Ahmedabad, lawyer Jeet Bhatt.
Good afternoon, Chandrakant. Thank you for introducing me and having me in this show. I'm also looking forward for this discussion on this interesting topic.
Jeet, actually, you know that lately, for last 5-10 years or slightly more, this word love jihad has been in a lot of news and a lot of controversy, and so much so that the state governments, or certain state governments in India, have brought in a separate law to prevent the interfaith marriages. So we would like to know that what this legal aspect of this, is there a validity of this law? Do you think this law is justified? So I think you are the legal brain in between both of us. I will ask this from you to explain the love jihad to our viewers and to listeners.
Yes, Chandrakant, what is we see in news these days that a lot of states are coming up with these acts, passing acts against unlawful conversion of religion. And basically, there is no legal terminology as such as love jihad. But what it is understood is that religion is used to convert, and love is being used, and through marriage, there is a conversion going on in some of the states in India, and which is known as the love jihad. But all these acts which have been passed against conversion speak about unlawful conversion, which has been done through fraudulent or illegal means. But it does not in any manner stop the willful conversion of any individual from one religion to another. And it cannot as well, because the right to practice, profess, and propagate a religion, any religion, is a fundamental right of every individual. And it is guaranteed under Article 25 of the Constitution of India, which is subject to certain restrictions, of course. But basically, what Article 25 guarantees to every citizen is the freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion, which provides that all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion, but that is subject to public order, morality, and health, and to the other provisions of the Constitution, fundamental rights of the Constitution. So it is subject to other fundamental rights and is also not permissible when it is against public order, morality, and health. So these three are the basic restrictions imposed on any individual to practice and profess and propagate his right to religion. But otherwise, right to freedom of religion is guaranteed from Article 25 to 28, wherein the first is the freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion. The next is freedom to manage religious affairs and freedom as to payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion, and freedom as to attendance at religious instruction of or religious worship in a certain educational institute. So freedom of religion is prescribed as fundamental rights guaranteed under Part 3 of the Constitution of India. So there cannot be any law which violates the fundamental rights guaranteed by the Constitution. And if any law which is passed in violation would be declared to be void or would become inconsistent with respect to the extent it is in violation of the fundamental rights. But recently, what we find is that the Uttar Pradesh government has come out with the Uttar Pradesh Prohibition of Unlawful Conversion of Religious Ordinance 2020, in which the conversion and what section 3 provides is for unlawful conversion to be an offense. It says that no person shall convert or attempt to convert, either directly or otherwise, any other person from one religion to another by use or practice of misrepresentation, force, undue influence, coercion, allurement, or by any fraudulent means or by marriage, nor shall any person abet, convince, or conspire such conversion. So conversion which is done through such illegal means under undue influence, so by making false representations or by making false statements, if or under coercion, which means by threat or under some fear, or through some kind of allurement of giving monetary benefits or a better life. So all such types of conversion which are done using such tactics is made illegal and an offense under this UP Prohibition of Unlawful Conversion Act of 2020. So this act also speaks about the validity of marriages which are done, and also it imposes restrictions, and also prior permissions are required in order to convert one person from one religion to another, wherein an application has to be made to the district magistrate 60 days in advance, and thereafter an inquiry would be held by the district magistrate through the police. And on the basis of that inquiry, if ultimately it is found that it is done through free will and it is not in any manner an unlawful uh, conversion, then such permission would be granted by the district magistrate. So uh, this is the basic scheme of this ordinance which is passed by the Uttar Pradesh. But I must also point out that this is not the first uh, anti-conversion act passed by any state in India. There are around 8 states in the country which has anti-conversion laws having, to an extent, similar provisions restricting conversion from one religion to another by unlawful means. And in fact, it would be interesting to know that the parliament also in the initial days in 1954 as well as in 1960 attempted to bring an anti-conversion law at the central national level, but somehow at that time it could not gain majority, and therefore it could not fructify. But there is a legal impediment in creating a national law is because the public order under which these acts are passed is exclusively in the domain of the state, and therefore only the state legislature can enact such laws on anti-conversion. the national, it would not be possible for the central government to come out with a legislation through the parliament. So therefore, there are 8 states in India which already have these anti-conversion laws, and Uttar Pradesh is the 9th state, and there are a couple of more states who are also planning to bring out this anti-conversion law. But the initial acts which were passed by the state legislature in the year 1967 in Madhya Pradesh, those acts were challenged before the Supreme Court, saying that they violate Article 25 of the Constitution, and such acts, therefore, are unconstitutional and cannot be passed by the state government. But uh, the Supreme Court, in the judgment of Rev. Tennis Laws versus State of Madhya Pradesh, delivered in the year 1977, examined the entire issue on this right to practice and propagate one's religion, and ultimately held that it did not include the right to convert others from one religion to another. That there is a right to propagate, practice, and profess one's religion to his own conscience. Through his willful means, he can convert, and there cannot be any restriction. But that right does not include the right to convert others. So there is a difference. I can accept any religion, but that does not give me a right that I can convert others from one religion to another. So that is a restriction which the Supreme Court interpreted Article 25 and said that 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 does not include in Article 25 the right to convert, and therefore any restriction on the right to convert would be well within the permissible limits of uh, powers of the state legislature, and therefore such act which uh, prohibits conversion through unlawful and illegal means can be an offense, and its constitutional validity was upheld, and they were not declared to be unconstitutional. So, what I would just like to read a couple of lines from what the Supreme Court uh, 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 has summarized. I quote that it has to be remembered that Article 25, subclause 1 guarantees freedom of conscience to every citizen and not merely to the followers of one particular religion. And that in turn postulates that there is no fundamental right to convert another person to one's own religion. Because if a person purposely undertakes the conversion of another person to his religion as distinguished from his effort to transmit or spread the tenets of his religion, that would impinge on the freedom of conscience guaranteed to all the citizens of the country. So this is what the Supreme Court held, and also why the Supreme Court permitted these anti-conversion law was because it holds that Article 25 stipulates that the right is subject to public order. The court also found that the acts clearly provide for the maintenance of public order. For if forcible conversion had not been prohibited, that would have created public disorder in the states, and that the expression public order is of wide connotation. On the question of competence, the court found that the acts fall within the purview of the states pursuant to entry 1 and list 2 of the Constitution's 7th schedule, and are not regulated as a subject of religion, which is under the residuary jurisdiction of the central legislature. So this is how the Supreme Court in 1977 found certain anti-conversion statutes passed by Madhya Pradesh and Orissa states as constitutionally valid and permissible. With respect, so therefore there is no wrong or there is no unconstitutionality with respect to passing of anti-conversion law. So with respect to this act, which section 3 also provides that any conversion through unlawful means would be an offense and would not be permissible, I don't, in my opinion, I don't find that provision to be constitutionally invalid.
So, Jeet, thank you very much for explaining the legal implications and the legal aspect about love jihad. I think, as a layman, I feel that there has been instances where the forcible conversion was happening with regard to marriages. So, even though there is a anti-conversion law and provisions given by the law to Indian citizen, that means nobody can forcibly convert. But if you're doing a conversion into from one religion to other, um without any compulsion, it is perfectly normal. And India is a free country. You can follow your religion. But when it comes to the marriage, then you can marry interfaith without converting into any other religion. There was no compulsion. For example, a husband can have a religion and wife can have another religion, and they can practice their own religion as far as the Constitution of India is concerned and the liberty which has been given to citizens. There is no compulsion that for marriage you have to convert. But I think the love jihad has been brought in because they were in certain cases the forcible conversion were happening, and this was happening just before the marriage to be announced. So a partner gets totally confused because the partner is now getting married, and then just 1 hour or few 1 day before the marriage, it was conveyed to the partner that now you have to convert, otherwise the marriage will not happen. So I think these are the issues which were not covered in the anti-conversion law. That is why, in my opinion, as a layman, I feel that there was a need to bring this aspect also, uh, so that the people do not convert forcibly just for the sake of getting married. So, do you have an opinion on that from not only from the legal point of view but also from social angle?
Well, Chandrakant, actually, forcible conversion, certainly through misrepresentation or through inducement or allurement, as the act itself defines, would be unlawful. And therefore, such conversion would be bad, illegal, and would ultimately become an offense, wherein the punishment which is prescribed is from 1 year to 5 years. And forcible conversion of girls or of minorities or scheduled caste or scheduled tribes, the offense is even stricter. But with respect to interfaith marriages, there are two views, because interfaith marriages has not always been encouraged or seen in a manner which is constitutionally permissible. Of course, two adults wanting to marry any person is their choice, and there can be no impediment or any restriction imposed by anyone. But we see in our social fabric that there are several hurdles which are created by family members or societal pressure, wherein such interfaith marriages or intercaste marriages are not easily been permitted. And we have also seen the consequences when, despite the adults wanting to marry, and if they marry by running away, then we have seen terrible instances where the Khap Panchayat or even the family members, they kill their own kith and kin, and which is completely unconstitutional, impermissible, and it is extremely barbaric. So there needs to be protection of choice, freedom of choice, and liberty. So when two adults want to marry any person of any faith through their free will, there cannot be any impediment, and that should be clearly enforced and also protected by the state. And what we also see is that there was a survey wherein it was found that in last 1 month alone, there were 117 cases filed in the High Court uh, by couples who were wanting to marry or were married for protection, as they were threatened by their family members or other community members or religious members. And the High Court has throughout directed the senior superintendent of police and district police officers to act upon the complaints of the couples who are facing threat to life and liberty from relatives on account of their marriage outside caste or religion. And therefore, the high courts and the Supreme Courts have always upheld and protected this right of choice and liberty of every adult individual. And it also directs the senior officers to grant protection to such couples who want to live on their own free will. But yes, with respect to fraudulent marriages which are done by alluring or giving some monetary benefits or by way of illegal means, certainly that would cannot be also permitted at the same time. But But unnecessary restrictions, which I find in this act, is that it is not just that an advance intimidation is required to be given to the district magistrate. It is also that the permission is to be sought and inquiry is held, and the district magistrate in every case would find out through police means that whether the couple which is marrying, or if there is any conversion that is happening through free will. So such, in my opinion, this amounts to intimidation as well as interference with your right to privacy and your right to choice. So every decision, or every person who is trying to convert or trying to marry some other person from another religion is not through illegal means. So those who are legally trying to settle into their marriage, interfaith or intercaste, would not like such restrictions or such permissions to be obtained, because if I want to marry any person, I don't have to seek any permission from any other authority. So this authoritarian approach of the government, which makes me take permission before marrying, I find it a little intimidating and violating my right to privacy and the right to freedom of choice which I have. So that is one thing which is objectionable. Second is what is objectionable under the UP Act, and which is different from all other acts, is that the burden of proof. Now, so if any person who complains that this marriage or conversion is illegal, then it is not just that the victim who is being converted or who is being allured into marriage can only register the FIR or initiate prosecution. It is any person in his family member, it can be any blood relative, uh, who has a right to lodge a first information report, that is the FIR, and initiate a prosecution, which I believe is also intrusive, because the victim, if there is a victim who has been lured into love jihad or has been converted through some fraudulent means, he can very well come up and say that uh, I've been fraudulently converted from one religion to another. But his parents, so suppose my parents do not want me to marry into another intercaste marriage, then even though it is within my choice and my right, and I'm an adult wanting to marry, my parents or any blood relative or any community member can object and initiate a prosecution. That is one thing. Another thing which is objectionable, and the third thing is the burden of proof, which says that the burden of proof as to whether a religious conversion was not affected through misrepresentation, force, undue influence, coercion, allurement, or by any fraudulent means lies on the person who has caused the conversion, and whether such conversion has been facilitated by any person on such other person. So the burden of proof is against the person who has caused conversion. Now, this is again also objectionable, because if I have converted some person in order to marry, and if that person has willfully and with her consent uh, uh, converted, but their parents object, now then, which causes an FIR and a prosecution, then I have to prove that this conversion is by lawful means and it is not unlawful means. Now this is so these are the three objectionable things in the act. Otherwise, uh, unlawful conversion, yes, is permissible and can be made an offense. There is no question with regards to that. But this act goes beyond the other acts which are passed in other states, and therefore this act is again challenged before the Supreme Court by some members of the community, and ultimately it is for the Supreme Court to decide whether this act is constitutionally valid or not. But there are some aspects which seem to be unfair.
Jeet, the way women were harassed, and some of the members of our society were harassed, forcing conversion just for the sake of marriage. See, when you marry somebody, you don't have to really convert into some other religion. But then there are certain citizens of India who are harassed to convert, otherwise marriage will not happen at the fag end of the celebration. So I think that is where that created a problem, and I think there were a lot of cases publicized, much publicized cases, also involving IS officers very senior people, well established, and part of bureaucracy suffering because of this aspect. So I think a lot of people actually had filed complaints in the courts, and I think that is why this new provision has been brought in. See, as a layman, I don't see if I have to marry somebody, I need to force a conversion, because if I love somebody, then I really love the person. I don't really love the religion of the person. So why there is a need to change? So I think that is where the fine line is, and I'm sure, as you were saying, that the Supreme Court will, uh, take a decision on that. But I think there was a social angle associated with it, where people were suffering. There were a lot of complaints for last many years, maybe 100 years, and finally, certain government chose that they basically will brought in the law to prevent it in some form or the other. I think that is where the way I understand is that this is basically to prevent conversion by promising a marriage. I think that is the only caveat here. And moreover, so if you basically say that, hey, I am willfully converting, there is no problem. You go ahead and marry. But if you don't know about that conversion aspect and you're getting into a marriage, and then at the fag end of the situation, you have been told that you have to marry because we will not marry until unless you convert, that is where the problem lies.
Right. To that, you are right, because there is a difference between unlawful conversion and lawful conversion, and that has been clearly laid down in the Act. So my only concern is that those who are lawfully wanting to settle by way of marriage should not be harassed only because there are certain elements who try to unlawfully take advantage. So that is the only concern. Otherwise, illegal or unlawful conversion is not permissible, also under the Constitution as well as under the Act, and therefore there cannot be any problem to that.
So
But they should not harry the persons who are on the right side of it.
I think your concerns are well taken and appreciated, because obviously the harassment should not be there, because two people are in love with each other and they're trying to marry. It should not lead to some sort of harassment. I think the legal fraternity will take a right decision. The matter is in Supreme Court. I'm sure the judges, honorable judges, will basically decide what is best for India. So
absolutely.
Thank you for finding time and discussing this very, very important subject and clarifying some of these legal aspects to our listeners and viewers. Jeet, thank you so much, and I will catch up with you next Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technology, and today I would like to discuss with you the issue around the vaccination. There is a whole lot of politics which is coming up in the news. Whenever we switch on the TV, there is always some issue. People are saying that, hey, this vaccine is not ready, the data is not available, and so on and so forth. So let's discuss about what is going on, and I just wanted to make few logical points in our discussion today, and that will clear the air little bit. I'm not saying that I am the expert and authority in this area, but I will just make some logical points. The first thing is that we must have faith in our scientists. I think we have the best people available and who are doing research in this area. So we must have 100% faith in what our scientists and doctors are doing, and when they are telling us that, hey, the vaccine is ready, we should simply have trust in them and go with a positive mind and take the vaccination. So let's talk about what are the different types of vaccination which are being proposed right now. The first type is the types of what the Oxford has proposed, and it's sort of a wonder method of producing a vaccination, and that is very effective for coronavirus. What these guys have done is they have taken sort of a flu which infects the chimpanzees, and this flu does not infect the humans. There's enough data available to prove that the flu which infects the chimpanzee does not affect the humans. So they have taken that, and they have put a crown, a spike of the coronavirus on top of it, which is not the entire virus, it's just the protein of the coronavirus. So when this flu is injected in a normal human being, the antibodies of the body thinks, of the human body thinks that there is a additional uh, ailment or disease or external agency which is in the body, and because there is a small spike in the virus, and the other virus, which is the chimpanzee virus, flu virus, is not effective. There are the human body is able to fight that already. So there is an additional protein spike which is attached to the body of this chimpanzee flu virus, and then injected into human body. The human body then start developing the antibodies for this new protein, and that is how they prepare their defenses against the corona. So when the coronavirus approaches the body, then the human body will have the adequate defenses to fight that. And that is how the theory of the vaccination, which is proposed by Oxford and under license being produced by AstraZeneca. So in India, this drug is also known as Covishield, which is approved by the Indian government, and that will be available from June 14. I think that's the date the Indian authorities have said, January 14th onwards, the drug will be available. So that is the very novel kind of uh, vaccination which is available, and it's basically very brainy stuff these professors and scientists in Oxford have done, and that is how their efficacy, they are saying themselves that is like 70% or upwards of 70%, which is quite high. The second method of vaccination is the old method, old, tested, tried method. All the vaccinations are developed so far, which we get right from our birth till 12 years of our age and beyond also, is developed using this method, which is take the disease uh, virus itself and inactivate it, basically destroy the virus, kill it, and you have the dead bodies of the virus now available with you. You inject that into the body, and we know that the dead virus is not going to activate itself again. We already know that. That is how the vaccination works. So inject the body parts of the dead virus into the healthy human being, and then the antibodies which are present in the human body will then start fighting the dead virus, and they learn how to kill the virus, and so on. So this type of vaccination usually comes in one or two different doses, or three at the most. So there will be a first dose where the dead viruses are injected into the body. Then there will be a date given exactly after like a week or so. The semi-conscious viruses are injected, and then in the third, the actual disease is injected. But by the time the immunity builds up, so there is a series of injections which are given, one or two or three, and this is a method of the second level of protection. And this is the second type of vaccination which is also available, and there are different names for it. There is a Chinese, and there is also the Indian medicine which is also available, which is also called Covaxin. That comes into the second category of the old tried tested method. And the third method is, which is still under development because the trials have not completed, is the most innovative and most high-tech method of protecting yourself from coronavirus, which is you take the actual DNA of the virus. Don't take the virus, but take the DNA of the virus, and then influence that to create a similar RNA. And I think some of the students of biology and people who know a little bit about their school biology will know that the RNA is actually a supporting nucleic acid for DNA to make its copy. So RNA is a supporting layer of the DNA. So then what happens is you just take the DNA of coronavirus and induce an RNA, and then use that RNA to inject in your skin and just under the skin. So as we know that there are a lot of fluids also in the body. It's not only the blood, but there are a lot of fluids also between our skin and between different organs. So when the RNA goes, which has the knowledge of the coronavirus RNA, then the body start basically preparing themselves. And there is a very lengthy process. I'm oversimplifying it, but there is a very lengthy process, and I don't want to bore you. But the whole point is that the RNA is injected just in the skin. So it's a very simple vaccination which goes. It's not even a proper injection. It's just a small, prick through which the vaccination can be given, and the antibodies are then produced in the body, and then the body is immune to coronavirus attacks. Now this is the best method of protection, because the antibodies are present also in all the fluids in your body, and not only in the blood but also in the fluid. So I think that's the best method, but that is not yet available. It is under the probably there are few companies which are doing that, the third trial, and the data will be available. I think the date which looks like right now sometime in June. So I think all these different options are available today. UK has already started vaccination. India is going to start on January 14th, and India is also preparing big time, because there are the target which has been set is 300 million people needs to be vaccinated. So with this kind of heavy targets with limited resources, the question is why we need to have multiple different types of vaccination. For a simple reason that when we have to vaccinate the entire mankind, which is 7 billion people, the supply chain is not geared up to produce so many vaccinations of one type. So if we say that, hey, if the type 1 is the best medicine, why don't we just give one only to everyone? The reason being that it needs to be produced, it needs to be packaged, it needs to be transited, transported, stored, and we don't have that kind of supply chain to support all this. That is why we need to join our hands together and all different kinds of vaccination to be available. That is the reason why different vaccinations are being approved by various governments, so that something should be available when the people come for vaccination. It should be available, whether type A, type B, or type C. So that is the reason. So I think this is why we need to have first complete faith in what people have done, what scientists and doctors have done to produce the vaccination. They have done a lot of thinking, and they have done a lot of reasoning. They have done a lot of testing, and that brings to my third point today. People say that, hey, it takes about 10 years to really test the vaccination out in the field, and corona vaccination is coming out just in less than a year. So the reason for that, or reasoning that which I can come up with, is that there has been a lot of learning, there has been a lot of automation, there has been a lot of computerization, simulation, which are possible today. And the knowledge about the coronavirus up to the molecular level, we know exactly what molecules the coronavirus is made of, and how it is affecting the people. We also know everything about the human body, how each human body of different types is taking different vaccination, how it is fighting the diseases. So there is a lot of knowledge which was not available prior. So when the vaccination for chickenpox and such ailments were being developed, the the technology was not so advanced. But today we had the right skills, we had the right knowledge, and we also have done a lot of simulation. So whatever we could do, we had to do in 10 years, that has been shrunken down, and it has been done very rapidly. So there has been rapid testing methodology. So the scientists have not overlooked any criteria of vaccination. It's just that because there is more efficiency now, the vaccinations have been rolled out, researched, and tested, and then given out to the public. So I think that is a real reason. I thought I will bring these few points out in the public because there has been a lot of debate, and there are some political parties saying that, hey, don't go for vaccination, which I feel is totally absurd, because it is not the politics which is bringing the coronavirus vaccine, it is the scientists who are bringing it. And there is a proper methodology behind all this. And why we need multiple vaccination? Because the availability. So as time passes, I think there will be more and more availability. I think when the vaccination starts, all of us should go and take that vaccination. It is for our own good. And if we don't take vaccination, then we are at very, very high risk of getting the coronavirus disease if we have not got it so far. So it is important for all of us to understand why and how and what should be our next step. And that is why I thought I'll bring this to your notice. Friends, I'll end my discussion today, and I look forward to getting your comments. I will put your comments in my next video. Until then, I like to say goodbye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. And this Friday, I would like to welcome all viewers on the edition of CEO Roundtable. And we have very distinguished panel today. I will introduce our first panelist, Mr. Satya Madala. He is a CEO of a very emerging and pioneering company, which is known as Single Point Solution. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Satya.
Thank you very much, CK. So thank you very much for introducing me to this panel.
Most welcome. Now, our second panelist is Mr. Neval Gund. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited from UK, and he has a vast experience of working with global organizations. And now he is helping young population of the world, works with many companies across the world, and he also works with us. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to an interesting discussion. I'm sure it'll get heated because it's about the future of the world, not just individual countries.
Certainly, Neval. Our next guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is joining us from Singapore, and she is the CEO of HR organization known as Career Zoom. So welcome to the panel, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Lovely to meet all of you again, and hello to all our viewers.
And our last panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies and she's from India. Welcome, Kanchan.
Hello, thank you, CK, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody. How are you doing?
Great. So now, after the brief introduction, let me start the discussion. So today's discussion is about the skills gap. And let me explain what is skill gap. See, we are all talking about India in particular, and we can discuss the global influence on India or versa. The industry was moving very fast, and there was always a gap in the skills which are being churned out from the industry or from the universities. So that gap was existing in our industry across all multiple segments of business. After the pandemic, the skills gap has even broadened. So we thought that today is a very special day when Prime Minister of India came on TV and he announced the new education policy, changing from the year-old 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, whatever it was, to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 5. So this roll out in India, and it will have unprecedented, I would like to use this word, what Neville used, changes in the next generation, which is going to come out from India. In terms of the skills, because the skills will be imparted early on. So the point of discussion today is the skills gap that exists in India, and I would like to invite Satya and ask this question because he is day in day out grappling with this situation because he is a CEO of multiple companies and across all tech work that his companies does, he faced this issue. So Satya, what is your opinion on this discussion point that we are talking about?
Yeah, CK, like coming, when we are entering into this topic, actually, I wanted to address it.
So Kanchan, I think we have lost line with Satya. Would you like to take this question?
Yes, I feel the skill gap is real, and there are so many problems employer are facing due to skill gap, and this leads to unemployment. And with this pandemic, it's on. So the new digitization is done, and due to this digitization, also many people, many professionals are not comfortable because they are not one to one. They are not talking one to one. They're not able to do that, and that's why they feel that they are not having a real time interaction with the people. Now when we talk about skill gap, there are people are professional, they really have the knowledge, but then there are few things which are missing out, like for example, if we take a technology person was not able to put forward his ideas and how he want to convince people when it comes to taking up the business. So this is a very real thing, and it's very painful also because people have the ability, but there's something which is missing, and they are not able to put forward and take up the decision and do a productive contribution.
Okay, so Farida, I think you have also worked in India, and then although you have moved out of India for many years, but you have a lot of connections with the industry here, and also in Singapore and also in UK. And I'm sure this is a common subject across all countries. There is always a skills gap. In India, obviously, there is a skill gap, but I'm sure there is a skill gap everywhere. So, what is your opinion about whether this situation is real or it's just a myth?
I think there are no myths because this is real, and we feel the pain because we feel the pain when suddenly because some geographies are very good in certain skills and some geographies are not that advanced in those skills. They still have developmental areas. And today, when the easy travel is being, kind of completely controlled or it's almost shut down for so many months, we feel the pain. So I think, firstly, my humble opinion is that it's not a myth; it's a real problem. Secondly, if you speak about India in particular, there are a lot of skills in terms of execution skills. So there are a lot of ideas. There are skills to execute that, but I think the gap which I see, and this has been my experience speaking to my peers in the industry across border, that the the most strategic middle layer, so it's not the top layer but the most strategic middle layer is really missing, because I think either there are people who are very probably would like to take a lead and they can actually formulate an idea, have a vision, and then there are people who will probably do those things. But the key component where I see a gap is that skill to bring all of that together. The curator of results, basically somebody who will speak the lingo on both sides, is missing. So and that's a real problem, that's a real gap that I see.
So let me ask this question from Naval, because Naval is the most experience among the panelists today. He has a lot of experience working with multiple global organizations. So, Neville, what do you think, right from beginning when you started your career many years back till today or till yesterday, did you feel any skill gap while working with your colleagues?
Well, it's a fascinating question, and both Farida and Kenshin mentioned the pain. This isn't a myth; it's a reality. There is pain in what organisations are doing. We feel it throughout the organisations. People, even if they've got a fantastic idea, they can't get that message over. They can't explain themselves to get other people enthused about it. I mean, it's quite clear that they're enthused and excited, but other people aren't. And we've only got to look at, you asked me, go back all those years. Let's all go back all those years. Let's all go back to the classroom. When we were sort of 5, maybe 6 years old, and we're sitting in the classroom, and the teacher asked for a volunteer. Did you volunteer? I did. I was always volunteering for everything. No, there you go. You see, we've got one honest member of the panel this morning, and it starts then, because if you volunteer, you've got something different. It's nothing about this isn't about academics. The skills gap isn't about being academic. It's about having those soft skills and the other things that underpin those soft skills, like volunteering. What makes you volunteer? Well, I was excited. I wanted to learn things. So I would always be first. My hand would always go up. You end up being the teacher's pet if you're not careful. But that's up to the teacher to say, no, you've had your chance, Neville. Let someone else have a go. But the point is, you've only got to walk into a classroom today and walk into doesn't matter what classroom you walk into. And I recommend anyone does this, actually. Go into a classroom, ask permission, walk into a classroom and be introduced and ask a question. And just see the spark in their eyes, because they'll all have a spark, but some will have a bigger spark than others. And they're the ones with the right attitude. They're the ones with the confidence, with that resilience. They don't have a fear of failure, as we might call it these days. They don't even know what failure is, frankly, because they couldn't explain it, even if they saw it. But just look at it and you'll find about 10% will volunteer. Now, that's not good enough, frankly. That is really not good enough for the future of organisations, for the future of the country. So although India has gone through this massive restructuring in the education arena, my guess is it's still academically focused. But the question for the panel is, we're talking about skills gap here. Is it an academic skills gap or is it something else?
So I think Satya is back online. Satya, we lost you at a very important juncture where we were asking about what challenges you face because of the skill gaps across your multiple companies that you have. Would you like to take that question?
Looks like we're having a few problems. Maybe the monsoon has hit.
So I think we will ask this question from Satya once his voice is enabled. So we are trying to get this voice patched up. In the meanwhile, to answer your question, Neville, I saw the entire news today, and what the Indian government is trying to do is bridge a gap between academics and the extra skills that people are required to lead their life. So what was happening all these days is that there was a stigma which was created for last 70 years after we got independence, that if you're not doing this, then you're nothing, you're not good enough. and that stigma was created by everyone in the society, by the society itself. We can't blame anyone. It is how the society evolved. And now we have realized this. I think it's not today's realization. It was realized 30 to 40 years back. But the government of the day today had guts to change it. And I think we discussed some time back that because the students are not in school, there is nobody in colleges. So I think this is the right time to make the change. So that is why the government is making all the changes here. And the streams of the students based on their skill sets will be decided early on in their life, and they don't have to wait till they become adolescent or go to college to determine what they want to do in life. Like for all of us, it was like that. We study because we will get a job. But now in the new system, it will not be entirely academic. So I think that is what I'm gathering from reading and also watching the news.
Just I wanted to add one more point, CK here. The thing is, like the institutions, actually, the universities or colleges, just they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. Actually, they are more concentrating on academics. I don't think they are concentrating more on improving the skills. So simply, actually, just even as you said, like the society, and they are looking at actually what is the rank the candidate is getting, and what the marks they are getting, and what is the percentage. So they are concentrating much on it, but they are not concentrating on communication skills and technology skills, and they are not trying to improve practical skills, wherein actually you see, if you take Hyderabad, so people, actually there was so many institutions who is training on this IT skills, but they are not just they're training them and sending them out, but actually they are not looking at how the candidate is coming out with some sort of experience. So they are not looking at, so people, actually even society or parents or the institutions or government, everybody, they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. So practical skills, actually it requires some infrastructure also, not only from these institutions, even from a government side also, they need to provide some sort of, if you take a China, actually I have some Chinese friends are there. So just they created infrastructure, and if the candidate wanted to go into some sort of sector, so they can go and train in the labs, and they can apply their mind and improve their skills. But when it comes to India, to improve their skills, so colleges or government or society, they're required to provide some sort of infrastructure to improve their skills. So that's what I found in Indian market, wherein actually it is possible. It is possible, and wherein actually it won't take much. Like financials are. It won't take much time also, but they need to provide some sort of infrastructure towards to that the candidate, practical, what do you call, like a practical things required to improve their skills from the candidate side. So my observation is, wherein actually when I call somebody, we are maintaining some domestic placements also, domestic resource placement. But when it comes to candidates are quite well, and so they are able to just pass their some sort of levels, but very less people, say almost 60%, 60 to 65%, they're failing at practicals. So if they can concentrate on that area, so you can close the gap. So the skill gap can be closed in that way.
So, Satya, let me ask you this question. You have raised a very important point that the source. So, there is always a demand and supply. So, in case of human resources, also there is a demand and supply.
Yeah.
And obviously, supply is coming from the colleges and universities,
Yes.
and our experience is that they are not doing enough. So I think the one of the point which has been highlighted today is that the universities have to change their curriculum. I think with the new education policy, I think that will fall in place. But today we do not have a solution. So let's discuss about today. Satya, your organization, yourself, you are well known globally. You are among the top 30 recognized technical person globally. Your
Yeah.
companies are doing pioneering job.
Yes.
You have realized the opportunity at early stage, and you're trying to bring the change to the people for India as well as around the globe. So, what you need as a company to succeed? Because obviously, you need people, you need skills, you need infrastructure, you need government. So, what is that you need from the skills perspective to make your company successful?
See, here again, coming to this point, actually we required some sort of experienced guys in the market to come up with the new products. But the problem here is everybody is concentrating on particular sector. Not that it is not enough for from the candidate side. Candidates should be trained on on known technologies and different technologies, and we require a multi-talented people. So the institutions are actually the colleges or universities, just they're particularly concentrating on particular technology. Not that it is not enough at all. So nowadays actually in IT, if I if you take a IT, um, actually the technologies are overlapping. So the plugins, whatever the companies, Microsoft or other companies, they are coming. Actually, they are coming up with the overlap plugins. So to manage that, the particular skill set is not enough. So people, actually candidates, required to train on multi skills, multi technologies. So that's what we require for the companies, and particularly for a product-based company. So product-based company, what they do is when they architect the product, actually they bring up multi-technology into the product. So when we require actually a particular technology, so we cannot hire a multi people, multi technology people. Actually, we can hire multi technical people. So multi-talented people and multi-technology people we require as a company. So we are feeling the gap in the market. At the same time, we are wasting our time by training them in the particular technology and in a particular the plugin or whatever the technology they are coming up with. So we are wasting our time. Even if I keep my 90 days time on the particular training, so we are losing our time. So it is costing us a lot, and at the same time, particularly it's a time. So it is impacting our deliveries, product deliveries. So I require a people who can work on a multi technology, wherein actually that is lacking in the market right now. So government or universities are private bodies who are training on this. So if they can concentrate on that area, so they can fill up the gap. That's what my view.
I think it's a fair demand from the education industry since you're an entrepreneur. So I would like to now invite Kanchan to the discussion here because Kanchan works with a lot of education institutes and universities. So Kanchan, you have heard other panelists saying that there is always a gap between the skills which are required and what business needs. So, what would be your advice to the universities in India specifically? What they should do? Because you've heard Satya as well. He is looking for specific trained person, and he doesn't want to waste time in training him, basically hiring him, then training him, and then making him productive.
Before I come to the point which you are asking, I would like to add 2 points that every individual should be taught a kind of have growth outcome. He should be able to see that I have to grow, and then he has the ability to take up the feedback also. And this kind of soft skills start only at a very early age in the schools. And what I feel is, nowadays soft skills are not should be treated lightly. They have, few of them have become a hard skill, and they should be taught properly in the academics. It should be, it's not like a recess period, or like a game period, where the children chill out and they don't take things very seriously. So I feel that time has come that people should know the growth potential. They should understand how to grow, and this kind of feeling, its kind of attitude should be inculcated when they are very young. Not, it should not start at the colleges only, it should start in the school only. So by the time they are out from their education, they know the adaptability skill, they know how to take up feedback positively. So all these things will add to this skill gap, and they can decrease it. And here, the hard skill and soft skill, they should go hand in hand. And I can very well understand the pain of Mr. Satya, because he is running companies, and then he is not able to find out the exact skill set for the service or the product he want to have. So I feel that time has come. Universities and all schools should take up these things very, very seriously. Now, I have come across in one place in Hyderabad that one school is started in sixth standard animation. So animation they can start, but they can't. Why can't they start the courses like communication, listening, which is very, very essential part of developing a skill. If you are not able to listen, then you are not able to be productive later on. So I feel that time has come, and all depends on the universities to take up these studies. I genuinely feel that all soft skill, leaving couple of them, they should come into the hard skill parameter, not just soft skill. And it is not like a free period in a school and just chilling out time. No, it is a very, very serious subject, and it's it should be taken seriously, not in India, but in other countries also. We require these kind of subjects and seriousness.
So, as per Kanchan, the soft skills are no longer called soft skills. These are all hard skills. But to address what Satya is talking about, his pain point, I think there has to be a forum where the new skill sets should be given like a list from the business, and universities should pick up those skills which are 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and then churn out these trained people, so that people like Satya, and there are so many other companies across India, across the world, can leverage this new trained resource skill pool. So, Farida, we are discussing mostly in India, and you are a very your personality is very unique, because you work with Indians, and you work with Singaporeans, and you also work with people from England. So, what do you think we should do to resolve this issue? There are some certain solutions coming out from this panel, but from your point of view, what we should do?
Sure, I think this is an interesting discussion. Couple of things here. One, I am delighted with the changes in education system in India, because it is now aligned to how the rest of the world and the most successful education systems like Finland, England, Singapore, these are the most successful systems which are exactly in this manner. So I think it is one. This is the first step in getting Indians ready towards globalization. Also, another thing is that the scaling is required to where the puck is going, not where the puck already is. So I feel that, well, I mean, there are a lot of solutions, but my opinion is that at this point in time, I would add to what Kanchan is saying, that soft skills are no longer something that can just be left. And if somebody is really smart and, like Neville said, volunteers in class to sing the national anthem, you just kind of go with them. There has to be a conscious effort to start developing these skills, because yes, listening is very important. Again, that's a skill which people underestimate. But if you don't listen, you will not understand, and if you don't understand, you will not be productive. So there are a lot of with this education change, there will be some time of adjustment, and then eventually things will start falling into place. And I'm actually quite optimistic that it would fall in place. But for parents also, it's important that don't just kind of think that once you send them for an IT course, they'll find a job and that's it, because there is a serious gap between the people who have the vision and the people who execute. There is a serious gap of somebody who can project manage all of this. And if we actually kind of address that question of soft skills, then this is something which will get aligned to quite an extent. And then ideas are cheap, execution is everything. So let's see how this goes forward and how this gets executed.
In fact, the Prime Minister Modi said exactly the same thing. He said, coming out with a plan on a paper is one thing, but executing it is another thing. So I think he's working with the ministers today. He's having a very big press conference along with all the ministers and asking them to implement, roll out this policy, because I think this is the right time to roll out the new, we call it NEP, National Education Policy. So with this, let me go back to Satya, because Satya is running a company. One of his companies called Single Point Solution, which is all about the EV vehicles. EV stands for electric vehicles, and also the EV charge solution. So he's pioneering in this area. He has got the whole setup. Uh, but I think his problems, I believe as a professional myself, that his problems are multiplied simply because, even the government has announced certain curbs on applications from China, but still a lot of stuff is available. In Satya's space, there is a competition. So while he has got a situation where there are not enough skills people available, at the same time, he has got a competition from China. So I would like to know his opinion, what his suggestion to the government of India would be.
Yes, okay. Now, actually, my suggestion not only to government, actually, my suggestion I wanted to bring forward to parents. That means actually, society and educational institutions, wherein actually, they are. You see, the candidates, students, they are more with the college or university. Almost 70 to 80% of their life they spend with the college or a school or something, and they spend some little time with the parent, because when they come back to house, actually they'll spend some time with the parent. When it comes to candidate, actually, so they need to motivate in a certain level. Actually, everybody needs to take care their time. It's a parent or the teacher who is leading the class, or the university, whoever is taking that take lead. So, and at the same time, government. Now, first comes to actually parents required to motivate them to go in certain direction. Then after that, actually, they need to take a suggestion from class teacher or whoever is leading the. And the third one needs to take care by government. Now, when it comes to, say, for example, if the parent, taking them to in some direction, wherein actually teacher or lecturer, professor will take care of them to, grow them in that particular area, and government requires to provide some sort of infrastructure. So, with the combination of the three, like we can get a good skilled people in India. So this is what my brief suggestion to everybody to fill the gap in the skill sets. So actually, first required as Kanchan said, the student or the candidate required to motivate them in what direction they wanted to go. So nowadays, actually, they can go in any direction and they can earn and they can get the job. No, there is no limitation. So there is no limitation for the skills. There is no limitation for the opportunities. So just motivate them what direction they can go and take the opportunity. So that's what we require to send the message to society as well as the colleges and government. That's what my opinion on this skill gap.
Excellent, Satya. So I think let us ask the last opinion from Neville, because Neville is a very senior person recognized in the industry, is also well known globally in the change management arena. So Neville, I think we will leave the stage to you for making the last comments.
Thanks, CK. I'm not too sure about the prominence of my experience here, but however, Satya mentions motivation. And he mentioned it so many times, you would think that we all know how to motivate people, because he says it with a passion. And the reality of life is we do not know how to motivate people. Parents don't know how to motivate themselves, let alone motivate their children. And this is where we start with a problem. And it was the reason that I started Your Passport to Grow, because there's a massive gap in the marketplace. It's not that education doesn't value these soft skills. They do value them. They believe that it is a byproduct of being in school. So just like you would do in a network, everyone gets together and they start communicating and things happen. Well, a school has that same type of theory. It is a theory, because for some people, that's all you need. As I said, walk into a school and look at 6, 7, 8-year-olds and go in and ask for a volunteer. You won't get many. And that's the issue. If you don't get many at that time, as they go further and further in their life, the numbers reduce. They don't increase, they reduce. So the Satyas of this world, the real go-getters, the entrepreneurs, the ones that are basically saying, I'm an engineer, I've got an idea, I'm going to go and make it happen, is diminishing just because of actually the education system. It's not a fault of the education system, it just happens because that's what happens. So as I say, education values these, but they don't know how to deliver it. And we don't deliver soft skills, we don't get better at soft skills in an hour's discussion, once or twice a term or twice a year in your discussion groups at school. You do not learn to be a good communicator in a couple of hours. It takes a lot of practice, as we've seen with people expressing their views on here. The more practice you do, the better you get at it. But who knows what's the right practice? And the thing is, a lot of these knowledge transfer, which education is, it's a knowledge transfer. There's a bit of knowledge going in, the learning happens, you do your homework, you get a result, you do your exam, and you find out how good you are. That's knowledge transfer. They call that the Kirkpatrick method. But it doesn't actually work in the world of soft skills, because knowledge actually is only gained by doing it. And our problem is we don't know how to do it. And as I'll go back to my example, going into a classroom of 6 or 7-year-olds, the ones that have got really good attitude are the ones that volunteer. That's what we need to be motivating. How do we keep that level of volunteering up all the way through their life? How do we change the ones that are shy or reserved to say, do you know what, if I don't volunteer, I'm not going to learn anything? So it's changing that attitude, really, of fear to excitement. And going back to what Satya said about motivation, the ones that are really motivated are excited. The ones that aren't motivated are fearful. It's as simple as that. And the nice thing about the vocabulary and the English dictionary and the English alphabet is that E comes before F. So get excited and forget about the fear. So stay with E, excited, be excited. And if you can't be excited, find out how to get excited. And this is where I think parents have got a huge job here. From the day we're born, our parents really should be saying, go and explore, go and be excited. And again, letter E, stay on the letter E, forget the F. Stay with the letter E, be excited, go and explore, go and have fun. That's the only letter F you really should be worried about. It's a really difficult arena, and I'm not belittling it by any stretch of the imaginations, but it's so important that we start to get this better. Some people are getting it right, as we see, otherwise we wouldn't have those volunteers. We wouldn't have the satyrs of this world, the evangelists that are out there. So somewhere along the line, we're getting it right. All we need to do is find out that chemical reaction that's happened and do more of it. Sounds simple, but actually when you start to do it, it really is. So that's why, we created Your Passport to Grow, simply because we take people on that experience that other people don't get. And at the end of the day, what is the bottom line here? And the bottom line is self-leadership. So that's what we're developing in everybody. The ability to be a leader in any circumstance. So that's the big picture, if you like, CK. Been a pleasure to see everyone today, every smiley faces, everyone changing the world. So we need to go and do more of it.
Absolutely. In fact, I like the example that you mentioned about E and F, which is like excitement and fun. I don't know about other things. So excitement and fun. I think that is a point in our panel discussion today. Let me summarize. I think one of the need of the hour for India specifically is that the government is also already working on changing the education system. I think that will be for good. But I think the universities and education institutes have a huge responsibility to make sure that for next couple of years, next 3 to 5 years, they actually change their attitude towards education. They start looking at what is needed by the industrialists so that the Indian story can propel forward. And I think, as Kanchan mentioned and Farida also, that uh, the summary of the entire discussion today is that the soft skill is no longer a soft skill and it's a hard skill. So I think at that point we can end, and that is the message we want to give to our viewers, that make sure that you have all the soft skill and think it is not a soft skill, it's really required, necessary for you to succeed. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Satya, Farida, and Kanchan, for joining us today. And we will catch up in the next CEO Roundtable again.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you all to Naval Gun Live. Let me also invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. We've got an interesting subject for you today. We're going to be short on this subject, but it's about grandparents. You know, aging population. The UK's got it, India's got it, all the world's got it. And we're talking about the well-being of these people, the mental issues that lots of old people are suffering around the world today. And we've got a few solutions that you could try. And it doesn't cost you any money to try it either. You know, we're not going to sell you an online program. We're not going to say, download this and buy this from Amazon. We're going to just give you some simple examples that actually will increase the well-being, not just of elderly people, but also of all age groups. How's that? What do you reckon to that, CK?
Well, I think it's a very important subject, and with COVID and lockdown situation, some of these issues are aggravated within the family. And I must tell you about India. In India, we are mostly living about 60 to 70% household are joint families, which is the grandparents and grandchildren are staying with the current generation. So, the parents live all their life with their kids and grandchildren in one household. That is the norm here. Whether you are Christians or a Muslim or a Hindu, everyone lives in the same manner. That is the tradition. And I know for sure that, as people age, sometimes they get very sort of hardliner, and those issues are normally considered as part of normal aging and sort of ignored. And I'm sure, these are all issues which can be corrected by a simple visit to psychiatrist. But usually it is considered a taboo in India. People don't want to take help from others. So they tend to do their own things. They have their own social circles and things like that. That kind of life controls all these phenomena. But with COVID now in picture for last almost a year, everybody's stuck at home. Their social life is disrupted. The children school is disrupted. Our generation also, because we are just talking on the Zoom platform like this one, and the elderlies don't know how to use all these very effectively, and they don't have their friend circle. They are not able to go to parks and talk to their friends and discuss few things. So they are also losing out sort of an outlet. And I'm sure it's a big problem, especially the mental health of elderly. Probably you can tell us few ideas how we can cope up with these issues.
Well, it is a huge problem. And as you say, COVID, I mean, it's good that you've got a family integrated unit, because I think that helps with all sorts of, effectively, you've got babysitters on tap, as we would call it in the UK. And some families keep local, so that they've got that babysitting opportunity. I mean, grandparents or your parents have got more uses than babysitters, but when your children are very young, parents need a break too. So when the parents would like to go out, even for a walk, and they don't want to take the children with them, then grandparents actually sit in and become the babysitter. So this is nothing new. It's not rocket science. It's been done for years and years and years and years. So let's just take a leaf out of our ancestors. What did they do? Well, COVID has cooped us all up in the same environment. So in the first instance, I think what we need to be looking at is creating our own space, having times of day where you've got your own space and you do your own thing. So, and that's the children typically are going to be online. They're going to be doing their schooling. So the grandparents actually, rather than helping them with the schooling, perhaps leave that to the parents, and the grandparents, that's their downtime. They can sit in front of the TV, they can snooze, they can read a book, do the crossword, and just chat amongst themselves, have that adult time. So I think this is important to recognize. We need to be a little bit disciplined about what we do, especially when we're cooped up together and there's no outlet. We need to create those outlets. The second thing is, I remember as a kid playing cards with my mum, and we would, after dinner, or as we called it, tea, after about 5 o'clock, we'd all do the washing up, and then we'd sit round the table, and we've already done our homework because we've been home from school. We'd sit round the table, we'd play cards. I remember playing a game called Newmarket, which had 4 cards on the table, and you just literally played cards. And it was great fun. We cheated like everybody else. We laughed like everybody else. My mum laughed. And when, on an odd occasion, one of my grandparents was staying with us because they lived like 400 miles away, then my nan would laugh too. And she'd be one of the best at cheating. Okay, she'd be teaching us cheats we'd never even thought of. And it's fine because cheating's part of the game. You know, it's having a little bit of fun. There's nothing with it. It could work for you. And I know, CK, it actually works for you because you started to play cards with the kids and your parents. So just lead people through what happens when you play cards.
Yes, in fact, we had this issue where we were not able to find time to communicate with each other because to handle these issues, I think communication is the key. Where if you are able to provide that platform for everyone to, talk and discuss, then they will not have these issues. The solitary issue, even though they are living in one family unit. So we thought that after dinner we will play cards, and that will give us a family bonding time every night, every day after dinner. So we started it. It is actually very interesting. Everybody is laughing on the table. Every hand that we play, there is kids are very smartest of the cheats on the table. They learn very fast. So those kind of things are happening. Every hand we are laughing as a family.
And we do know that laughter, is a good mental health medicine. It's the cheapest medicine out. And the nice thing is when everyone joins in, you can't stop the laughter. And I bet there are occasions in your family where you laugh for absolutely no reason whatsoever, and everyone laughs. But you never say, what were we laughing about? You just get on with it and you enjoy the next laugh. You are your own set of comedians, really. And anyone can do this. It doesn't cost anything to do. And you could do it. You don't have to play cards. You could do a crossword. You could create a crossword. So here's some opportunity to get the kids to be creative. Get them to make the crossword and challenge the grandparents, to finish it. It will take the children longer to do the crossword than it will do the adults to finish it, hopefully, as long as the dictionary's been used and they've used proper words. But again, you can have fun with that. Scrabble is an absolutely brilliant game. And again, what the children are learning, they're learning new words. They're learning to be team players. They're learning to be engaging. They're learning to listen, to have fun. And those are some characteristics that we sadly lack, actually, in the workplace. So there's so many things you could get a hold of. And there's another one is where a lot of old people do miss their old friends. They can't go to the coffee shop, and meet, their friends on a regular basis. But the likelihood is that their friends do have access to the internet. They do have a workstation. They do have a tablet. They might even have an iPhone. The likelihood is they will have a smartphone. I can tell you now that there's some TV programs that have been run in the UK over the last 5 or 6 years where young kids go into care homes and they're teaching very old people how to use Skype, FaceTime, Zoom, all the technology. And they get hold of it and they go, well, you just do this, this, and this. This is how I talk to my dad. You can talk to your friend. And the kids are so demonstrative and simple and patient as well, you know, because an old person might think, oh, well, I don't really want to do that. You know, I'm scared. I'm not too sure about this technology. And the kids will say, well, look, this is all you do. Bish, bash, bosh, and off you go. And the nice thing is that if those grandparents have got other grandparents' friends at a distance, they're going to be grandparents of other kids. So all of a sudden, the other kids can be involved too, and they can have a little bit of fun. I don't know if you, CK, have ever tried to play Scrabble, you know, with your kids play Scrabble with their friends, you know, in other houses. I mean, even next door. I mean, you can do this from room to room, actually, if you've got enough tablets, and it's hilarious. It's even more fun because you hear the next door laughing their head off, and you think, well, what are they laughing at? And you suddenly realise you spelt it wrong, you know, and then you start to laugh as well. You know, another game is battleships. I don't know if you've. I mean, I used to play battleships a lot when I was a kid. You can play battleships from a distance. There are so many games that you can play and have some fun from a distance, but bring yourself together. So I hope these are just a few ideas today to help people along, because mental health of everybody, not just elderly people, but of everybody, is absolutely critical, not just in this COVID time, but all times. You know, we all need to know we can pick up the phone to a friend, because we never know when we're going to need them.
Well, nowadays there are a lot of games on Facebook, especially the battle game is fantastic. I don't know whether you got to see the latest version of the battle games.
No, I didn't even know it was on Facebook. But I know I would play battleships on a piece of paper. You know, I'd draw a grid, and you know,
Right.
we put, you know, 1 square for a submarine, 2 for a destroyer, 3 for a battleship, and 4 for an aircraft carrier. I can even remember it now. So it's harmless fun. You know, nobody gets injured. You know, all you're doing is picking a square. It's incredibly funny.
Right. So now it has gone beyond from squares, and you can pick Yamato, you can pick Mississippi, you can take you know, Prince of Wales, and
the digital age, CK. I must
Right.
go online and have a look at it. You know?
Right, and you can check their statistics. You know, how fast they go, what is the thickness of their aft.
Oh,
what
blimey, that's a
length.
bit too much information.
And the Scrabble is also online. Thousands of people will be playing at any time. But I think above all, if I take my parents, we have this speaker remote, and they are very comfortable pressing the numbers. And those are the things which are not available now. So they feel very uncomfortable talking about the channel, what program they want to see, because now you have to speak in the remote instead of pressing that number. So I think, but you mentioned correctly, you know, the kids are very smart, and they are the people who are teaching them how to do things. It's not we. The kids are teaching them how to press, how to go to this website, how to download this music, how to do things. So they're very cohesive team. And above all, the communication is the key here, because if you leave them alone, there could be some unfortunate people where the communication can become an issue, and that will lead to serious problems. So I think the people who are looking after the elderlies in their homes, they should communicate with these people to make sure that the mental health is taken care. Some of these issues can be handled very easily by simple communication.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, you know, hopefully we've given people a few insights today as what they can do. There is always a downside. There always is, you know, there are always people that are preying on young people, and they prey on old people too. You know, the number of people that, you know, release funds because they think someone's being honest with them on the phone. But we only learn through communication. And as I say, the best way actually is to engage grandparents and grandchildren, but give a bit of space. You know, in these COVID times, everyone's cooped up in the same place. Give yourself a little bit of space. Have a little bit of discipline, because that's what you need. Because if it's 24/7, that is mental anguish. You know, not every grandparent can handle their grandchildren 24/7. I'm looking forward to being a grandparent, but I'm also looking forward to giving them back because I do know that I will be definitely needing my space. And that's not being nasty, it's just being realistic, you know. At the end of the day, we need to recognize and be respectful that we all need a little bit of our own space. But it's a fascinating subject. We can do so much for mental health without going to see a psychiatrist, without going to see a doctor. Those are in serious cases, yes, you should go there. You know, it's a bit like if you break your leg, you know, don't strap it together and think it's going to be okay. You need to go to the hospital to get your leg fixed. But there's a lot of mental health, a little bit of anxiousness, a little bit of being overwhelmed, getting angry from antsy from time to time. These are things that we can deal with on an ongoing basis. And grandchildren love their grandparents. And I'm sure it's the same the other way around. So we can do an awful lot for the mental health of the country.
I think some of the ideas that you mentioned are very relevant, very important, especially in the COVID era. And I'm sure viewers who are watching this will follow some of these guidelines. So thank you very much, Naval, for finding time and discussing this very important subject, which is affecting the world. We will catch up again on something interesting again in Naval Gunt Live very soon.
We will do. Have fun, CK. Have fun, everybody. Good mental health.
Thank you, Naval. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we are discussing a topic which is very in discussion, the position of women in our society, especially in Indian society. Well, when I talk about position of women in our societies, I feel that women are organizers, they are teachers, they are health inspector in the family, they are administrator, and top of it, they are of course queen of family, right? So to discuss more about this, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He had been associated with many women entrepreneurs during his work as fair. A part of this, he is also connected with radio broadcasting in a very in a very important way. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing? And today
Thank
we
you,
have an important topic to discuss, I guess.
Yes, a topic which is very close to my heart. And thank you so much. I'm doing very well. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good, Kanchan. Kanchan, I always believe one Sanskrit shloka, Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devta. Wherever women are worshipped, gods wander those places, frequent those places. So it has been a great conversation series with you always. And this subject, woman empowerment for the nation building, is more and more important from an Indian perspective. And we have taken some great steps. In the politics, we always had some great luminaries, some leaders, Sarojini Naidu, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur was a politician then. Who does not know about Indira Gandhi? And there were a couple of chief ministers, women chief ministers in India. But what I want to emphasize and discuss is the larger role of women in the smallest unit, that's called family. And some of the women have done wonderful jobs despite the uh, being part of the conservative family or even progressive family, and then all the other stuff that comes with the raising a family. And that is something which needs to be talked about, that needs to be celebrated, and that needs to be propagated. What do you say, Kanchan?
Yes, I feel that when we talk about, especially in Indian tradition and culture, I feel women always played a very, very important role, right from very beginning, from very antiquity. But even in, if we discuss in freedom struggle, we have names like Queen of Jhansi, you see, and all these Sarojini Naidu. So all these women played a very, very important role during all along. You can take movement Satyagraha, Swadeshi. They have played an important role. And when we see after independence, though there was a little decline to in women's position in terms of having a position in the offices or in any private sector. But in spite of this, I feel now after coming to power by BJP, when BJP is power, I see that there are 38 MLA currently in UP, in UP government. So that shows again a kind of a rise in women power. Now many women are joining army. They are also into administrative work. They are handling like Sushma Swaraj. She was a foreign minister, handled the portfolio very well. So this is my what I have noticed. So what is your what are your points in this?
So, Kanchan, yes, Kanchan, I mean, the names that you have taken, they are very respectable names, great motivational names. But I think, Kanchan, that in a population of 1.3 billion Indians, it's still very, very symbolic when we see women progressing and reaching at the glass ceiling, breaking the glass ceiling and going even above that. And therefore that statistics needs to improve and it starts from the home. It starts from the lowest unit, which is called family, which is not denying that still we have lot of bias towards girls, lot of negative bias towards girls. They grow up with lot of negative sentiments, negative statements, and a feudal mindset. And I would also blame the Indian television serials not to do enough in this aspect. But if I see from the sports, from the jobs, from the opportunities available within government sector and in private sector, we have done well, but still from the 1.3 billion perspective, is still a lot needs to be done. The way some of those bad incidents are taking shape in the northern India at this point of time and other parts of the India, it sometimes is very surprising how can these two poles exist at the same time simultaneously. We have Menka Gandhi, not only a minister, but also a great animal welfare activist. And of course, we have ministers also. And but I am more interested about women who are excelling into corporate sector, into the jobs, into the mid-level, senior-level jobs, what are the challenges they face while they grow up? So on one side, we have people who have broken the glass ceilings, and they have reached by their sheer hard work. And then there are some who still complain that there is not enough, that their families have done, their spouses have done, and the family pressures have not led them. So as a woman, you have been also doing so many things. Do you feel things have improved in the last at least 20 years, Kanchan?
Yeah, I come from a thought where we believe as a family, we believe then in the equality. And we always in the family from my childhood, it's always stressed that you have to be excel whatever you do. So that is a thought which always been taught as a family, because we are a joint family and there are a lot of girls and a lot of boys, and we grew together. Now, when I see other families, so sometimes I feel the basic cause of this ignorance or not taking girls seriously and just want to give them away in a marriage. So I feel that main cause is education. If you're educated, like new government has introduced Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, so people should have that idea, which is kind of germinating now, that a girl can give better results as compared to boys when they infuse pairs. So though there's no comparison, because all boys and girls, they are into a set of different role. But then when we think about girls, so we in over of the period of time, the girls being given a backseat. So I think in new India, this thinking is day by day changing. So I think education plays a very main role, and the change, whatever we see in the society, though it is very slow, but I feel it is somewhere people are thinking that girls should need to get out of the house, have achievement of their own, and so that's how society is changing. What do you
Yes,
think?
Kanchan. Yes, Kanchan, and I started realizing this, Kanchan, when I cleared my secondary examination, 10th, and then the higher secondary, 12th. And in those days, it was always said girls have scored so and so percentage in CBSE or ICSE. This has continued till today. Now it also includes girls top UPSC list. I have met some wonderful Indian Foreign Service officers, the women, and managing the relationship between India and those respective countries. Very powerful, very impressive, at the same time, very persuasive and very graceful at the same time. So I feel this more and more homes, family members, elders in the family need to realize this about the importance of educating a girl child and giving them the best of the education. Sometimes I still see some old feudal mindset advertisements on the television, and I always feel the guys who are still in the old school guys, they develop such kind of advertisements. And I'm very interested in seeing a coordinated approach. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is something that is goes very deep into the rural India, and where still a lot needs to be done. And therefore, we have a lot of luminaries. I mean, I can talk about a Lieutenant General. I recently saw on a program Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanitkar, who is Ati Vishisht Seva Medal, a serving Lieutenant General in Indian Army. Then PD Nitya is an Indian Police Service officer, IPS officer, and Superintendent of Police in North Jammu. She was the only lady posted in Jammu and Kashmir last year when the abrogation of Section 370 was underway. I mean, you can imagine at such a sensitive place, a woman IPS officer. Then Dr. Sehrishi Asgar, she is an IAS, she is a Director of Information, Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, we know how sensitive Jammu and Kashmir has been over the years, and there is still a lot of unsettling emotions after this abrogation of Section 370. Then the first for Karnataka, I think probably for India as well, D. Rupa is an IPS and the Home Secretary. I mean, the first Home Secretary for the Karnataka state. And to Kanchan, more surprises on the way. In the Cabinet Committee of Security, which is such an important committee, we have two women on that committee. So while before 10 years back or 15 years back, we had ministers, chief ministers, and Sushma Swaraj was foreign minister, which the country would never forget. But they were very, very high level. So there was a big gap. I think now this gap is being filled up in the mid layer, in the corporate, in the government sector, and that needs to be celebrated.
Yes, and I feel that in recent years we have seen more women voters casting their vote. So that shows their interest in the politics. A part of this, if there's a gender equality is there, then the role which will be played by women in economic policy and politics, I think the effect will be far-reaching. Now, when we come to economics, now a woman is a caretaker, she is a family builder. So when a woman has the capability to build a whole family, why not add more contribution to the nation building?
Yes, Kanchan. And even on the sports side, we see, thanks to Amir Khan, we get about the stories of the Fogart sisters.
Right.
And that was an amazing story. Priyanka Chopra did a story on Mary Kom. Though the funny part is that Priyanka would have earned more than Mary Kom. And interesting part about Mary Kom, I would say, Kanchan, that she comes from the Seven Sisters northeastern states, which are still struggling to find a name in the mainland India. And they have given amazing boxers, amazing weightlifters from that part of India. And Mary Kom is a 5 times, if I'm correct, world champion. And this year she was the best hopeful to bring a gold from the Tokyo Olympics, which has been postponed for next year. And Mary Kom is right now a Rajya Sabha member as well. So there are amazing stuff. You know, PT Usha, remember in our times, Kanchan?
Right.
PT Usha was a great sensation in the athletes. So I think we need to talk about this in time to time in the Indian society. Whenever we see some injustices being done, as we are seeing some spate of events, we should at the same time stand up and talk about and propagate about these stories at the same time, where the repressive stories don't take the front seat. It is really bad in the modern India, Kanchan.
Yes, and I feel I just want to add here, when we see and hear such stories about women. So I think we should be ready to really call bad things bad and good things good, rather than arguing and doing a discussion, endless discussion, where it doesn't reach anywhere. So we'll be discussing more about women entrepreneur in our next series. And we'll discuss a profile of few names in the industries. So till then,
Bye-bye. Take care.
I would only say the closing remark that there used to be those days when I used to like what great poet Mahadevi Verma said, मैं नीर भरी दुख की बदली. I think it is time to change that. Thank you for this conversation, Kanchan.
Thank you so much, Sitesh. It was wonderful talking to you. Bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our usual show. We will be discussing about World Heart Day, which was on 29th September and just passed by. And to discuss more about it, I'm joined by Sitesh Srivastava, who is from a background of sales and marketing. He's also a colleague from of my radio broadcasting show. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing in this COVID area? And that too, when we are creating, we have our own heart to take care, and we are creating awareness about the health of the heart.
Thank you, Kanchan. A great day to you as well. And this pandemic has basically brought us to so much closer to our own body, our own health,
right,
and more of a fear rather than more of a fact. But how have you been?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. It's good. I'm taking care of my health, and yeah, I think I'm just doing just fine, very fine.
Great. So, Kanchan, this topic of World Heart Day is important. Everything starts and ends with the heart. The interesting part in our Indian subcontinent is also we have so much to be said in poetry, and to the tune, to the volume of where sometimes we feel poetry has become uh, the prescription for the heart.
Right.
And therefore it is important for us to understand the World Heart Day significance, especially when our Indian food is so rich, and the way of cooking the Indian food versus the way it is propagated from the West that we see today. The importance of heart and the health situations related to the heart is becoming more important. But I would like to ask you, is there one perfect way of taking care of the heart? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's very crucial point we have to take care, because heart is a vital organ and it has to be taken care on daily basis. Now, we can take care by regularly going for checkups. We can take care by, maybe if you have little stress on your heart, you should immediately consult your doctor. And then creating awareness about the heart health in the family, among the community, and likewise people will take it seriously. And then diet is also plays a vital role. A part of this, if you see, these are the crazy times and we are undergoing a pressure. There's an employment pressure, there's a family pressure due to COVID. So I think to way out is that you should follow, maybe it's a little suggestion, a kind of a creative activity to keep you engaged, and that will, I think, help your heart. I wonder that in love affair, how one lover gives one's heart to other partner to take care. So rather, my suggestion is that you take care of your heart and ask your partner to take care of your his or her heart. So what do you say?
My goodness, Kanchan, this is so interesting. I mean, Ghalib would be turning in his grave, and lot of romantic lyricists of Bollywood would become uncomfortable. But you are very right. You are very right, very to the point. Each one to its own. Yeah, and when it comes to the matters of heart, from a biological perspective, it is very important to keep doing a checkup for that, keep lowering down the stress levels. And especially the stress and the depression is a silent enemy, and it is very late to discover. Sometimes family members also are unable to identify. And another big culprit is the food, the way we prepare food, the way we consume food, and then the science around bad cholesterol, good cholesterol, and the advertisements like Safola, uh, you know, those are the things where it is people become confused about the health of the heart versus the products at hand. uh, Exercise, regular exercise. But when I have a problem with an exercise, because what is being proposed is something like a soldier's regimen. If you go to the gym, you have to do 10,000 walks, 10,000 kilometers of treadmill. Nowadays, we have some health watches on our wrists to calculate our number of steps taken. And there is so much technology, so much of information available. So it is important to take a step back and realize what is good for the individual, and that needs to be taken care of. And it is not one thing, what I feel. It is a combination of things that needs to be practiced on a daily basis. There can be good things in the Western diet, there can be good things in our Indian diet, and then we are overwhelmed by different kinds of diet, Kanchan. I don't know how many kinds of diets are available nowadays. Each nutritionist, and there are that many number of diets. So we have to figure out what is best for us. And I would say every 6 months, at least, especially for the people above 35, a heart checkup is important. What do you say?
Yes, I feel you have to take care of your heart in terms of you can go for walking. Walking is a very, very good exercise. And you have to take care of your diet also. Like we take up very happily the potato chips and desserts and cakes, and we love it. Though they are lovely in taste, and we feel like eating and over and over again, and sometimes you end up maybe extra eating of these things. But I think you should lower down this consumption of these kind of food items. You should go take up more fruits, more water, berries. So all this will help in your heart. And in case if you have any problems, like if you have a little ache, and if you have you have breathing problems, so I think that you will be you should consult the doctor. And while consulting your doctor, you should also take up a lifestyle. So I think all lifestyle is very, very important. So now when in Indian system we say you get up early, so I think the best time is to get up maybe at 5, between 5 to 6, and you just take up some breathing exercise, and then take up maybe water, warm water. So all this is clean your vessels. It will create a healthy lifestyle. And go for sleep. Don't watch TV too much, sitting at one place. So go to sleep a little early. And if you follow this lifestyle, you can also propagating this lifestyle in the family, and you can also see that your community around, people around you will also will follow eventually, sooner or later.
I have two things to say, Kanchan, on this. One is about the lifestyle that you mentioned. And of course, lifestyle is something that is, again, is not standard across the families. Let's talk about the individuals. Then individual will say for everyone it is different. Let's talk about the basic unit of a family where the lifestyles can be changed accordingly, the food habits, the diet, the exercise. And I think very important point about lifestyle is to feel happy. We feel sad for some things which are not even related to us. You open a news channel and you start feeling unhappy or sadness for somebody who is not related to you. And throughout, with the advent of 24 hours news channels, that is always the case. And health, heart is something that is very closely related to the happiness part of it.
Right.
And important part to understand in this pandemic situation is that happiness is a state of mind. And that state of mind can be achieved by talking, by opening up the, what we call heart to our family members, to seek advice. We don't need doctoral advice every day, but need lifestyle advice. And slowly we can achieve. And then, somebody is ahead in that race. Somebody is behind in the race. Somebody has not yet started in that race. And therefore, it becomes a challenge when somebody starts propagating it, almost like putting a gun on the head. We cannot do that. So heart is something that I think is that kind of organ which needs not only a biological checkup or a diet, it also needs a lifestyle and exercise at the same time. But happiness, laughter, talking out, being vocal about what one wants to say, all that adds to the alternative healing of the heart. So in terms of heart, if there is someone who takes medicine for it, so it is important to take the medicine without getting a fear of it. People say, I am a heart patient, or I had a bypass, a double bypass. It is important to know that once a bypass, because of the advancement in the medical technology, a bypass is not something, a clock ticking. It is something that a procedure has been done. A person can lead a healthy life with certain things not doing it. So I think it is important to understand all of these, gym, walking, and diet, everything around as a holistic balance, and no one thing is perfect. I would also take this opportunity, Kanchan, to tell our young girls of India who have been taught पति के दिल का रास्ता पेट से होके जाता है.
Right.
Adds to problems. So please, like you said, Kanchan, you take care of your heart and I take care of my heart.
Yeah, so I conclude today's discussion by a few points that you should, anybody who's having a heart problem, or anybody who's not having a heart problem, they should take care of their bodies with exercise, eating less, don't overeat, take care of your heart, eat right for your health, and create awareness of this heart related problems. Or if you have any problem, please seek help of people around you, or seek help of doctors who are available to help you. So it was interesting talking to you, Suresh. So we'll meet
Thank you,
next
Kanchan.
episode.
I'm happy that we speak our hearts out every day and take care of our hearts.
Yes, true. So we'll meet next episode. Till then, bye bye. You take care.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He's been associated with radio broadcasting, and I think in some aspect he is also a poet. And I've heard a couple of his nice poetry also. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's wonderful to talk to you all the time. Great. How have you been in the North Indian winter? Seems you enjoy a lot.
Yes, very right. I'm enjoying this cool weather in northern India in Delhi, and after a long time, so we have a lot of activities and here, and which makes me very happy. And
Yeah. There's I was listening to a Hindi term on All India Radio Vivid Bharati service, gulabi thand. So I'm not sure how that color got associated with that, but I can see that you are wearing a gulabi. So it's a very interesting topic today. Let's discuss. The moment I hear about films and movies, and suddenly there is some hope that still awakens me.
yes, I am very excited because Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, has identified a 1,000-acre land for the project conducting India's largest film city in Gautam Nagar. So we will be having a very profound, a very big film city which is coming up in maybe in 1 or 2 years, and I'm excited because now after that you and me can go and sharpen our broadcasting skills, and I'm happy about it. What about you?
Yeah, Kanchan, in a country like ours, things in some of those industries are consolidated at just very few places, and therefore, especially when we talk about Bollywood, it has always been concentrated in the Mumbai and Bombay regions. But I just want to understand why there is a need for having a film city beyond Mumbai, when we have Tollywood, Collywood, all of them in their regional spaces. Tamil movies in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai area, Tollywood is Kolkata area. Why there is a need for it? And I think maybe we should find it out more from an economic perspective.
Yes, you raised a very good point on why we require a separate film city or a second film city. But in my opinion, it is very necessary. Though we have Tollywood, we have a film industry in Calcutta, but most of the production is done in at Mumbai, at Maharashtra. So many people, they go leaving their house and go to the city of dreams, Mumbai, and many times their dreams are not met. And all these kalakar and these heroes, artists, if you just see, most of them have landed from other cities and made this Bollywood what we see today. like if, from Amitabh Bachchan to somebody, Kangana Ranaut. So these people have moved from Himachal, from UP. So why not we have industry which can representing the heart of India, because Uttar Pradesh is the is is very big state, and why should not we cater the talent of this place and represent the culture also, because uh, films as a great way to represent culture and heritage.
Well, Kanchan, that's what I said, that we should look at it from a business angle more rather than any other angle at this point, because Noida or Noida Film City, as it is being said as, we already have all the news channels: NDTV, Z News, CNN, BBC, Sahara, News World, ET Now, and almost all the news channels are there. This is not a new concept. This is not a new idea. When you go to the Noida, when you enter into the Noida from the direct flyway, you can actually see the Noida Film City, and it's also a tourist attraction in that area. Not from now. It's nothing that is going to be created from scratch. So I'm perfectly okay for economic reasons, for creativity reasons, for people, not crowding Mumbai as it is, too much crowded city. From those reasons, and I think if it allows for a greater uh, creativity, great movie making experience, I think nothing stops this, and that's where I always feel that Bollywood produces 330 or 350 odd movies, and it's 11.5 billion almost rupees of advertisement revenue is being generated out of it. So we have to see, apart from the logistical and infrastructural issues, what has contributed to the Bollywood that we make it today. It's not only Amitabh Bachchan or Kangana Ranaut. We had Dilip Kumar coming from Karachi and Lahore, Rawalpindi, and Devanand and Raj Kapoor's from that undivided India also. So it is not a new phenomena. It is Bollywood has celebrated 100 years many years back. So people have been galvanizing around that city, and those aspects need to be studied, and that kind of environment needs to be provided to the Noida Film City or whichever film city. Otherwise, just having a great studio experience may not bring enough results, because there are some great studios already in Noida area, and that is my whole point. And therefore, from a creativity point of view, as I said, India is a big country. We need not only a movie industry shifting to from one place to another, and but we need more film schools, we need more acting schools, and also the message should not be that Bollywood is shifting out of Mumbai. It should be said that Bollywood is going to have an additional facility or additional area which is being developed, and that is where there will be a justice towards the film industry as such, what we call as an industry. Don't you think so?
Yes, definitely, because I feel I don't look this as kind of transferring Bollywood to different states, but I think that we are creating a new film industry which can generate revenue, create jobs, and of course show the richness of that particular state. And when we talk about Noida, you have pointed out rightly that we already have a film city, but now the project has enhanced in a bigger way, because we are creating. We have already have in Noida the Asia's biggest airport. So now things are more in a bigger shape. And when we are talking about creating the content or in films or in and television, I think there will be a boost towards that creativity, because making an infrastructure doesn't help. But I think this time, people who are associated with these projects are more concerned about producing good. And if they have work, and if they are doing good films and which are connecting to the root level of the state, I think that will create a revolution in film production and film business. Because as of now, I feel there's a lot of pressure on Bollywood. So I think there are two ways. First is extension of creativity. Second, little more cleaner and more. The concept has already has more ideas to generate, because India is not short of ideas, and we as people of India cannot depend at one place. We should have multiple. Why in UP? We should also have in Himachal. We should also have in Kashmir, because somebody is making a film on Kashmir. He needs to know the nitty gritty of that particular state, the culture, the little things which Bollywood producers may not be knowing. So that is my whole point. So if any industry, especially the cultural initiated industry, is associated with that particular place, they can come out more genuine and more grass-rooted ideas in creativity.
Yeah, I fully agree. I fully agree with your points, and the way India needs to move out of few just islands of these concentrations. But as I said, industry, when we say industry, and if we label Bollywood as an industry, the industry needs to reach out to various places, but industry also needs setup. Industry needs procurement. Industry needs raw material. Industry needs output. Industry needs manufactured goods and then distribution. So this all has been concentrated, especially for Bollywood or Hindi movies, in Mumbai region, not just Mumbai city, but Mumbai region. And all that distribution network, creativity, crew members, event management companies, funding companies, international media houses. It is not just moving few producers or directors or actors. It is about moving the whole ecosystem. And that ecosystem needs a lot of autonomy to the creators. I think a movie industry cannot be run by administrators. It needs to be run by creative people, because movie is a medium of creativity, especially the films industry and now the OTT platform. If you see, the similar thing is happening in Hollywood, where Hollywood is trying to move from California or Los Angeles to NYC, New York area, or Atlanta. And there are the reasons are not just congestion. The reasons are not just one city or two city. The reasons are because America is too big just to be concentrated in Hollywood to depict the actual picture, reality of the American land. And therefore, there is a movement in Atlanta, there is movement in Texas, there's a trying to move in Florida from Hollywood. And there are economic reasons for it. So I am saying, when we do an economic reasons movement, we have to move the ecosystem. For example, IT industry from Bangalore and Hyderabad, it is not easy to replicate in some other city in India, until and unless we move the whole ecosystem and the mindset and the willingness of the administration and the people. Otherwise, we would not have been concentrated on only few cities. And that is my whole point. I welcome this move for having a film city in Noida. And I truly believe that it is not run by administrators. It is run by the creative people. And it should be run by the creative people.
Yes, I fully agree with that. And I believe in the promise of the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh when He says that he's creating new, he's not taking anything from Bollywood. And when he says that he's creating new, that means all the points which you have mentioned, I think that will be covered. And I think more space for the talent, more space for the creativity. So with these belief, I would like to end today's shows. It was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we'll meet in next episode with some more interesting topics.
Thank you, Kanchan. The moment you have an opportunity in the Noida Film City for a role, please take me along.
Yeah, sure. I'm just looking forward to that only. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to discuss about the latest tussle which is going on between Indian government and Twitter. They are loggerhead, and there are a lot of legal questions and answers are going on between the two parties. To discuss this further, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gund.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Another communication platform is coming up in the corners, and I believe it's called Coo. Is that right? So we're not going to be tweeting, we're going to be cooing.
Absolutely, it's a coo, like a cuckoo. So it's an Indian version, a completely Indian designed micro blogging site. And the best part is, as far as Indians are concerned, the Twitter has been behaving very arrogantly. We will discuss that shortly. But I like to showcase the Koo platform to you. And by the way, Koo is now gaining 150% every hour. A lot of people are joining it, and they are moving out of Twitter. And if this continues, and if Twitter does not change the way they are loggerhead with the Indian government, very soon they will lose 50% of the global market. India is a very big market for Twitter. So let me show you my screen. Let me share my screen with you so that you can see and compare. Give me a moment.
Please go ahead. It's important to know that the competition is great. I mean, it keeps the competition on its toes. So when you get a newcomer into the arena, despite the fact, when we're thinking about it, Twitter is phenomenally large. And as you said, CK, Indians are big users of Twitter. And that will put a big dent in, Twitter's armory or Twitter's so I'm really forward to what this Coup platform is, because we can find out actually just whether it is a real competitor, whether it's doing things differently, whether it's doing things the same, is it intuitive? So let's have a look. I can see where you've got started screen sharing. It's not quite there yet, but
yeah, just starting. Can you see the screen?
I can now. Yes.
So it is very similar to a Twitter platform. It's an Indian micro blog website, and it's very similar. As you can see here, you can do different kinds of coups. Instead of saying tweets, we say coups, and it's moving on. And you can see, I can create my profile here, and I can start cooing, as we say.
Cooing. It's like the pigeon. The logo looks like it almost looks like a tweet. I mean, a little Tweety Pie. I think they might have a bit of copyright if they're not careful there, but I'm sure the design has been looked at.
Yes, so
It's
it is very
looks very similar, CK. You've
absolutely.
got handles, you've got the feed that looks the same, you've got the likes, the re-coos. We're gonna have to we create a new language. Cooing. I feel like I'm in Trafalgar Square with all the pigeons. Coo coo, coo coo. So that's the fun side of life, ladies and gentlemen, because business should be fun. But let's look at the seriousness of this. Why is coup coming up on the rails? Why is Twitter falling out with the Indian government?
Well, it is because of the certain handles identified by the law authorities here in India, which are actually fabricating the false news, and there are proofs. The police and the law authorities have given the proof that how these different blue ticked handles have been creating, fabricating unrest in India. And these people who are running all these different Twitter handles are also getting funded from Canada and Pakistan. And all of these are funded by terrorist money. So there is a whole lot of background. There is a rule of law here in India, and everyone has to follow that, including Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, whatever. So all other companies like Facebook and WhatsApp and all other social platforms are following the norms of the Indian government. For example, in WhatsApp, you can't if you are forwarding more than 4 to 5 times. In Facebook, same content 4 to 5 times, they will block you for 2 days. So everybody else is following the norms which are set up by the Indian government just to prevent any unrest which is created by the false news. However, these 300 handles which have been identified recently related to one particular farmer movement, and about 500 and odd in Pakistan, Indian government has given them the dossiers and proof and everything else what is needed to shut these handles down. Surprisingly enough, while Twitter could shut down Trump for the same cause for life, they are refusing to shut down these 500 to 300 Twitter handles, which is pissing off the Indian government and Indian people, because we know for sure these are the people who are funded by terrorists. They are harmful to India and Indian sovereignty. So, India is a big market for Twitter, more than 350 million subscribers in India. And just for 300 handles, if they are loggerhead with the Indian government, I fail to understand. The only reason that comes to my mind as a citizen of India is either you have a mischievous design for which you're continue to promote these 300 handles which are propagating false news against India, trying to create unrest in this country, or you have been funded by something. So I think these are the two cases which comes to my mind as a layman. Over to you. What do you feel, Neville?
Well, you raise a very important point, very interesting point. Whereas Twitter decided to shut down Donald Trump for inciting unrest, let's say, being polite, maybe. If evidence has been given to Twitter, which, by the way, they do ask for, because all of these social platforms are under a lot of pressure with regards to social grooming, making sure that there's no civil unrest, no global unrest with regards to inciting, people to do the wrong thing, to uprise. So all of these social platforms say that they want to make sure that all of this grooming, if you like, is completely nullified and taken out of society. When they're given clear examples of grooming, which this is one classic case, 300 sites, this is not as insignificant, they're turning a blind eye. So it's really difficult. I mean, we don't know the ins and outs, let's face it, do we? I mean, although we say the evidence has been provided, but the issue is, because freedom of speech is what we all want, but equally, we all want to be able to eradicate fake news so that we're dealing with facts. Otherwise, I mean, what are we in society? We're just throwing around mud. So wherever it sticks, people like throwing around mud for some reason. And in this particular part of the world's evolution, the last thing we want to do is to be adding more and more fuel to a fire that doesn't exist. And I think that's the piece for me. And this is where I'm not surprised, actually, that a competitor is now seeing an opportunity to come in under the rails on the back end of a very open fight. I mean, when you look at it, this is going to be fought in the social media arena. It's not going to be fought in the courts. And ultimately, as we do know, the Indian government will use its power. It turned off TikTok overnight. It just basically cancelled the app in India. So I'm sure it will probably, I hope it doesn't come to this, but we're now in a bit of a fight here. And I think our social media platforms need to start to standing up and really standing up for what they really are. They're obviously in this to make money. They're entrepreneurs, but let's hope they're social entrepreneurs as well. In that, if people really are inciting this violence type, they're shut down immediately. I mean, you know as well as I do, it's so easy to create a Twitter account, a Facebook account, any social media account. It's really easy. All you've got to do these days is have an email address. And as Google openly says, you can create an email address, you can have 100 email addresses, and they're all free. So we're working in this free society where communication is free, it's cheap, it gives people a platform, and unfortunately there are a few people in the world that abuse the platform. And I'm sure Twitter doesn't want their platform abused. Neither does any of the other social media platforms want their platform abused. And Coup will be doing exactly the same thing. But whether it's going to be governed tightly by a new Freedom Act, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I've no idea what the Indian government are going to be doing with this. But we do like information. We thrive in information. I mean, that's why there's billions of users on Twitter and billions of users on Facebook. It's that communication level that we all dream for and desire. And the last thing we want is a government to be shutting it down. But there's very good reasons why it should shut it down. So, so if it's in the public interest, then these private companies need to start listening to the legislators, and because they should be working together, shouldn't they? I mean, this is the whole point about these platforms. They should be working for the benefit of the public interest, not for the disbenefit.
Well, Neville, I fully agree with you, and this is how they should behave. It's a commercial organization, and why there is a problem with Twitter for past 2 years. Twitter has been in news for something or the other, whereas the much bigger platforms like Facebook, which is 3 to 4 times the size of Twitter in terms of subscriptions, they are following all norms. Not only Indian government, they don't seem to have problem with any other government. I mean, imagine a situation in your country, UK. They show one of the islands, or let's say, Scotland is not part of UK. Suppose they publish a map like that, what will be the reaction of the people there? And Twitter has been constantly doing that. They are publishing false maps of India. And these are the maps which have been floating around among the terrorist lobby for past 10 years. It's the design. So Twitter themselves mischievously carrying those maps and publishing it. So every time Indian government is, warning them and saying that, hey, you should not do this. This is against the sovereignty of India. And they are doing many things. So government has actually exhausted their 100 tries, and now it has come to a level where they are pinning them down legally. They have given them list with proof to shut down these 300 handles. And in a large country like India, can't even government has the power to shut down 300 guys which are blue ticked on Twitter. I think they have, and Twitter should comply. It's just 300 people, and if you look at their subscription, 800 million people, half of them are Indians. So Twitter has to make a call very quick, very soon. What they want to get the money from the Islamist, uh, leftist, terrorist lobby, or they will lose out very soon half of their subscription base in India.
Well, it's certainly a political issue. It's a shame it's become a political issue. And remember what we're saying, it's not Twitter that are publishing these pictures, it's people on Twitter that are publishing the issues. So we need to be a bit careful about that one. But it's true. I mean, if I saw a site that was insightful, then I would report it. It even gives you an option to report it. This is a tweet that actually doesn't meet certain guidelines. You do wonder where that level of reporting goes, to be honest, because you just see it being repeated and repeated. But it is it's not even a fine balance here. It's an issue of public awareness in many respects, and people just going beyond the line. And if these people have gone beyond the line, then they need to be called to account. And this is where the private entities like Twitter, like Facebook, like LinkedIn, etc., they need to be held to account too, because they should be working together within the public interest. So it's a fascinating subject. We'll see where it unfolds. If we see an announcement over the next week that Twitter's been banned in India, we won't be too surprised, I'm sure. But the interesting thing from a commercial point of view, and a competitive point of view, cuckoo, we've already got a competitor, and it looks like it's gaining some speed.
There are few organizations who have completely migrated away from Twitter, and they are completely on course, and they are announcing in their including Indian government, they have announced a warning to Twitter on coup. So that shows the level of loggerhead which is going on there. And just to share one bit of information, few days back, I was actually trying to wish my friends on birthday in Facebook. And what I did, I created one template and I was just cut paste because I had to wish 10 friends on that particular day. After the 8th try, Facebook blocked me for 2 days. They gave me a warning that you're trying to cut paste something, you're trying to spam, and it is not good for the community. So while Facebook being a much bigger player in terms of social media, they have brought these checks and balances. Even birthday wishes, if I copy paste more than 8 times, it is treated as spam. And on the other hand, Twitter is deliberately playing mischief on the name of freedom of speech. There is enough freedom of speech, but you can't have a hateful, insightful against communities, false news, imaginarily kill somebody and create an unrest, whereas the person is alive. Those kind of mischievous things should be shut down immediately by these business houses. And surprisingly, they are not doing it. And in spite of government requesting them 3 times, giving all the proof, they are still adamant. So I think they will have to face the consequences.
There are always consequences. And, let's hope that they can see the light, because governments do have that potential. And Indian government has shown that they're serious. TikTok was huge in India, and it's disappeared overnight. So watch out, everybody. Work within the law. I mean, it's as simple as that. If you step outside the law, there's consequences. And if someone says, you can't do that, then you better start listening if they're the right person saying you can't do that. So, on a positive note, as I say, the good thing is there's a competitor. Indians are still going to be with their communication system, so we'll be cooing all the way. And maybe in one of our next episodes, I'll be standing in Trafalgar Square with a new theme tune for the Coo company. There you go. There's an idea for you. So when I get to Trafalgar Square, I'll be having believe you me, there are thousands of pigeons in Trafalgar Square, and they will all be cooing. So let's hope they're cooing for the right reason.
All right, Neville, thank you for coming and discussing this very important issue. We will catch up again tomorrow with something more interesting.
Cheerio, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to The Journeys. Today I'm very pleased and honored to bring you a very distinguished personality who joins us from Atlanta, Georgia. And he is the elected secretary of World Council of Boxing. Let me present to you, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. James Clement Dunn.
How you doing, ladies and gentlemen? Nice to meet you. God bless y'all, and I hope y'all having a wonderful day. I am honored, CK, to be on your show and everything. It's great meeting you and everything. I'm very honored.
So I think our viewers would like to get inspired by your story. You are a very disciplined human being. You are an athlete. You have a great exercising routine, and you also compete. So why don't you tell about your life story and share some good inspirational story with our viewers?
Well, I'm James Dunn. I'm from Roanoke, Virginia originally, but just relocated down to Atlanta, Georgia, which I'm going into a whole different field of work. Um, Born and raised Roanoke, Virginia. Um, Played sports, track, football, and baseball. Played sports just 2 years in high school. I played semi-pro football. Um, Pretty much, I'm a jack of all trades. From electrical, from whatever you know. I done firefighting. Um, Pretty much, my story is, I've been through struggles all my life. Ups and downs, challenges, and been through. I done been homeless before and everything. And I just want to let everybody know, they'll never give up on your dreams and everything, because what I'm saying, it's always hope. Life is what you make it, and that's what I want to tell everybody. Recently, last year, the end of last year, I got nominated on the executive board, the Hughes, the Third Enterprises, which is Miss Geraldine Hughes. She worked on the molestation case for the attorney on the defensive side for the Michael Jackson case when they tried to say he molested the little boy, and she nominated me. And right now, she done a book called Redemption, and she did a documentary called Redemption. You can find her book on Amazon. She nominated me on her executive board. Right now, we working on the about to be give it start working on the movie. Then I got nominated with BMM AFU, which stands for Boxing MMA Fight Union. Mr. Charles Russo is president. He pretty much nominated me as North Carolina State Chairman. Then Miss Geraldine got me on a conference call with Troy Edwards, which he built his own brand, 3HP Marketing Promotions. He's doing the soundtrack for Redemption and a lot of other soundtracks and working on a lot of other things. He got a lot of things going on and coming. Um, Troy Edwards called me around January and wanted to nominate me with his staff for 3HP as his A&R promoter. So been working on promoting and things like that. And then recently, beginning of this year, they nominated me again with the BMMFU as vice president of talent support, which I recruit talent all over the globe and United States, international. You know, I could recruit boxers, managers. Pretty much, they reach out to me because of my title, but I also reach out to them as well. And I got nominated this year too with the World General Council of Boxing as committee secretary, which secretary I keep track of all records and files and everything that's going on with the boxing and the boxing union and things like that. You know, just keep records of everything and keep track of everything and keep everything in file and everything. So I've been working on things with that, and then I built my own brand from ground up. I've been working on, which is global and is in the market with Denisa. She pretty much started her own Hoinser. She's got CEO of Hoinser's magazine. I'm global partners with Hoinser's magazine, and I'm a brand ambassador. And I'm building my brand. My brand is Done Right Promotions, which is a brand for the sports entertainment, and you know, pretty much for pretty much kids and whoever want to wear the brand and support the brand or whatever. But I created the brand, and I'm the owner of the brand, the founder, and I'm pretty much gonna start going, maybe I'm gonna go to some schools and stuff like that, maybe hand out some shirts and stuff for the kids and things like that, because I'm big into like donating, and like big into like homeless and cancer. I lost a lady I was with for 3 years back then, years ago. She had breast cancer. So I'm a big, huge supporter of breast cancer, homeless. I support the homeless and veterans, things like that. USO, I donate to USO. I donate money every month to the USO. I'm big on nonprofit. Big on nonprofit, and that's my plan to go around and make donations and help out nonprofit organizations and things like that.
Fantastic. You had a fascinating journey, I think very inspiring. And you work with the boxers, and you also are recruiting a lot of boxers. Would you like to share some of these traits that you're looking for in the budding boxers?
Repeat that again.
You are working for the Boxing Association, which is also looking for the boxers. So what is the big quality a boxer must have?
Basically, what I do, we a union. BMMF AFU is a union. It's a union we started, to help out boxers. What we do, we make sure the boxers have insurance. We make sure they have life insurance benefits. We have our own events we do and gonna be holding, but COVID is COVID stepped in, and we had a lot of stuff coming up last year got canceled. But you got to go by government rules and certain things on airlines and getting fighters because we globally, so we got fighters all over the world, so getting them here and getting them back, a lot of things we work off the government, and it's a lot of rules, and what I'm saying, you got to go by, and we here to support the boxers 100%. That's what we do. We're the law of the boxing, and we here to stop a lot of nonsense, because a lot of boxers get treated wrong and stuff like that. You got managers and promoters treat boxers. Some of them treat boxers fair and good. Some of them don't. So we here to find out all the negative and all the crookedness going on in the boxing, and we're gonna weed all the negative everything out of that. You know what I'm saying? So what our goal is, that's what we do, man. We here to support. We here to support, and we the law. We here to stop all the nonsense, and everything. That's what we here for to do.
Very good. And the people who can associate with you are from the United States, or they can be from anywhere in the world.
We got them all. We got boxers from United States, UK. We got we got them all from all over, China. You know, um, Britain. We got them. We got them. They all over the world. This a global union. Global boxing union. It's a global boxing union.
So how do you engage with these boxers which are in China or UK or Malaysia or in United States? Do you have a website for registration? How does this start?
A website. Basically, they like I said, they reach out to me. Anytime you're in the boxing field and you promoting and you are managing everything, your title, we normally reach out to their managers, promoters, and we normally their commissions, and we normally reach out. They reach out to us, and if they want to decide, or their manager, or whatever, bring them on with the union. We bring them on. We bring them on with the union, and we pretty much sign them up and get them in. And once they get in, we're gonna take care of them and make sure, we're gonna put them on there when we have our sanctioned events, our fights and stuff like that, fight cards, and you know, let them fight on the fight cards. We're gonna pay everybody fair, equally. Ain't nobody gonna get cheated, things like that.
So is there a joining fee that your organization charges from these boxers?
And repeat that again.
Is there a joining fee that is charged for providing these services?
Nah, it's not charged. It's no fee.
Okay, very nice, very nice. So what is the plans
Like I
forward?
said, we here to support the boxers. We here to look out for them. Make sure we here to support them. That's our job. We here to support. Support.
Understand. So what is the plan looks like in 2021? How do you see restarting the fights this year, considering the new administration is there in United States, and at some point in time the lockdown may be lifted? Are you preparing for this?
Oh, right now it's looking good. We had a lot of some. We had some stuff. We had some stuff promoted and pretty much started, but the COVID, like, it's a lot of things. It's a lot of things going on with the COVID in the other countries and things like that too. Like, we still playing everything by ear. You can have and schedule events and put things together, but also things can come up too. and we might have a date on a car event, but the date could, because of that, could be pushed to. We'll still have it, but it can be pushed to a later date. But it's nothing we can control with whatever the government dishes out. With the COVID, it's better to be safe. You know what I'm saying, than anything. So basically, we got things happening and things coming up and things in the making, but at the same time, you got to go by the government rules and the government laws and stuff like that. In the COVID, we had to having this big issue with the COVID and stuff like that. So basically, we got to wait on, so a lot of stuff we've been having, we just waiting and everything, but we still, it's all in the making and everything is happening. We might have to push maybe back some events back, maybe a month back or something like that. Like if it's March, you might have to push it to April or something like that.
Sure. So, in terms of the future of boxing, where do you see this sports going?
Can you repeat that again?
The future of boxing, does it look very bright, or people will stop doing practice because of COVID, and they will take some time to get in shape? Do you see some challenges in that area?
I think other than the COVID, I can't really say nothing about that because the COVID is a COVID. But people are still trained. They might, train. I mean, gyms and stuff is back open right now. People still doing like training and stuff like that, but you still got to be cautious. Certain stuff you do and this and that. You can't really say much. It's a lot that you can't really say because you don't really know. We don't we you plan things and you know things, but with this COVID, you don't know. You don't know if it get worse or it can clear up. You know what I'm saying? You don't really know. So basically, right now, it's a cautious thing. Boxing is looking good and looking great and everything, but with this COVID, you never know. That's with anything out here, not just boxing. That's with anything, jobs or anything that's going on in this world right now. This COVID, you don't know. Entertainment, anything. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I don't see any new movies also coming in, right? So we are all waiting for these new movies to come in theaters, but we don't know when they are going to get released. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah, we about to start working on some things and stuff. We got some things in the making. I can't really say much more or say really anything, anything else about. I know we got a lot of things coming close and in the making, and a lot of things get ready to happen. And you know what I'm saying? I just can't say more, you know what I'm saying? But we got a lot of stuff coming.
So I think it has been my greatest pleasure talking to you, James, and learning about the fight and the kind of work you do for the boxers, and you help them in terms of having the fair remuneration being given to them, legal support, and you work across the world. You have UK boxers working with you. You have Chinese, Malaysian, all over the place. So I think you're doing a remarkable job. You are already have done so much for the boxing community, and above all, the boxing as a sport inculcates the discipline in people. So would you like to give your last advice to youngsters about how to be disciplined?
What with the boxers and the discipline and everything, basically I just tell the boxers stay healthy. That's the main key of boxing and everything. Stay healthy. Make sure you eating right. Make sure you dieting right. Stay training, but be safe. Try not to get hurt. Stay healthy. You know what I'm saying? Basically, watch out. Watch out for this COVID and everything, because if you get that, it can harm you too if you get, if you got a fight coming up and you get sick or COVID, anything, you know what I'm saying? Just, just be safe and everything. Just stay healthy and be safe. That's all. That's the main thing right now in this whole world is being safe and staying healthy. That's the main key of life. Being safe and stay healthy and stay disciplined.
Absolutely. This is a very powerful message that you have given us today. Stay disciplined, stay healthy, eat right, and never stop practicing. So, with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you for today. It was my personal pleasure talking to you, James. And I would like to interview once again after few months or so when the situation looks better and more boxers are coming to you for getting associated with the World Federation of Boxing.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. It's my honor. Once again, my honor, and appreciate the interview. And you be safe and everything out there. And God bless you and your fam. And what I'm saying, stay healthy, yourself too. And yeah, you enjoy the rest of your day and week. What I'm saying, weekend and everything. And God bless you, my brother.
Thank you, James. You have a good time and stay healthy, safe, and disciplined. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have an interesting topic to discuss. As you know that US elections are around the corner, it is in November. Now, US election is a very important incident because it has some impact on India and US-India ties. As you know, Trump and Biden has different approach towards the ties towards the foreign policy, but both the candidate needs India to push back China. So that is very important aspect of this election. Apart of this, there are new changes which is being done in US Indian students who are going to US because now they have fixed a time limit of 4 years for education of students. So if you say in few years back, if 2 lakh students are going from India, they contributed around $8 billion to US economy. A part of this, US is a top trading partner. So all this will have a major impact on the economy and on the US-India ties. To discuss this further, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has worked in different continents. He has a deep interest in politics and corporate trainings. So I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava and know more about this upcoming US election and its impact on India.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful discussion. It's a wonderful day ahead. Though I hear there are some flooding challenges in your city, but it is amazing. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. It is quite rainy atmosphere here since all night it was raining. So we have few challenges, but yes, life has to go on. So we are here to discuss this topic.
This is a very interesting topic, Kanchan, and this is actually one of the most important international trending topic for the whole world. One, because it is not only about the America, it is also about the world and how the world economy will change after the 3rd November. And most of the international policy related decisions are now hinging on 3rd of November, and which is less than a month. Now, of course, Kanchan, that is going to impact India as well. While United States accounts only for 5% of the world population, but it generates 20% of the world income. And that makes it a very, very important political ally any country would like to have. Given the situation on our India, economy, pandemic, borders issues with China, and there are a couple of situations with the IT, how it is getting affected, the visas and all those things. It is important to discuss how things would move if Mr. Trump does not return to White House. And it is interesting to see the relationship that our Prime Minister has developed with Mr. Trump over the years. There was a Howdy Modi event in Texas several months back, and we saw a great camaraderie between Mr. Modi and Mr. Trump. At the same time, Mr. Biden and his vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris, their party have a great relationship. We had a great relationship when Mr. Obama was the president, and there, though more or less, any country's elections depend on the national issues, more or less national, and the provincial or state-wise issues. In America's case, it is different. In the United States case, it is different because United States is made of mostly of immigrants. That is the country is mostly made of immigrants who actually proclaimed in 1776 in modern America that we know about. And you sit in a city which has a very, very close relationship with America. What do you say, Kanchan?
Yes, I really feel about all people, especially in southern part of India. They go to US, but I think there's around 50% decline as a preferred destination. If we say US, no more a preferred destination. So people are also checking out other approaches, other destination, other important places where they can grow. But then here, that is one part of it. But second part is that since US ties are important to India as a partner is important to US, and both the presidential candidate, they have to come have a shake hand with India to really have impact on this area of this world. But then US is moving out of Afghanistan. So, and then we have problem on Pakistan. So how, and then we have a problem with China also, territorial issues which are there, as you know. So now how the new president will be tackling this, that is also one of the important aspect. Now, as you mentioned, Trump, we had a very strong and very cordial relationship with Trump. But when the other presidential candidate will suppose being elected, how this will turn into a good relationship?
So, Kanchan, traditionally, after Pandit Nehru, India has slowly tilted towards a United States-centric relationship. And before that, it was more about a Russia-centric relationship.
Right.
Russia was part of the same side of the world, and America happens to be really far. But in the given situation, the India-America relationship, it has always been very cordial, very interesting, and very intense relationship, where we have also seen sanctions during the Pokhran time, and we have also seen a sweetening of the relationship under different presidential administrations of United States. I mean, comes to my mind the relationship during Barack Obama's time, or Mr. Bill Clinton's time, or George Bush time, and recently Mr. Trump's time. I mean, I feel, Kanchan, whether it is Mr. Trump or Mr. Biden, India is nothing to lose with this relationship, which is very strong, not only in the trading partnership. India's dependence on United States, Kanchan, if I can quote FY 1920, the bilateral trade between USA and India stood around $88.75 billion. That positions United States as the top trading partner for India. And therefore, the influence of American presidential election has a connotations from the trading point. I would think it is at this pandemic time, we have all been locked for more than 250 days around the world. So the economy has to rebound. People have to go to work. There has to be export. There has to be import. And if that starts happening in not like a pre-COVID era, but at least in the new normal, I think the other tensions that we spoke about, the border issue with China, Pakistan, they all will, find their right fitment into the scenario. And given this situation, whether it is Mr. Biden or Mr. Trump, India will have a small changes in the policy from the United States side. But more or less, if we have seen in last few months, Trump has been really vocal about China. He has imposed sanctions and the policies around the TikTok, Huawei, and all issues. But Biden seems to be more inclusive in his approach. And I think we as India, we are the neighbors of China. And therefore, any escalation between us is something that we need to deal first at hand. And then we need to look at our allies. And that's what our government policy people, our lawmakers should ensure. What do you say?
I feel if Trump wins, that will be music to ears of Indians, especially the economic and stock market. But we yet to see the policies of Biden, how his approach. Few have very bad report about his relations with China. He wants to tie up with China more. These are few people who are just saying. But then I think Trump has more individualistic approach when it comes to India and US relationship. As far as Biden is concerned, he will. I think he believes building a strong coalition and approach China and push China back. So that is one point. A part of this, I think. What your opinion? Who you vote in case if you are in US?
So Kanchan, I'm interested in the world dynamics, world politics, and keen interest in the political system. At the same time, very keen interest in public administration and the way things are shaping up. So around a month back, Joe Biden had a 75.7% chance of winning, according to some kind of a poll that was by some kind of a forecasting model. And I think what we and the world has seen, that's in this pandemic, suddenly the lid has been taken over by the infallibility or the greatness of the American health system. And despite so many of the collaborations with all the world countries and the World Health Organization and cross collaborations in the field of epidemiology, still the USA could not control it. And it was unbelievable for many people that how could this be so much. I was in South Africa, and people used to ask me, Kanchan, how come Africa or South Africa is less affected than Americas? And that was the most surprising and the analytical point in my thinking. And therefore, suddenly, as you say, a lot of people are not willing to travel at this point of time to America. Many people have returned from America during those Vande Bharat missions and other rescue missions. But I think it is, but I must respect the American electorate. I must respect the American people's choice, and they know the best. We can only speculate from the India's relationship point, which I said that I think India has nothing to lose, a few policy things here and there. And we have always welcomed any American president or the presidential delegation with very warm welcome given, whether it is Mr. Obama, Mr. Trump, or Bill Clinton, or anybody else for that matter. And I'm sure, Kanchan, the amount of Indians who are there in America, whether they are the first generation, second generation Indians, or the first time Indians who are working there,
Right.
they know the best, and they will choose the best candidate. Whoever is the candidate, India is a dependable partner. We all know it.
Right.
We are transparent. We are clear in our thought process. Kanchan, there is nothing, I'm not shy to admit that probably from a policy perspective, we might be a little slow. But given our trade between USA and India, that is going to grow and it is going to be strengthened. I think our IT guys will have their visas opened again. They would be able to freely travel, and that's how it would be.
Okay, I feel irrespective of the outcome of the election, India is as a unique and integrated partner of US. And one more point is that India will anyone who comes on as a president, but in any circumstances, India will be the biggest market for the world. Will remain like that.
That's true. That's true. And it is important to see the swing states in American elections, such as California, New York, Massachusetts, Minnesota, or New Hampshire, North Carolina. These are the swing states. In the last minute of the election in progress, there could be a surprise, and that surprise can tilt on any side. And I am waiting to see that interesting minute by minute coverage by the international and the national media. And that would be very interesting to see. And the small silver lining is, if Biden wins, Kamala Harris is there, though comes as a vice presidential nominee.
Right.
And she has an Indian connection, but I would like to believe that she is an American first,
Right.
and Indian American is a better term.
Right.
And therefore, but it always feels good to know that she is a first generation senator, and she has been selected as a running mate for Joe Biden. And it would be good to see for America a first lady vice president.
From
You
India.
say?
Yeah, from India. I mean, Indian connection.
From India, yeah.
So I think I'll look forward towards 3rd of November when all this will be decided and all speculation will be put at ease. So we'll be discussing more about this in our coming series. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Yes, Kanchan, and I would like to just invite all the listeners and viewers of this conversation to maybe think and post a slogan between India and US relationship, something that becomes as catchy as a phrase.
Yes, we look forward to get more comments and what our viewers thinks about this particular discussion which we have done. So look forward to you, Sitesh, for in our next series. Till then, bye bye.
Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by a very eminent leader. Her name is Isha Sharma. She joins us from Delhi. She is the co-founder and the CEO of Triambak organization, which is a specialized company in the area of intellectual properties. Welcome to the show, Isha.
Thank you so much, Siki. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. And as you know, Isha, we are on day 16th of the lockdown. Certain parts of India are also getting into or getting up into total lockdown. But I think rest of India is going through lockdown. So I would like to know, in your community, in your area, do you see any innovation that has come out where people have got together as a social partnership and coming out with some solution to handle this lockdown situation?
Mhm. Sure. So thank you so much for getting me on this platform. So answering to your question, I am joining from Delhi. So what I see related to my community and neighborhood is that I understand that it's a total lockdown situation across the globe. So it's more or less similar for everybody sitting in India or anywhere across the globe. But the because I come from a domain which basically relates to a lot of startups, a lot of innovations in nature, so I keep on reading a lot of stuff related to what is happening currently. So I understand that it's a very difficult situation for people who are working in the line of business. Either it's a small scale business or it's a large scale business. The scale of problems might be different, but then it is still there. So I see a lot of collaborations happening between two, you can say, two different sets of startups to actually help and to fight against the COVID. So for example, the industries which the major players related to your I would say the car part, say Ola and Uber is there. So those people are trying to collaborate with the say Big Basket or people who can actually supply the components or the essential needs of a normal person. So these kind of collaborations are helping both of them in terms of business and in terms of contribution as well. So I see a lot of positive change happening because they usually belonged from a community which focused on competitiveness. But right now, because of this COVID culture, I see too much of collaboration happening, which is in a way a very positive approach towards fighting anything. And even I would say, to enhance business, I personally believe that collaborations can actually help you achieve more in comparison to the competitiveness. So this is one change that I'm seeing in terms of business aspect. Apart from that, if you talk in general terms of say psychology or human behavior, that we are still away from that human touch kind of a feeling. We were so used to meeting people and then discussing things. Even if I talk about my business, it was more like meeting the client, trying to convince them that why is it important, how is it is done, and everything else. Now everything is digitized in a way that we are doing these Zoom calls and video conferencing with our clients as well as with our friends. it doesn't hit the business in terms of, I would say, the connectivity level, but of course we miss that human touch. But in a way we have learned to deal with it, and in a way it is moving towards more of a digitization. In terms of Indian aspects, I would say that it is going to create a culture where we will be okay working from home. It will create a culture where we will be like okay digitizing everybody's, because when we talk about startups, leaving the tech startups aside, apart from that, everybody else who is into creation, say there is a small shop owner or a restaurant owner or anybody else who is selling their products, they were quite reluctant to go digital. I mean, apart from the impositions that were there, like for Amazon or Flipkart, you have to sell your products. But apart from that, they were very hesitant and they were not very tech friendly. But now, because of this lockdown scenario, they have to learn it, because there is no way out of it. So probably it's a do or die situation. So you have to learn to go digital to survive in the market. Yeah, that's more what is happening around me, I would say.
Yes, it's very well summarized, Isha. And since you work with the intellectual property issues and you mostly work with the SME segments and startups, do you see any downturn in the business sentiments in your community, in your network?
See, as I'm interacting with my clients, I would say, who are startup owners, initially I would say they were very irritated and frustrated what to do, because they were not prepared with this kind of a scenario. But now, eventually, because we've come a long way now, because now we are used to this kind of a setting, and it looks indefinite to me as of now, that when will this lockdown open or not. And so now people are coming up with different positive approaches. So what I see is a lot of people who can't implement what they're doing, at least they're ideating to it. So they're creating more of a novel content, for that matter. They're designing on new products and new developments. So people are actually using this time to focus on the ideation part of the business rather than the implementation part of the business. Because once you have everything ready in your plate, you can start doing the work at the later stage, right? So a lot of my clients are more focused towards creation part. Eventually what we do is help them to register. So the entire process, that process will follow. Eventually it will follow once the offices gets open. So there is a part of which we can do right now. So the research is still happening. The people are, as I said, that they are actually ideating. They are coming with a lot of different sets of questions, that whether it can be done or whether it can't be done. So rather than focusing on the negative part of it, that we will not be able to implement it or make the prototypes or do the testing, but at least they can still ideate. So this is the kind of vibe that I'm getting from my people, I would say.
So, Isha, let me ask you one very pertinent, not a question, basically your opinion. See, there are certain businesses which can straight away migrate to virtual platform.
Right.
But there are a lot of other businesses which cannot migrate to virtual platform. Businesses like manufacturing sector,
Right.
agriculture, and the likes of those.
Right.
So there is definitely a need to find a new business model. Um, from your point of view, and do you have an opinion on what the governments of each countries do to revive the business sentiment after this lockdown situation across the world is lifted?
Mhm. See, I understand your point that it is going to affect, and I could relate with the fact that, of course, there are divisions which can actually go virtual, and then there are divisions which can't. So, for the divisions which can go virtual, if you talk about IT companies, they always had a work from home culture. So, for them, it is not a very big thing apart from getting the business hit, because there is no, eventually, there is a shortage of the client for everybody, irrespective of an IT industry or an agriculture industry. But and for the kind of businesses which are not tech oriented or which are not virtual in nature, so I was telling for them only that this is the time to actually think, or maybe do your SWOT analysis, that what went wrong, what are we doing right now, so even to enhance your productivity. So if you say that any business which is into manufacturing unit, there is a part of which can be done virtually, or which can be done sitting at the home. As I said, that probably if you're into a product making industry, any kind of a product, say mobile phone is your product, you will not be manufacturing those products, but you can still do the research on the development part, that eventually when this lockdown gets over, there is a human psychology which will be there, so you can play with that aspect. I see a lot of digital marketing companies going under lapse condition because there is nobody who is marketing their own stuff right now, because maybe either due to crash crunches or whatever. But this is the time to understand the human psychology, that after the lockdown period there will be certain component of which will need certain things, so you have to play on that part. I'm not saying that you exploit that part, but maybe people would need to still be connected with other people. So more of events or more of networking platforms can come into picture. So you have to actually understand the requirements of your customers. So right now, this is the best time to understand the human psychology, and then ideate according to that aspect, and then later on you can always execute that part. So it is valid for every industry, irrespective of whether it go virtual or not. Now, coming to your point about the economy condition, of course, see, I don't see any country which is not aware about the economy condition, that it will go, I mean, in a very questionable manner, and it will be a very, I would say, we will have another war to fight for, maybe hunger, maybe employment. That is what we are coming to at the later stage. But so I was just reading somewhere that it's not a very easy situation for anybody, for even for government, because they have to choose between a wrong and a wrong kind of a scenario. There is no right thing into it. So probably you just have to understand that maybe you're choosing something which will not have a very larger impact into it, because considering the death rate in this coronavirus scenario is very high. So you cannot expect any government or any I would say agency for that matter to play with that factor, because it is going to affect people, right? So you can't just let people die. Even if you see that there will be an economy impact, it can be reviewed by measures which can be taken in a clubbed manner. What I see happening would be that maybe there will be certain collaborations which is going to happen across the globe, because it is not something which is in it's not a country specific problem, it's a world problem. So what I see or probably hope in the future is that the world will come together to fight this kind of a scenario. There will be certain treaties which will be formed, there will be certain collaborations which will be formed to take care of the global impact of the COVID, in terms of either say food, or in terms of medicine, or in terms of your employment, or in terms of your economy. There will be a difficult time because people will eventually lose jobs. To be very honest, even I was concerned that I've been seeing that big companies are cutting on the salaries and of the partners and eventually of the employees as well. But you should feel lucky enough that you still have something on your plate, you still have a job. So this 30%, and see, in comparison also, if you say that the kind of expenses that we had before the lockdown, and right now if you compare it with me, I don't even spend like 20 or 30% of what I had earlier. So we have to just survive. I would say that it is the survival time rather than fighting and questioning what will be the impact of it on the economy, or whether it will be done or not. At times we just have to sit and survive for a duration of time and then come back to it. By that time you can use this time to probably come up with something which you never thought of. If you ask me personally, I was implementing my business in a different manner. Now I am more of a process oriented person, because now I can sit and see that these were the loopholes that were there in my kind of an implementation, so maybe I can improve. I'm not saying that the business is not affected, it is directly affected, because there is a shortage of the client, people are not having money, bills are not released. So that is the current scenario. But being an entrepreneur or being a business owner, you have to understand that this is the difficult time, and that's what you enroll for. If you're choosing to be an entrepreneur, if you're choosing to be a business person, you enroll for failures. So you have to sustain during this time period, and eventually it will get better. For the people who are in employment, for the people who are employees, feel lucky that if you still have a job, so be positive and contribute whatever you have. So if you were contributing 100%, contribute 200%, so that you don't regret that you never gave your 100% into it, and you never fulfilled the entire expectations. But even if there is a scenario where you end up losing your job, just don't lose on your hope. So there is a favorite quote of mine which says that people can take away everything from you, but they can't take your indomitable spirit. Just hold on to your spirit and everything will be fine.
In fact, Isha, I think there is a lot of stuff that you said today. So if I have to summarize this in a real life situation, when people go for during the good times, right now we are under lockdown, but during the good times, we talk to people, they say, hey, I need a challenging job. So here it is. I think what you're trying to say, here's the challenge, and this is what you wanted. So here it is in front of you. So, it was great talking to you, Isha. Your words of wisdoms are definitely very valuable for me personally and also to my viewers. It was really a good pleasure but conversation I had with you. So we have some more days to go. I think the lockdown is not going to be lifted very soon. We'll find another great opportunity to speak to you after a few days to see if things have changed and take your opinion on what we should do next.
We'll do that. Stay safe, stay home, take care.
You too, Isha. Be positive, stay safe. Thank you. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to another edition of Top Brands. And here I am privileged to have my guest today in our show, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a well-known human rights activist across India and also a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. Without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brands.
Hi, CK. Thank you very much. And it's my pleasure again to be with you. Thank you so much.
It is our pleasure indeed, Nagesh. And as you know, we are on the journey of understanding the human rights. And one of the critical human rights that we want to talk about is the right to livelihood.